What's going on, guys? It's Anthony L. Lewis in real life, but this is cool. I am here to introduce a guy who needs no introductions, but he was my right-hand man, and I decided to run off and start doing nothing less than in real life content to become a vlogger, right? So something was missing on this channel, and that was that raw, hard-hitting gaming podcast. You see me? I like to talk gaming, but I'm not really built and cut out for the console wars. And as you guys know, sometimes it drives me crazy, but one guy I know that's built for the console wars, and he is none other than F the Cat. So I start thinking, in the Discord, he got his own little thing now called FCAT News Report, right? And then people, they're throwing stuff in there back and forth, and it's going crazy. And I'm like, I feel like this channel is missing that. I just don't want to do it. So what if FCAT was to have his own thing? Now, guys, FCAT is working on his own YouTube channel, so eventually we're going to migrate over to his channel. But to get things started, since everybody know him from this channel, FCAT got something for you. So it's going to be that same old stuff you expect from FCAT. However, there is going to be no me to say, FCAT, don't do this. FCAT, don't do that. No. FCAT is going to simply do his own thing. So guys, make no mistake. Yes, this is Anthony L. Lewis in real life channel. But this segment is F the Cat. And what he say goes. So he's going to allow people to join. He's going to allow people to jump in. And if FCAT say kick him out, I'm kicking you out. If FCAT say mute him, you're getting muted. So guys, prepare for something unlike anything else. Because this is going to be epic. So I'm gonna grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair. Yes, I'm still doing my own podcast. I'm not sure if I would link the podcast together, but today is the first day of FCAT's news report show. So today, he's doing his own thing. And so when it ends later on tonight, I'm gonna do my own stream. My own podcast at 7. Honestly, I got a lot going on right now. So with my new house, trying to get my plumbing together so I can get my washer and dryer. So I'm going to be in and out. I told FCAT that I'm really not going to be a part of this. Like, I'll be chilling and stuff. I might be playing video games. I might be on the side of the screen. But this is all FCAT. As you see, The logo is F the cat. All right, this is his thing. This is his baby. He is running the show. So let me look at the comments. Cubini said, I'm guessing I should join for sure. Just park. Let's go. F Cat, what up? Obi said, he said, we in the building. F Cat said, is the music playing? Dodgeman said, oh. And he said, Obi said, what's up, Dodgeman? He said, yeah, bro, I'm in here. And then he said, how are you? Ha ha. And then he said, he got this. Let's go. So F Cat got this. Obviously, he's been doing this forever. He is the man, the myth, and the legend. So without further ado, I'm gonna bring in your host, your emperor for the evening, F the cat. So guys, give it up for my man. And I've been telling him he should do his own thing. I've been trying to push him. So F cat, he got this, man. So let's go. Give it up. All right, let's go, guys. Let's give it up for F the cat. Let's go.
Yeah. Was there? I didn't hear any music.
You didn't hear the music?
For the intro.
All right, let me run it back. All right, hold on. We're going to get F cat. Make sure the music was there. Yep, it was there.
Okay.
That's fire, too. I like it. Guys, that was F cat own music. He put together, or he found the music. That was all his video and stuff. All I did was give it a little bit of and here we go. So let me switch.
Yeah, it's great to be back. It's good to see everybody here. We're gonna try to do something different. We don't want to make it seem like, oh, that's the same podcast as before, you know. Basically, since AWL over here doesn't want to do it. I'm just giving y'all the space to have a gaming podcast and we can discuss things. Basically, we're gonna do it the old school way. Where no more articles, no pictures. We're just gonna have group discussions. I'm gonna say what we were gonna talk about, and we're gonna go from there.
Nice. So, did you want me to put the link in the chat now?
Yeah, you can go ahead and put it in.
All right, guys. So to join the show.
So the first question of the day, and this goes out to everybody. What are you more anticipated for, or what do you think is bigger, GTA 6 or the Nintendo Switch 2? Which one are you looking forward to personally? Like, you're actually gonna get it?
Me personally, if I could answer this, so this is crazy. I lost my love for Nintendo a long time ago. The Nintendo GameCube was my last Nintendo system, and I was a big fan. I had everything up until that. I lost my love for Nintendo when they did the Wii, and it was primarily focused. Like, Nintendo was always for kids, but Nintendo also they used to get everything else. Then when the Wii came out, they was like primarily focused on with the Wii people with the big heads and all that. So me personally, I never really looked at Nintendo and took it serious for me as a gamer. But I also never cared that much. I was super into Grand Theft Auto, Part 3, Vice City, 4, 5. But what happened was when San Andreas came out, me and a girlfriend, we used to play them together. And we broke up. And when we broke up, I was like, I don't even care about Grand Theft Auto no more. So I kind of started to lose my passion for Grand Theft Auto. So I never played and beat San Andreas. So then I kind of tried to get back into them. So to be honest with you, I don't really care about Grand Theft Auto either. I feel like it's the most basic game. You don't do nothing but steal cars, drive around. But it's super popular. I'm going to buy it just because. So I guess to answer the question, I'm going to get Grand Theft Auto before I get a Switch too. But we got another guest. Now, you can't see when the guests are coming in though, right?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to be on my game. So guys, I will say I do have to step out for a little bit. I will be paying attention. I'm gonna have my Bluetooth in my ear. I'm gonna be paying attention, so I make sure I let people in and all that stuff. But I do have some pressing matters. Bought a washer and dryer, can't use them because I got plumbing issues. So anyway, I apologize. This is FCAT first show, and I'm gonna be in and
Yeah,
out.
we gotta.
But it's his show. So
Yeah,
anyway,
this is a test run, and we're gonna evolve from here. I think the show can only go to like 7, and we might over time into epic people, you epic people, or something. I don't know.
yeah. So I mean, we'll see how long you're doing it, but I am going to. Yeah, I do. I want to do my show. I mean, listen, I could cancel if it's hot. I'll just cancel my show for today. It is what
All
it
right.
is. But anyway, always said Nintendo Switch 2, hands down. Cubini said everybody is getting GTA, but Switch 2 I will upgrade this year, most likely from our OLED Switch. So let's bring in none other than my man TPG is in the building. Give it up.
That easy.
Let's go. TPG.
Been a long time.
Yo, hey, listen, man. Let's do this first. First things first. People think like we got some beef or something. I literally said I talked to TPG myself. Said, bro, I don't have no problem. It's just the people, and actually, if we be honest, FCAT was calling for TPG's ass. I said, bro, I know he's not racist. I know he didn't mean it like that. He was just pissed off listen. He blurted out his best thing to try to get. And honestly, I said the people he was beefing with at the time was white. But anyway, so at the end of the day, it was energy. But at the end of the day, I just want to say this so people see it live. So people are like, what is he doing in it? I don't have any beef with TPG. I get what happened. The community felt some type of way momentarily, so they felt like I had to do something. So I was like, well, for the moment, I just feel like.
For the record, I think you made the right call because that was better for me too. Because now I'm in a much better space. Like I understand what you were trying to do and everything, and sometimes I need to learn to pull myself away from being in a competitive element.
Yeah.
And it's like we all get hot headed, right? And we say stupid shit. My just I apologize for everything I did, and I'm just gonna avoid that whole thing altogether.
Nah, it's cool. Listen, at the end of the day, I feel like
No doubt, no
listen,
doubt.
I'm more. Oh, let me say this last thing. I'm more nice, right? It's just me personally. I understood the issue and the situation. I understand every Wednesday. Also, somebody just looked at it as that one instant, but I understand every Wednesday and how crazy it get and how people try to push the buttons. So I do understand. Now, granted, people looking from the outside in, I understand they're looking at me like, bro, how you gonna let that ride? But at the end of the day, so I did something about it. But listen, at the end of the day, I see you on Rude Dig stuff, and obviously the community, is cool. So I just want to personally let people know I have no problem with TPG. So with that being said, TPG, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Today's actually funny enough my birthday, so I don't know if I'll be on here for super long. But
wait, today's your birthday?
Yeah, today's my birthday, and went for my mom to call me. So after my stepdad's doctor's appointment, we go to a restaurant and clog his arteries with hamburgers.
Well, hold on, man. Happy birthday to TPG! Let's go!
I'm 34 years old. God damn it! This is getting too
old. So Rudigs is in the building.
Yeah, this is mainly this is gonna be the community's podcast. This ain't my podcast, even though my name's on it. I'm just allowing y'all to have this space.
Yeah, and I think what's cool with FCAT is he got the tolerance for this stuff where I'm kind of like, I'm getting older, right? But FCAT's in the know of everything, so he could do a great podcast where everything's going to be on the table. Where me, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't even hear about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna kind of try to keep it cordial, let everybody talk, and get out
keep
what
it
they
friendly.
have to say. Yeah, kind of the same way as before. Just we're not gonna have like articles or whatever up. We're just
So you were asking about Switch and GTA 6?
yeah. So which one? What do you think's more like? Cause I see all this hype. Cause nothing.
That's kind of hard. Which one's more exciting? I I mean, you're talking about a new console versus a brand new Grand Theft Auto.
All right, guys, I'm gonna pop out now, but I'm gonna be paying attention, and because I gotta get this thing started. If I can figure out how to get out of here.
Good luck with all that shit, man. I don't know how to set up anything.
Really, that's cool. But yeah, you know, everything's relying right now on GTA 6 and the Switch 2
Well, there's
announcing
literally developers who are saying.
official. Announce something official, please.
Well, you've heard
Jesus.
like some developers, they don't even want to announce anything until GTA 6's release date is out, so they can
Right,
avoid GTA 6.
right. There's that too. How did Grand Theft Auto become this Leviathan eater of worlds? Like,
By just being Rockstar. I guess that's the best way to put it. But
like for
I'm personally more excited for a new Switch, just because I want to see what level is this thing going to be on. Is it going to be above a PS4 Pro? Is it going to be below Xbox Series X?
so from what I'm hearing is I don't want anybody jump in here and say I'm spreading misinformation, but apparently the Switch 2 is gonna be PS4 Pro, um, PS4 Pro powerful, and it's gonna have an AI upscaler that that's gonna make it practically like a Series S or something like that. We're also hearing things about third party more third-party games are gonna come over that's gonna surprise us. We already know that there's a 10-year Xbox deal for Call of Duty, and is there anybody else? Cowboy, I mean,
Oh, sorry, man. I
would
had
you
a
think
freaking phone call.
you're
What were
good?
you saying?
No, I was saying so the Nintendo Switch 2 apparently is PS4 Pro, powerful. Apparently, it has an AI upscaler in it, kind of like PSSR, that upscales it to Series S quality. And
See,
we're
like,
gonna see there's gonna be third-party games that are gonna surprise us. Now like I
well,
said,
one of the big surprises is Halo. Just saying, Halo looks
well,
like it's going multiplat.
that's the rumor. What we know for sure, Call of Duty, is coming to Nintendo
Yeah, that was
because
actually like
they
part
have
of
a
their
deal,
the freaking lot the
the
buyout,
ABK
right?
deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, the ABK
because
deal.
they were
Wait,
like,
let me
okay, we'll
ask you
put
a
on
question.
Switch.
FK, are you able to see the chat?
Yes,
Okay, cool. Because you see that Mystic is sour blow, right? He was
is
just trying
it?
to let you know.
I don't know.
All right, cool.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to jump in, go ahead and press the link. We're not gonna do this just between me and ALL down here. We need the community involved. This is y'all stream. This is for y'all.
Yep.
So we need y'all, everybody participating, or else we're gonna run through everything and cut the stream off.
Yeah.
Listen, what FCAT say goes when he's listen. I'm just letting y'all know if he say kick somebody, you getting kicked. If he say mute somebody, you getting muted. But if he say the show's
Yeah,
over, the show's over.
you gotta watch out with that. Also, TPG, don't talk over people because we'll have you muted.
Trying my best.
You know what feels so good that this ain't like I don't have no say so. I'm just sitting back. I mean, honestly, if I wasn't doing this stuff with my neighbor, I was really gonna just turn my game on and be playing games in the background, just listening. But
You're like
No,
a
but
pilot on someone else's flight. You're like, someone else's problem.
I am. I'm like, hey, listen, he got this, man. Like,
anybody else is jumping in or not right now?
Yeah, I don't know if you see it, Cowboy. I'm supporting my best in the world here.
that's cool.
So I guess we can move on from Switch 2 and GTA 6.
Hold on, FCAT, what did you say?
Um, I don't know. Like me personally, I don't care about either one of them.
Mm.
The Switch is gonna have to like they're gonna have to put Destiny 2 on the Switch 2 for me to buy it. Even though Destiny 2 is at end of life, so I don't think that's gonna happen. Um, but yeah, we'll have to see what kind of games that they actually come over
That is kind
third
of the
party
big thing with
wise.
Nintendo is
Yeah.
first party. What's going to be available at launch? Some
See,
people are speculating Metroid Prime
They're
4.
they're claiming a 3D Mario and all this stuff.
so this is my issue. I was talking to Purple Haze about it on her stream or on her comments of her video, right? And my issue with Nintendo, and I don't think it's going to solve it, right? With the Switch 2, they're going to be behind, right, on graphical fidelity, right? And I think certain developers, like my issue with Nintendo is third party. So they're great with first party, but certain third parties just don't make games for them. And then when they do, if they do, then what will make me not buy a PlayStation or an Xbox version of a game or a PC version of a game, if you will?
Apparently the Series S is actually going to become helpful for the first time ever. It's going to become helpful to the Switch 2, and that's kind of how they're going to focus on porting the games.
But you won't see no Baldur's Gate 3 on Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, but that's my point, right? So people gave hell to the Xbox Series S, right? So it's gonna be like, I mean, granted, Nintendo fans are gonna show up and show out, right? So I'm not saying this isn't gonna sell. I'm just saying for a gamer like me and some people like me, what would make me say I'm buying a Switch? You know what I mean? So it's just going to be normal business for me because a Switch is probably not going to get that many third-party games. Is my thoughts. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we'll have to see what third-party games.
As far as like major third party, I think for the first couple of years you'll have some good support like Doom Dark Age and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like we saw with the Nintendo Switch 1, it will just quickly, kind of fizzle out. Like, okay, cool. Then it'll be like more like the independents and the smaller games that will support Nintendo Switch, plus Nintendo's own first party stuff. Because that's always seems like what's happened with their generation. It's like they'll have third party support at first, but then it's like they just slowly dwindles down to like just a handful of like smaller developers.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, how many tactical RPGs did Square Enix put on that damn Nintendo Switch?
It's my thoughts on Series S and Wukong. Ooh,
yeah.
That's a toughie because apparently, Wukong has been certified for Xbox, but it has not released yet. There's still problems with it on PS5, even on the Pro.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. That's a tough one. Do I believe there's a secret exclusivity deal? I highly doubt it. I think it's just a technical problem with the devs.
Yeah, and that's how that's always seems to be the case. So, that big game that comes out, like Baldur's Gate and Black Myth Wukong, people accuse Sony doing some kind of exclusivity deals. Like, no, it's just because this weak ass console over here, it's kind of handicapping the whole thing. And then you have that no parity clause, where it's like, hey, you can't have one feature on Xbox Series X and not have it on Series S. But the Series S is a significantly weaker system. That's why, by the way, that I said there won't be BG3 on Switch 2 if it's only on the same level as a PS4 Pro.
So hold up. Speaking of that, coming in the building is none other than Vet. Let's go.
Oh, there I am. Okay, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Do we have? Are we doing the announcement now, or are we wait until Memorial Day? Just asking.
You might have to recap the people. They're like, huh? Yeah, I don't think they're ready for that.
No, because there ain't no record of it. That channel's gone.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
My channel's gone, and half the people don't even know anything about that stuff no more.
So wait, did you delete the channel?
Yeah, because a certain friend of the cloud community that lives in Florida now, that was up in Chicago, that likes to give people hugs, got it at least 2 strikes on it, so I just terminated the whole thing.
Oh wow.
Damn.
Bro, all that content?
Yeah, 5 years worth of 5 to 6 years worth of content, well over 2,000 videos gone, thanks to a very special person in Florida.
Man.
That's not a cowboy.
Hey, man, what you been working out, man? Look like you lost some weight.
That's what happens when you live in the mountains.
Mm.
I probably lost about, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds.
Okay.
Well, that, and I don't have a gas station like 5 minutes down the road where I can get greasy pizza every day. That also helps.
That helps.
That gas station pizza calls every once in a while.
No,
Trust me, I
so
know.
why? I just had a quick question. Why do y'all think that BG3 wouldn't go to the Switch too?
No, I think that, and it's just because.
But why?
Because it's a porn game.
Well, I know that, but that's, I mean, that's no different than manga games going to the Switch too as an indie title. It's the same thing.
My point was that if the Switch 2 is only on the scale of the Series S, and the Series S, I guess like it could come to the Switch 2, but it's like there have to be some like compromises that might change the integrity.
The last thing I heard was, again, none of this is. All right, here's the issue. None of this stuff has come from Nintendo, right?
Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's everything is with a grain of salt because it's all speculation.
Because I heard that the Switch 2 was only going to be as powerful as a base PS4, not a PS4 Pro. Now we're saying the Series S, to have a portable Series S, that's not bad. I mean, that's kind of
base PS4 Pro upscale to Series S.
Okay, but how is that any different? Upscaling stuff to a Series S isn't that bad. That's no different than going out and buying an RTX or the NVIDIA's new card, the 5090, or the 5070, the 5080. They're all going to be using upscaling. None of them are, because there's already saying like the 50 series, the middle one, the 5070 is the same as the 4090. That one's, I'm not really understanding that, but that's the same thing. Or just saying like you got, by saying that the Switch 2 is only, maybe it'll get a few games here, first party titles, and then after a while it'll just be an indie handheld device, is kind of like the same thing as saying, well, the PSVR 2's there, it got a few fancy titles, and then it's just like, Sony kind of just gave up on that as well.
Yeah.
So every company does that. I mean, Sony's no angel when it comes to gaming.
Oh fuck no, dude. Hey, do you have to remind people of Concord?
What's that? I forgot what that was.
I know, the quickest game to die.
The game people won't stop talking about.
Oh,
people won't stop talking about because it's so.
They keep bringing it up, especially Xbox. Especially Xbox fans, like they keep. What about? They keep being like they're like, what about Concord? It's like, what about?
What about it? It's dead. The studio doesn't exist anymore. The servers are shut down. If the thing was eating dead, it would be a zombie.
What about?
Anthony, I just wanted to show you. That's the controller I got.
Okay.
What about Xbox? What about Xbox with their? This is an Xbox.
So this detaches, but the phone and the or a Switch or a tablet goes there, and then I just use that to play Mortal Kombat and destroy anybody, including that. What's that fancy guy that always thought he was the best at every game? Oh God, I can't remember his name. I don't think he was really important. Yeah, nobody cares. Doesn't matter. He's not really that good, anyways. I couldn't resist timing.
All right, well, hold on. We got somebody else that think he's really good at games coming in right now. Is none other than Rudiggs, Captain Canada himself. What's up, man?
Oh, what's going on?
I might have to turn my
forgot about me back there.
I can't compete with that hair. I can't compete with that. I got to turn my cam on.
Hey, man, I got no hair.
Worries. Yeah, see, I probably got more hair than the entire panel right now.
All right, so we have to hand off to Vet and Rudiggs. GTA 6, Switch 2. What are you more anticipated? What are you gonna get personally?
Well,
GTA.
the Switch is not. That's not even going to be the next Switch console. What I think is that's going to be a Switch Pro. I mean, it looks exactly like the Switch. It's no different whatsoever. I think they're just going to continue making games for both platforms. It'll be a Series S and X situation where you'll have a higher performing Switch. I don't think they're ready to leave the platform, and I think that's going to be their move.
Is that why it's there? There's the rumors of it being backwards compatible then.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, for
no,
sure.
Which would
And then-
make sense.
Didn't Nintendo say that's official?
Yeah, the backwards
they didn't.
compatibility. I thought they
One
did.
executive said that.
Oh, they didn't say the Switch 2 was official yet. And like all that leak of the accessories, they
No,
denied.
they said the next Nintendo handheld or console or whatever would be backwards compatible. That's all I heard.
Yeah, they did admit that part. That was the only thing they admitted to. But they've been in denial about everything else. Even though that's probably the most leaked console I bet in recent memory.
And think about you have to consider all these GTA 6 rumors and
Well, a lot of
Easter eggs.
But a lot of the GTA 6 stuff has been confirmed only because hackers have been breaking in and basically downloading everything and then re-uploading the content.
No. The whole thing with the number, what was it, 21 or 27 or something like that?
That's 27, and that shit
Yeah.
is ridiculous.
Gotcha.
That's some cult shit
Now-
right there.
Now there's this new one, F6, on the license plate. It says
Oh
F6,
my God.
and they think February 6th, the earnings call, we're gonna get the second trailer or something like that.
Y'all Rockstar fanboys always make me laugh. Making Naughty Dog fanboys look sane.
All right, guys.
It's crazy.
I'm gonna drop out. I'm gonna be listening, but I'm about to start working
Okay.
on my stuff with my neighbor. All right.
Sounds good.
All right. Cool. FK, this is all you, baby. You got this.
Is GTA 5 on Switch 1? No. So I don't think GTA 6 is coming to Switch 2. It's going to be a PlayStation and Xbox release for the first year, and then it'll go to PC probably 2027.
Hey, I don't know if
Yeah.
GTA 6 is coming to the Series S, but that's me.
I mean, big
Well,
companies
they're
leverage.
they're introducing now patches to unlock more VRAM out of the Series S, and I think they're making these innovations specifically for the Rockstar release of the next game there, GTA 6. So I think they're going to have to innovate just to meet these benchmarks.
Right. So moving on. One thing that's about to happen, I know y'all know this is about to happen, but the situation with TikTok. How are you feeling about it?
What's happening? What's happening with with the TikTok? Whatever.
Oh God.
No, I'm kidding. I know.
It's bye-bye. It's bye-bye.
No, haven't you heard all the?
week.
Haven't you heard all the Haven't you heard all of the things going all over? All
Oh,
over the
Mr.
news?
Beast! Mr. Beast is gonna buy it.
No. Elon. The Chinese are trying to deny it, but they already confirmed that they were in talks with him. Like, there's reports coming out saying ByteDance has been denying this rumor, but the Chinese have already said that they were in talks with Elon to buy the company. Just the U.S. based thing.
Who else said they were gonna buy it? Mr. Beast said he's buying
Yeah, but
it.
see, but the thing
got
is,
backers.
but the thing is, anybody that's based in the U.S. that tries to buy it is going to face scrutiny from the federal government. If Elon buys it, it has nothing to do with him because it's just a Chinese company selling it to wherever the hell he's based out of. South Africa? So he doesn't have to face the same issues.
Are you telling me President Elon is going to own TikTok and X?
The owner of X will own that and TikTok, but he's from what I've heard, it's just going to get brought into the X fold, so it'll just be built into it. Because from what I've heard, they're rolling out the short form video content on X like next week. So this would line up perfectly, I guess. And then that would literally give him he would have the most people the biggest social media presence in the world. There
And
isn't anything else.
I saw that a lot of the users were going over to Lemonade.
Yeah, but that's going to get banned as well. That's owned by ByteDance. It's the same. Lemonade, TikTok, CapCut, and there may be one other one. I've heard people. I've seen people talking about something called Red Note, which is also a Chinese app, and they showed an image of it, and it's all in Chinese, and it's based out of, I don't know, somewhere over in China. And I'm like, so all 4 of the apps that everybody's been moving to are all going to get banned.
Mhm.
I don't know why people think, oh, Lemonade will be fine. It's under the radar. They only said, TikTok. It's owned by the same company, and the company has already stated if the ban goes through.
What's going on with our government now? They're trying to ban Chrome, right? No, Google search or something like that.
No, they're trying to break up Google for being a monopoly, which they are.
Yeah.
Let's be real, they are.
How many websites out there use Google as a search engine? There's why.
Well, they have no way to they have no way to beat it. If you look at it, Microsoft went through this in the 90s. I'm sure there's most of the audience doesn't know about. Remember that because I'm like probably twice the age of the average viewer on here. But they went through the same thing with Internet Explorer back in the day in the 90s. They won it. Google can't. Google's got too much control. They're on everything. So if it goes to court, they have no way of beating them being a monopoly. They'll end up having to break off that. I've heard rumors that they were also going to try to break up Android.
Jeez.
Which, I mean, to be fair, I could see that happening because they have a stranglehold on the mobile operating systems. It's basically Android and iOS. And really, if Microsoft really wanted to get involved and stick it to Google, all they got to do is be like, and this doesn't have to be the case, and it isn't. This was a Satya Nadella thing but as I always throw this out here is Windows Phone. For those that remember the Windows phone, Windows 10 and all of that, Microsoft shut it down when Satya Nadella took over. But if you think about it, Microsoft could just be like, hey, U.S. government, we had to close our mobile division down because we can't compete with the monopoly that Google has.
I guess people in Canada don't care about TikTok, huh? Really?
I never use TikTok. I'm
well, that is true. That is so. I saw the no to counter that FCAT in the chat. Kabini said Shark Tank guy Kevin O'Leary. He's Canadian. He's from Canada. Apparently, he's Canada's only billionaire, from what I've been told. I'm not really sure because I thought it was the superhero that's in the chat from Canada. But I do know he's been trying to buy it as well. So I've been told they said they don't want to sell.
Cowboys switching stuff around.
I've heard that they don't want to sell it, and the company already stated that if the ban goes into effect, it's not so much that they're going to you just won't be able to. You'll be able to use the app. They're shutting all of the servers. The U.S. based stuff will be shut off. Right. They're just going to pull the plug. So it's a VPN isn't going to help you. It's just it will not operate in this country.
Yes. Plus, at the same time, I do think TikTok needs to be,
I don't understand. No, it needs to just get rid of it. Like that's where all the retarded shit is from. All these kids,
like the fucking cinnamon challenge and all that shit. Like, motherfuckers are gonna kill yourself doing this.
Actually, you know what? Let me correct that. Maybe it should stay because it does help weed out the, it does help get rid of certain. Hey, look, do something stupid, and you get to deal with you kind of earn the consequence. If you want to, sniff cinnamon powder or eat Tide Pods, I mean, there's a label on it for a reason, and you know what?
Right.
Hey, a label don't do shit if they can't read.
Yeah, that's true.
So how do y'all? How do y'all? What do y'all think about the state of Ubisoft right now?
It's gonna get sold. It's gonna get sold to some big company.
Do y'all think that AC Shadows is gonna fail and they're gonna be forced to buy?
I don't think it's not gonna fail because the game is bad. It's gonna fail because the community is going to force it to fail.
No. We're not gonna say it is gonna fail because it's woke. I mean.
No. I'm not even using that term. I'm not using that term. I'm saying that you have certain games that come out that people don't like. So what do? They go on Steam, they leave reviews, and they leave horrible reviews to the point where it loses. Nobody buys it.
Yeah, but
they're going to review bomb the crap out of it.
So that game's under the woke thing. I forgot to warn everybody before
there's a lot of things that game has issues with.
So let me get this out here. So we're not gonna go. I'm not gonna try to go into the woke stuff anymore too much.
All right, like I'll leave. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Damn it.
Right now, the way I see it, they'll probably get a win with AC Shadows. They'll get that win, and they'll get the win with Ubisoft shutting down. But where they'll lose is South of Midnight. I believe South of Midnight is going to kill the woke narrative, just like Indiana Jones did.
Well, isn't South of Midnight in some trouble because like they're in like colludes with Sweet Baby Inc.
Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. and they're claiming race swap in the Deep South. They're freaking stupid. Come to New Orleans and walk the streets of New Orleans and you tell me.
I'm afraid to walk the
black people here.
Hey, look! Right now, I don't know if I want to be walking the streets of New Orleans. I've seen things. I've already got broke knees. I don't want to get run over again.
You can go walk the streets of LA right now, just they're a little on fire.
Well, I heard about the fire sale they were having. I was going to go out there and check some properties.
Oh,
that's
terrible, man.
I
don't condone anybody going to Bourbon Street.
There's going to be a lot of empty property available soon.
Look, and just like that, I've been canceled again. Damn.
But yeah, so on Ubisoft, would y'all?
They're going to get. I think no matter whatever the outcome is with the new Assassin's Creed game, I think that it's still going to get. It's still going to get canceled, or the company's still going to get sold.
It will review high, and it will sell a lot of titles. I mean, I'm sure they'll get enough people into the review train to get them a good review. They've been working and polishing it with some of their best people. I've seen some of the combat. It does look entertaining and cool. The Shinobi character looks very fun to play. I like that stealthy, fast, quick combat. The Valhalla was their best-selling Assassin's Creed series of all time. So why wouldn't their next one be just as big of a seller? I think we, as a game commentary group and community, get sucked into like that 2% of Twitter that yells at the top of their lungs. But when it comes down to it, the gamers don't really care. They buy the game when they see it available in their digital store when it comes down to it. And AC and Ubisoft, they bring back people. There's people who just play Valhalla that are going to only switch over when they see Shadows.
I mean, personally, I think they're gonna. I don't think.
So what was the thing?
I don't think any singular game can save Ubisoft right now. I think their reputation is so in the fucking mud. They're freaking finding bugs in it.
My question is, what was the thing that they had to get rid of because it was offensive and they had to refund everybody?
Oh, something like to do with like something about like Japan and something about nuclear stuff. I heard. 100% sure, but it's like
apparently people are getting refunds for the original pre-order.
The thing with Ubisoft is, I feel like they're just done. They're a relic of the past, and someone's gonna come in and buy them. Probably Microsoft or Tencent. It ain't gonna be Sony.
Well, it's not gonna be Microsoft. They're under enough scrutiny as it is, and with all of that, I think if anything, my guess is it
oh wow, Cowboy turned into a pillow.
Oh, that's what that is. I swear to God, I saw the chair.
Whoops.
Hey,
wrong one.
Look, I saw the chair and the pillow. I thought it was like some Darth Vader type stuff going on there.
I'm in my laundry room, and I'm listening. Just make sure if somebody's trying to pop in or not.
Hey,
so I'm still here. Just let y'all guys know.
Hey, yeah, you got some.
Look, if there's anybody in the dungeon down there, blink. Just yell for help. We'll take them up.
No, you know what's funny? So wait. I'm in Florida. This is weird. My laundry room is technically outside. Look, it's like in my
Only
Hey,
in
Look,
Florida.
you
Hey,
got some freaky
Anthony-
shit
Oh,
going on.
is that an alligator
on your
coming up your
gaming
front
share,
lawn?
Hey, Anthony, make sure you keep them gates shut. The gates shut and the doors closed. You're gonna have a gator in your house in the morning.
I know, but
I'm
don't be
jealous of
just
that nice
freaky
weather.
stuff.
It is minus 19 degrees Celsius, which
hey,
is
look at that pool right
super
there.
cold. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, I see the gator in it right
Yeah.
now.
Hey, I will give you one other word of advice. Don't ever let yourself get bit by the red ants.
Oh, yeah, the fire ants?
Yeah, dude, those fire
Yeah,
ants are no joke.
yeah, I got bit by them years and years ago when I first lived here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did too when I lived down there because I lived Fort Lauderdale, Broward
Mm.
County on the east side, and then I was down in the Keys for a while
Mm.
growing up.
All right, I'll be back.
All right.
And now Mama knows.
So
Gotta
some
go
quick
Pete.
stats. Assassin's Creed sold $1.8 million. Sorry, 1.8 million copies in the first week with Valhalla. Over its lifetime, it sold 20 million copies, and it has also generated $1 billion in revenue, the highest-grossing Assassin's Creed series to date. So to say that Shadows will be successful, I think. Is pretty good for them.
Nice.
All right, look. Well, scrutiny for how many more companies do they need to buy? Do you really think if they bought you or they go after Ubisoft, they're going to be able to buy it? They already got frowned upon when they bought the ABK deal went through as soon as they started laying off people. And to answer the second part of what would they do, they'd probably let everybody go and just add all the titles to Game Pass and be done with it. What have they done with Call of Duty? Besides ruin that, oh no, that game was already ruined from the start. Never mind.
Oh no, you
Hey,
haven't.
Call of Duty was ruined after they did a Black Ops 2.
Haven't you heard all the players dropped off because they started introducing celebrities and crossovers and lasers that shoot guns?
Yeah, they're turning it into Fortnite. They're making none of that stuff has anything to do with Call of Duty. Like the whole franchise
And the cheating's bad.
Well,
too.
yeah, no. The cheating was a Linux thing. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. That was just the people on Steam Deck that can't play because they're all the cheaters.
You're actually bringing up our next topic, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go. You can carry it in, and then I'll rant. I'm just realizing how good I am without even.
So yeah, our next topic is actually the PC, the old school PC Master Race for Windows versus Linux. Windows versus Linux. Xbox OS versus Steam OS. Windows versus Linux, people.
TPG can't even. Actually, he could because he's team Linux because that's what the PS5 is built on.
Team Linux. I don't know what it is, but I'm Team Linux.
Hey, look, Microsoft is. We all know how Microsoft is when it comes to anything that's Windows related. Windows 11 is the biggest disaster they've come out with in like 3 or 4 releases.
Well, they did have the Xbox One release. Let's be fair.
Well, yeah, but even before the Xbox was the thing, they had a Windows operating system on a gaming system. It was called the Sega Dreamcast. It had Windows CE.
Yeah, that's true.
And then it went to the Xbox stuff. I understand the whole point of going to an Xbox-oriented thing, it's to compete with the Steam Deck. I don't think the Steam Deck is the Steam OS is. I know they're talking. Everybody and anybody is talking about in the Linux community talks about it's going to take over Windows. I don't think it will. I don't think it needs to. Windows is never going to go away until Microsoft allows it to go away. I think what they want to do is I have not been able to dig up anything on the whatever this supposed Xbox OS is going to be.
Yeah, so to Kabini's question, FCAT, can I do Xbox OS on my laptop? That's what I want computing. I want to be able to boot an Xbox OS and it be like Windows without all the junk.
I think that's what they plan on doing. And FCAT and I had this conversation a couple days ago.
Right.
And I think we could see. So when you have Steam OS, if you have a physical copy of Steam OS, you can install that on, and then you have the option. It boots into the Steam mode, the big screen mode, essentially, and then you can exit into game mode. Well, I think that at some point we could see that could be what we could see with the Xbox OS is that it will default to that and then you can exit out. I don't, or it could just be a straight up operating system that is geared for gaming hardware. Whether it could just very easily be desktops, laptops in the console that have the Xbox OS, and then you still have Windows for I don't know your business or just general PC users. Because there are, let's be real, the Xbox OS would be catered to the gamers. It's not going to be a general OS that everybody is going to want. Yeah, dual boot, and that's the thing. That could be another way that Microsoft could, because we know that nobody likes. There are a lot of people that despise Windows 11, in the PC world aspect of things. Having an Xbox OS as a dual boot option would be a way to compensate the whole Windows 10 to upgrade to 11 and buying a new PC for the gamers. But like I said, I haven't seen anything right now. I don't think it's going to come out this year unless Microsoft does something else. I'm in the Windows Insider program, so I get all of the new updates. There's still, what I've heard is they're gonna release 25H2 in October, unless something changes. And 25H2 is just Windows 11. It's the Insider build right now. October would be when everyone would get it, unless something happens that I'm not aware of. I don't know.
So according to the guy who lied about the Series S, he says that the that it's gonna be Xbox, like the console and PC
Hey,
both
sorry to
worlds
interrupt you, FCAT.
combined.
Sorry to interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second, but I'm taking off. My
All right,
ride's here.
Go ahead. See you around. But anyways, oh my god. But yeah, they said that the Xbox PC hybrid thing, it just brings up all kind of questions and red flags for me, because I'm wondering, how the online stuff would work with
Yeah,
it and paying online and that whole situation. We know that Microsoft has the balls to be like, guess what, PC gamers start paying for online just for like security or something. They'll
they
say
already
like
they already tried it once.
security and no hackers, no cheaters.
Yep. And they tried it once.
Yeah.
They tried that with Windows 10, and then when it backfired on.
Consoles players been playing it
Oh,
happily for 20 years. 20 years paying for
yeah,
it happily.
because it was included in the Xbox Live Gold.
Right.
Except for when they tried to jack the price up, and then they had
OG
to lower it.
Xbox, actually. Halo 2.
Hey, I made a lot of friends playing Xbox back in the day, in like almost 20 years ago. Oh God, have I been gaming that long? Ugh.
Yeah, I'm wondering about this whole online thing.
ISO. Oh, I know that. We know that, but ISO, we know it wouldn't fly, but Microsoft doesn't. That's the problem. And like, Satya Nadella doesn't care about that. The end game here is to get the Xbox as the sole as a window as the operating system. That's what they want. That's what Bill Gates wanted from the get-go when the Xbox originally came out.
Right. If you see the Power On documentary,
you go all the way back
Bill
to
Gates
things.
wanted Xbox to be a PC.
Xbox was originally designed to be the PC. When the 360 came out, Bill Gates was still a part of the company, was still the guy running the show. He wanted the Xbox 360 was supposed to be the PC. That was why they had the Kinect. That's why they had the home screen the way it was. It was geared toward. They brought in movies, TV apps, all these things. It was supposed to be your entertainment hub. Bill Gates wanted it that way. When he stepped down, Steve Ballmer took over. He was like, "No, we're not doing that."
Right,
And
he wanted Excel on it. He wanted Office on it. Word on it.
Gates wanted everything. He wanted it to replace the PC. Or he wanted it
Right.
as a
PC under the TV.
Yeah, essentially.
Under the TV.
Steve
And this is
Ballmer
basically what it.
Steve Ballmer said hell no to that. So he changed everything. That's where we got the gaming side. It never ended up that way. Well, Satya Nadella came rolling in and was like, "Yeah, we're fixing this." And he's basically doing exactly what Bill Gates wanted. He got rid of the Windows Phone. That was on him. And he has admitted that was a stupid mistake on his part. But he's made up for it by doing exactly what Bill Gates wanted from the get-go, with getting the Xbox to basically be the PC under your TV. The full home theater PC that Microsoft has always wanted, has been after since the Xbox 360.
So, like I mentioned to you in the Discord, that the PlayStation fanboys, every time this conversation comes up, and they talk about native Steam app and being able to play PlayStation games on an Xbox, they keep bringing up the GeForce Now situation where they took off God of War on
But God of War,
GeForce Now.
but God of War is still on there. I can go on GFN right now and play God of War, because I actually I might not. But that's just because I might not have logged in before the cutoff time and played it one more time, so it was locked in there. But most of the people that had it, or even the ambassadors, I don't know if Rue still has it, but I know a lot of the ambassadors that I'm still, that are in the program, still have access to it. There's a lot of people that do.
No, it's just funny to me because they
always got to find something, someone to.
They should look up Boosteroid. They should look up Boosteroid right now, and they would have their they would cry a little bit.
We can't
They
do
would
that,
cry
guys.
and have their hearts broken.
Oh my God! Why are all
if they find out about Boosteroid?
Why are the PC games on there? Oh.
But yeah, I think it's gonna be like a native GeForce Now or Boosteroid app on an Xbox or on the Xbox OS. It makes sense because GeForce Now just released their native Steam app for the Steam Deck and VR. What do you think, Rudig, Mr. GeForce Now ambassador?
Well, I hope they bring GeForce Now to VR. I mean, make those headsets a lot lighter, a lot more immersive. I mean, right now it's way too heavy, and they need to be able to adjust the frames per second so it's not straining on your eyes. There's a lot of steps. I feel like we're kind of just the guinea pigs, and then the very first generation of VR. But for me personally, man, I don't even play first-person perspective games, so I feel like the VR headset is never going to be my jam. But that's just my thing. So it's never really been like a huge focus for me.
GFN coming to Xbox.
Isn't that already a thing? It's already on the console. You can play this game on GFN.
like as a native app. Like, you don't need to go to the browser anymore.
Yeah, I mean, if GFN wants to be everywhere, they definitely do that. Or if they isolate themselves to the PC universe, I mean, they're already on every single TV. Why wouldn't they be on an Xbox? They're already making those first steps into the Xbox. So I definitely see that as an option for them moving forward. I don't see why they wouldn't be on there, especially if their Xbox is going to be NVIDIA powered.
Well, and they're already and they're working on the native Linux app. They're working on a native VR app as well I know it'll be released for the Quest, whatever, the Meta 3 or 3S or whatever it is. I don't know what they're on. But I know, like, the Steam Deck app that they're working on, it's essentially just a native Linux app that'll be available for the community, for those that use Linux. So it'll be nice to see that finally show up as well. But once again, that just shows that Linux is still is a viable option for gaming. The fact that even GFN is willing to make a native app tells people that it's not just a niche anymore. Because you don't see companies going out of their way to make apps available for these things. Oh Lord, yeah, there goes the show makers in the chat.
French isn't a niche either, but nobody wants to go around talking French. All right, most people just talk English because it's easier.
I talk German all the time. Oh, you're saying French? Gotcha. I mean, I do that also. I learned it in an app. I'm kidding. I don't.
Parlez-vous français? Comment ça va?
Yeah, no habla French. I was about to say Espanol. I totally would have messed that one up. Maker, get in here. Come on now. You know you want to join this podcast. I don't even know why you would just say not join.
Hopefully,
Anthony sees
Anthony,
it.
yeah, hopefully he sees it.
I don't know if he's going to join. He might not, but the fact he said I've been summoned, that to me tells me he wants to get in here and chime in his 2 cents about gaming and Xbox and Windows versus Linux. Or he just wants to troll me. I feel
know
that's what he's becoming.
he wants to be back in here in the old school ways. Yeah. How we do this.
He misses. We all know he misses that.
Yeah.
3S. Okay, that's what I thought.
He got mad at me over the article. So
the 3S, yeah, that's the one. I can't never remember. I can't keep up with how many they got going on. Oh, I'm trying to see if I can find any. I ain't got no.
So the last, I don't know. I guess we might as well bring up the last thing we were going to talk about, and that is Halo coming to the PlayStation and the Switch rumor. Now, I watched Doc Dark's little thing about Halo coming to PS5 video, and he says that Xbox loses nothing, absolutely nothing. Halo going to PS5. He is dead wrong. They think there's an Xbox tax now. Wait till this happens. Once this happens, it's going to be a media shitstorm.
Why wouldn't it go to PlayStation? I mean, if you think, I don't understand why people are always like, oh, Microsoft would never put their games on PlayStation. Why not? Why wouldn't they?
So
it makes sense, doesn't it, to sell your products on another cloud? If you're able to, do it, because the whole point is to sell your product, make money off the game, right? They want people in the Microsoft ecosystem, whether it's whether it's the console ecosystem or the gaming ecosystem. That's what they want you in.
Xbox will never put Halo on PlayStation 5, and they will never put Flight Sim on PlayStation 5. They are going to keep some exclusivity, some identity. They are going to sell Gears of War for sure, but never Halo. There's never going to be a day where you see Halo on PlayStation. And if you think otherwise, you're smoking stronger stuff than me.
Well, I am in the mountains, so you know.
Well, that's the rumor, and they said they making it sound pretty like it's coming this year. Master Chief Collection.
Yeah, and what? You're going to get an exclusive blue Master Chief skin. No, that's not happening. That is not happening. Master Chief will stay where he is. And the other games, yes, Master Chief, there's some sovereignty. Some things can't be touched. All right? You can have wife 1 and 2, but you can't have the main wife. All right? You got to keep her at home.
I love the analogy. Oh, wait. Where did FCAT go? So now is it just us? Is it our show now?
Uh-oh, Cowboy. All right. So here's what's happening in the world on Cowboy's show.
Are we getting some PlayStation content going?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, if anyone wants to check out a brand new China Hero project, AI Limit is now available on PC. I'm getting private messages.
Kubini said it's the same leaker that said Starfield's going to PS5 in 2024.
Yeah, Starfield's not coming to PlayStation 5 either. Like, people need to chill on that. Bethesda is not rushing to make a PlayStation port. They're too busy making their own stuff. Cloud and console plug time. Yes, be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you. Cloud and console at Cloud and Console, one word. Be sure to like and subscribe over there. We do tons of shows. This week we're actually going to be playing some Among Us in 3 hours. So be sure to jump into the fun if you like some Among Us. It's crossplay multiplayer, free on any platform.
And mobile.
FCAT and mobile and
Yeah.
mobile.
Hey,
yeah,
what? And 8 p.m. You could head over to YouTube and watch the sports talk with myself and Ray.
Oh,
the gaming
gosh.
cyborg.
I had
We're going to be having our first playoff game. Football talk. Oh, well, there goes.
Okay,
FCAT's back. And
Okay.
remember, at Rudigs, at Cloud and Console.
AWL is actually paying attention. Good, that's good. I'm sorry, but this PC's been acting up. It's been restarting all random.
My bad. I just seen that FCAT was sitting in the back. I was like, what is he doing in the back? How long was you there?
Was Maker
Oh,
back
it's okay. I took over.
Yeah, you took over. How long was you there for?
No, my
it's 2
PC
minutes.
restarted.
All right, man. All right, now I'm deep into this thing, but I'm paying attention a little bit.
Hey, your PC restarted because you was talking bad about Microsoft. They just gave you an update. It's gonna break something.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my computer. Like, it just keeps restarting. Like, it restarts during games and stuff.
Yeah, and I think what the real thing is, you need a brand new graphics card that's just as powerful as my PS5. I mean, come on, this 5070 can't even hit 30 frames per second on 4K at Black Myth Wukong. What are they trying to sell us here?
I don't know. I might have to ship it back, but I have to wait till these wildfires clear up.
I don't know. I was okay. I mean, my package was in California, but it came from. Oh, look at that! It's made in China. Never mind. I did see where it came from. It was shipped when I looked up the tracking information. When it shipped from the manufacturer from Wuhan, China, I was like, oh.
So the thing with Halo and Master Chief to Xbox, that is the face of the brand. Like, you cannot deny it. That's like Mario.
No, that is, yeah.
That's like Crash Bandicoot to PlayStation. Oh, wait.
Oh, no, Crash is Xbox. Spyro. Nope. Spyro's Xbox.
Who they got
Okay,
now?
people can rebrand. Ask my man Bet right here.
Yeah, that's true.
PlayStation 5's new mascot is, and it's a triplex. It's Aloy, it's God of War Kratos, and it's Astrobot.
Yeah,
like,
those are
the
It's
three
not
players.
Astrobot. It's Spider-Man. It's none of them. It's Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's shared.
No,
Spider-Man's polyamorous.
Spider-Man's been on Xbox before. If we go back to the X-Men, oh my God, it was an old school game, but it was on the 360. Spider-Man's been on there, but Astrobot is clearly the face of the company, as is God of War, and I mean those three. When you tell me Astrobot or God of War, I'm going to immediately know that you're talking about.
So, if this happens,
oh yeah, Kratos did go to PC. Yeah, but but that's
go
PC.
to PC.
But that's PC. Everything that's Xbox 9 times is available PC almost. There's very few Xbox console games that are not on the PC.
But this is what's gonna happen if this happens. Keebenie's gonna get his wish. Starfield will become the flagship IP of Xbox.
We're now at a place in gaming where PC computers have finally caught up to consoles in population, in market share, and in technology, and games are starting to come over to PC. Like, it's a great time to be on PC because your library is expanding. I mean, you paid more than 4 to 5 times the price of a console, so you may as well have an expanded library of choices. So I think it's absolutely amazing time for PC.
Do you think PlayStation wants Starfield?
Oh, well, absolutely. I think they want to have as many games as they possibly can. I think they're in a position where they do not say no to games, right? Because it's just more sales on their marketplace. I think that's an issue. I think we're not really there in terms of like more curated libraries because gamers are so diverse. I mean, you have half of gamers ever only playing Fortnite, Minecraft, or Roblox.
Oh, speaking of PlayStation, did y'all see Purple Haze's video?
No, I did not.
The PlayStation PC thing.
PlayStation's making a PC, or is it just the PC app that they have?
She says, wait, what's it called? Give me a
Because
second.
if they're making, if they're updating,
What
if
was
they're,
the
oh, here we go.
title?
Hold on, can I copy this link?
Death of exclusive PlayStation's PC strategy. Miss Console War over here.
I don't think PC's always been great there, ISO. Let's go back to 2010 of the age of PS2. What would you rather have, a PC or a PS2 when your friends come over?
So the only thing I have to say about Purple Haze's video, I honestly think the PC launcher is coming. A PlayStation PC launcher is coming. And
They already have one. All they have to do is update it. I mean, it's the same crap app that they've had for like 10 years. That's what the PlayStation Plus Premium PC app is. Which one, they need to fix that name because that's ridiculously too long. Ain't nobody want to be like, oh, what's the app I got to Oh, PlayStation Plus Premium PC app. And then when you type that, just make sure you add in at the end of that download, and it'll take you directly to the link you need. That in itself, but I don't think that they're going to come out with a different app. They're just going to they'll update that thing and basically redo the entire thing. They'll gut it out, fix it up, make it look nice.
Right. Mostly pushing the PSN login and being like, oh, well, y'all want to complain about PSN login? How about day and date behind PSN?
But here's the thing: why complain about it? I mean, I don't see people complaining about having to log in for like.
Oh, you haven't heard?
I've heard that, but what
my friend in this other country can't access PlayStation Network.
There is no way GT7 will be on PC. There's no way.
Oh, they're saying the Astrobot's going to PC. How is that going to work?
Like I said, people of PC are going to prop up a lot of game sales now that games are more expensive. And PC population is undeniable now that they're at a place where they can properly run these games. 10 years ago, it wasn't at a place like this. They weren't porting all the games over.
But
so
Kabini, it is the best place to play if you can afford it. If you can afford the hardware, then yeah, I agree with you. It is the best place.
Actually, take that back a bit, because I saw Purple Haze mention all these $1,000 to get into PC. To get into PC, it's actually free $10 or $20.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to retract my statement. I must not know anything about PC gaming, even though I've been doing it.
The average person
80s,
with a computer from dinosaur ages can download GeForce Now or access GeForce Now.
Well, not really, because if they have a dinosaur computer that does not have Windows 10 on it, it's not going to do them any good.
Right.
Because anything if you have Windows 7, you have Windows 8, 8.1, XP, Vista, and I've looked at the market share, and I know which countries are still rocking some of these old school operating systems. It literally, I'm sure I'll get edited out. Oh, wait a minute. God damn it, Phoenix.
Yeah, they use the Charlie Brown filter for vet on the VOD. It just goes wah 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 wah.
Wow. Who invited Miss Phoenix to the stream? How did she even get this link? Probably
right.
Great. Now I'm gonna get ganged up on this one. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, I just like to throw in my hat in the ring. I mean,
no, I know, and just here's the other. Thanks. Here's the other thing. Like the storage thing. How many games are you going to be able to install, unless it's cloud-based gaming? PC's not expensive, but how are you going to afford how many hard drives are you going to be plugging in, or USB or external hard drives are you going to be utilizing to download all these games? Because what is Call of Duty 300 something gig? You want to play a game at 4K? Well, you better make sure one, you have the right GPU, but you still need a decent amount of space for, let's see, I'll use some examples. Madden 24 is 55 gig. Both of the Spider-Man games were at least 60 gig. So there's what is that, 120, 170, whatever. Then you throw in a couple of other games here and there. Fortnite, that's another 60 gig or more. Helldivers, you're pushing about 100 gig for that. Red Dead Redemption 2, that's 100 gig. GTA 5, 100 gig. You've already exceeded the space on most.
People can always get like 8 terabytes of space, though. And then that's the thing. Like you're always dropping more money onto your PC.
How many? But you're talking game. But kids aren't going to be dropping money like that. They don't have that kind of money. And you really think parents aren't going to be like, if my kid was like, Dad, I want this and I want that, I'd be like, get yourself.
Kids don't play new games. Kids play Fortnite, Minecraft, and Roblox. There's a small population of aging gamers that play the newer games that come out. Like those are just facts, statistics, and numbers. Like Call of Duty definitely grabs more people, huge numbers. But in the end, like Marvel Rivals was maybe one of the newer ones that grab people, but they're all drawn towards the 3 staples of gaming right now. And those rule the population of new gamers.
Well, luckily, all those new games I don't have to worry about because I don't play them. And even if I did, they're not going to get my money for me to be able to play them. I have other ways. I can't promote on a live stream. You can see me in the Discord and I'll explain how to. Cyborg City, people. That's where it's at.
Right.
I have 3, 4, but that's the thing. I mean, that is the fact that you have to have 3, 4 terabyte drives in a system just to be able to game is ridiculous. I have a 480 gig hard drive. One drive. That's all I've got is 480 gig, and all of my gaming, I don't have any games installed unless I need to.
So, do y'all think the future is no more exclusives?
It should have been for a while.
Platform's gonna have everybody's games.
It shouldn't. It should.
No,
exclusivity
because we're reaching a curve.
Ago.
We're reaching an inverse curve where games will become cheaper and cheaper to make, with AI filling in the gaps of large production times and tedious tasks. So again, we're going to reach a point where games start to cost a lot less. We're going to get more games pumping out in terms of the time when we were at the PS2 era, where we had new games coming out all the time. Right now, we are probably in the worst generation of gaming with the highest cost possible. Exactly like how you see graphics cards. Why do you think the newest generation of graphics card has the least amount of brute power, but is still able to achieve the same amount? Because they're using AI to fill in the gaps. And that's exactly what's going to happen with game design. And I think moving forward, games have to be coming down in price in terms of production value. As consumers, we'll be paying more for games because that's the bitch slap we'll get. But other than that, they'll cost less to make.
All of us here are former Stadia people, and we remember that Stadia. One of the reasons why Stadia shut down was because of no exclusives. But I mean, I don't know if that'll be the route.
I mean,
the route.
FCAT, it's not cool to bring up. Stadia is like my ex-girlfriend, all right? And you're bringing her up and you're breaking my heart. You know how much, we loved each other. We had a special relationship, and you just bring it up and you crush me.
It's like Concord, It always comes back.
Dude, Concord is better than Marvel Rivals, and I'll die on that hill.
Where did it go? That's still there? Or you went mute?
Get over Stadia. I did, but then FCAP brings it back up. It's like it's not as easy to get over, Some people were attached.
Hey, FCAT, did you see the patent that was the gaming patent that was filed by Microsoft?
The one.
I
think I saw something earlier.
DRAM on the
for
Oh.
crafting and altering game narratives. You
No,
can
I
build
heard about
AI.
the thing with xCloud. They're finally gonna go 4K. Woo!
Oh my God, Wilson, she was sleeping with you too. Now I'm gonna have to go get checked.
Wow.
You heard about xCloud finally getting 4K? Wow,
No, I did not.
such an advance.
Hold on.
Such an advance. You know,
Marvel
serious
Rivals is a
4K
Overwatch clone.
4K
We already had that game.
4K Series S in the cloud.
Wait,
Oh,
wait, ISO. That doesn't make my point any less valid, all right? And even though you're right about it, it still doesn't make it any less valid. All right. So
he
cheers.
he knows he's on my show, so he can show that he could do that on my show.
Yeah. Only for a minute. And plus, it's like drinking a beer. It's fine.
I'm there right there with you.
That camera has to come on to shout at ISO. Yeah.
How y'all like Marvel Rivals? I mean,
The which?
Marvel Rivals. Do y'all actually like it? Like, is it?
So if you
Do you
have a
think it's
group
gonna
of
die soon, or?
you never know with those type of games, it definitely could keep a decent population. Let's say above like 30,000 over the next 3 months. I mean, it's maintaining over 80,000 on Steam right now.
Every time I play it, I'm like, this is Paladins Champions of the Realm with Marvel skins.
It's a definite clone, but it's just where the people go. That's what keeps things alive, right? I mean, it's actually fun. Like Concord was fun, all right, and it was slower, and it didn't. You didn't need a healer or two healers just to be able to win a match. Like I hate like taking down a guy. Somebody's coming right at you, and it's just like, nope. All your shots are rejected, and they're just going to heal right back up, and they got shield. And it's like the mechanics are so freaking. And then Scarlet Witch comes up, and she just kaboom and blows everything up. Like I just it frustrates me sometimes, and I just wish in Concord it just seemed like I was in control of everything. The guns felt better. It felt more of a personal experience. I was right up close with it. I don't know. And it's just my personal experience.
I saw the patent, the PlayStation patent, the one about the smelling. You can smell.
Smell-o-vision? Come on now. I mean, Nickelodeon invented that ages ago, man.
Yeah.
They gotta get with the program. Sony's got to catch up. I mean,
Yeah.
realize
Not only you blow the controller, you can smell it too.
you can blow it and sniff at the same time. Wow. I mean, that's some high quality stuff to be able to do blow and sniffs.
So we went over Smell-O-Vision on Super PlayStation Bros. Shout out to Super PlayStation Bros. And Dorgon. And we talked about how they demonstrated it at CES, and Phoenix sort of keyed us in and told us that it wasn't going to be like the disgusting bad smells. It was going to be more of like the atmospheric. So like if you like got into an area and rain's hitting the trees, you would kind of smell that dew and rain. Or you were going by different cold aspects and you could smell like the chill. Like it wasn't going to be like the disgusting smells, which I think is a better move.
Is that why? So Phoenix is upset because she won't be able to get them like foot smells like from the random characters. Then, huh? That's just
so. Microsoft has filed a gaming patent.
Sorry. Jesus.
So Microsoft filed gaming patent for crafting and altering game narratives using generative AI.
Yeah.
Get prepared for more layoffs.
They already announced that there were more layoffs. I got an article about that as well. That they sent me. They laid off employees in security experiences and devices, sales, and gaming, separate from performance cuts. And that was announced like 2 hours ago. According to,
wow.
let me see if blah blah blah.
And the gaming news is been so slow.
So the
slowed
group
down
run by
a lot today.
yeah, one of the people familiar with the matter said employees started receiving notifications Tuesday about layoffs in Microsoft's security unit. The group is run by Charlie Brown, Bell. God, fucking Charlie Brown. Shit, you guys said. A former top cloud executive at Amazon who stunned the industry when he left for Microsoft in 2021 to lead a revamped cybersecurity effort. Microsoft expanded its some stuff. Let me see if I can get any more of this info. I'm not. So it looks like that, but I don't have the rest for the other divisions. But it doesn't look too good that they're dropping people left and right now.
Oh, FCAT's gone. Again, if you want to listen to more PlayStation news, you want to check out Super PlayStation Bros Monday mornings at 10 a.m. on Cloud and Console. Hopefully everyone's doing fantastic today. Obviously, FCAT's got some issues, but that's all right.
Hey,
we're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
I mean, Phoenix, we know you want them nug smells.
Absolutely. So Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League live service story has concluded now, with I think about a year after release. And there is a brand new ending, which is actually available to PS Plus members. So if you are a fan of that game or played it out in the beginning, that's some cool stuff there. I think it's a little bit too little, too late. And to me, I can understand why that game didn't last the test of time. It was just absolutely too much stuff happening on the screen, although I am getting through it. Thanks, FCAT, for leaving me here. Hopefully, Anthony brings you back. So Microsoft is exploring using AI-powered neural rendering to reduce VRAM requirements for Xbox. And I think this is able to be able to get them to run Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto 6. I think it's great that if that is true, sort of innovation comes through games being better and more demanding, and the market demanding innovation. So it being better for gamers in the long run, I think is a great move. As long as that is the outcome and the price of Game Pass doesn't go up unanimously. So
all right, here.
Fingers crossed for that.
We'll do this also. I'll take my camera and we'll just have Zoe on the camera. Nobody wants to see your big nose.
If we some dogs and you some dogs. I only got the original one last week, but I'm not playing it from the start. Oh no. Apparently there's a special Harley Quinn themed ending. I'm only playing until I get one ending.
Ah, damn it. We weren't doing anything.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I'm sorry, this damn PC keeps forgetting.
Hey, I'm telling you, every time we bring up Microsoft stuff, look what happens. The PC keeps fucking up.
And normally I'll be here. So again, today I'm just going through some stuff, but I think I'm good now.
Yeah,
my wife is making some food, but so go ahead.
Oh, me too. She's making tofu with farro, and farro is this new thing I'm getting into. We switched off of white rice, and now I'm eating it. It's a Mediterranean barley, and it's got so much more protein and nutrients in it than regular rice. And it's been doing wonders. I love the stuff now.
My wife is making pierogies, but yeah, potato and what is it?
Yeah, so what we got? 20 minutes till your next show.
Oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna do my show tonight, man.
We'll just keep this going live the whole time and take it over.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else can we get up in here?
I thought Maker would show up, but I guess
rice. Okay, ISO. Rice is life.
Gaming.
Rice is delicious, but I'm just saying, nutrient density. It's something that I learned in nutrition courses, but having that nutrient density is really important. So give farro a chance. Just saying.
You brought FCAT. You did say something when we were on the Switch stuff that
Yeah.
Supposedly, it's getting revealed on Thursday, right?
Right.
Okay. Because that
At the Xbox.
Yeah, you know what's getting released on Thursday? It's going to be a Nintendo Lego set that is going to be Game Boy Advance.
Though that the PlayStation 5 port of Halo: The Master Chief Collection, as well as the release on the Switch 2, was corroborated by Jez Corden from Windows Central.
Fake news.
So wait, which part? Jez Corden or Windows Central or the
Halo is not going anywhere. Oh my goodness.
What the fuck?
Vet.
That's not my history, I swear.
That's what they saying. It's supposed to be a toy, right?
No, that's putting the joy back in joystick.
I mean, who doesn't have? That's what you use VR for.
We gotta be controversial over here.
You sync that game, that controller up with your VR headset, and you got yourself a Saturday evening.
Hey, listen, remember, Purple Haze once said, "The day VR is gonna blow up is when it's able to make somebody come."
Jesus.
There it is. There it is.
Holy shit.
You get some Ex Machinima-esque NVIDIA robots.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Kibini sent that picture? Did Kibini send the picture?
Oh, that is not. Nice try.
That's Kibini's picture, y'all.
Hold up, I got something Kibini wanted me to pull up.
Well, if it's anything like the last one, let's go.
He said something, I'll DM Cowboy, so here. This is what Kibini sent me. I'll make it.
Oh, is it Mario? Oh, it's Mario. Nice. Oh man, he really changed.
The Switch 2 is not
specs, I guess.
How do people know? No, this is all made up.
I think they used AI to Google's Gemini to figure it out. Possibly, I don't know. I'm just guessing here.
What was that, TK9 right there?
Okay, so it says how many Switch 2 DLSS? Yes. So what is it going to have? DLSS 1, 2, 3, 4? Which one? We don't know. It's just guesses. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't think people really know. Switch 2 docked is going to have 3.1 teraflops. Like, the PS5 has what, 17 teraflops? It's just
the
like
base PS5 is
he's live.
Was it a 12.28?
I don't know. That's a lot of math.
No, 10.28 because I remember Stadia was supposed to be what 10.7, but and then the Xbox was 12 teraflops. Yeah, so 10.28 was the PS5.
I get that you can be big into Nintendo, but how much do they really give you to play Nintendo? It's like I've turned it on for Zelda and that Metroid Dread game, but like Nintendo doesn't like give me the experiences I can lock into day and month after time.
That's what I was saying earlier, Rudigs. I was saying the issue with Nintendo for me is because their hardware is lacking. When a third party, I'm not going to say first party, right? But when a third party come out with some crazy game that everybody is drooling over, is not going to be on Nintendo. It's just not. And that I couldn't. Now, granted, right? If I wanted to have just, have a Nintendo for a handheld, so if I go on a trip or something, I want to pull it out. But I guess the Mario games and stuff doesn't enough to make me want to purchase one just for that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, it's. I've always said that it looks like Fisher Price designed it, and I think the Nintendo sales are so high because it's a kid's toy. Kids break their Switches, and then parents need to get them new Switches to play Roblox, Minecraft, or Fortnite. And I feel like that's so much Switch sales.
I swear, I thought I read that Phoenix said she smells a lot of indie games on her Switch. Whoops. Guess I misread that one.
It's a good travel device if you want to take it traveling, but now people have so many options when it comes to higher quality games too. I mean, people can be playing on their Steam Decks and emulate a lot of Nintendo or play their high quality games, and there's so many options now when it comes to handheld. The Portal is now taking off, 2 million sold last year, and
Steam Deck, the Legion Go S, a bunch of other stuff.
Also, I heard just talking to people, socializing, that's taking off too.
You mean just actually talking, or like not sitting here on a phone and texting stuff?
Yeah.
FCAT,
FCAT, you got any more news or what's going on in the stream of your FCAT news report?
I'm sorry, I'm back. Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, my gaming news has actually slowed down a bit. Not much going on. So February next month we got Avowed. 30 frames on Xbox.
Oh, 30 frames on your 5000 series as well on your PC. So,
oh well, that's good news from PlayStation. I mean Sony. That's nice of them. They gave $5 million to support first responders, community relief, and rebuilding efforts and assistance programs for those affected by the Southern California wildfires. Nice. Hey, all I can say is I didn't hear nothing from Microsoft about them donating money for assistance or any of these other big companies. Apparently, it was only a Sony thing that they thought they needed to.
To answer ISO's question, I have never seen anyone in my life outside with a PS Portal. But to be fair, it's Canada and it's cold, and there's not a lot of people outside.
I'll counter that one. I was at Best Buy last week walking around because my wife was at another store at Target or someplace. I don't know what she was doing, shopping somewhere, and I was in Best Buy with my 7-year-old, and he was playing the Switch and some of the other arcade stuff there, and I'm just sitting there on Best Buy's Wi-Fi using the Portal to play GTA 5. And then one of the employees happened to see me and was like, damn, I didn't even think about that, bringing my Portal to work so I could just play video games instead of, and work as well.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You know the thing is, right? I don't think anyone doubts Nintendo as far as being fun, right? Being fun. I do. Those games are going to be fun. My issue is I just don't like when I see the Nintendo games. I know, like, man, I could play Mario Kart right now, and I'm gonna enjoy it. But nothing makes me say, like, it doesn't have that whoa, like that big, like it's that game where I'm like, oh, I will spend money to play this. You know, like if I want to play Mario Kart, I download it on my phone because they made a Mario Kart for the phone. I mean,
oh my god, I remember that crap.
Like, not knocking it, but I just feel like Nintendo does a great job at their core audience, but they leave out my type of gamer. That's all, and that's not a problem. Everybody don't have to cater to me, but at the same time, that's why I would never back Nintendo. You know what I mean?
Well, Nintendo is geared towards certain people. We all know that. It's never been a true, it's not like the Wii back, in the day. The Wii had literally everything you could think of. It had the Call of Duty. It had all of the stuff, all the major games. And then when, obviously we know how the Wii U did. It was a wonderful system to kill the, Nintendo in a lot of ways. And I don't think the Switch Nintendo really recovered. Even with how successful the Switch has been, I still don't think Nintendo fully recovered from it. Because they look at what the games that they get and compare it to what they've had in past Nintendo consoles. They never were able to fully recover from that.
And that's why we're not getting Switch 2. We're getting Switch Pro. I don't think they want to make another edition of Switch and segregate their audience. I think we're going to get Switch 2. There's going to be backwards compatibility, but it's going to be downscaled for the backwards compatibility. And they're going to be able to do that because it's going to be AI upscaled. so they'll only have to make one version.
I
But
saw something that said there is 2 versions of Switch 2.
If there
I
is,
just-
I think it's stupid. That's a stupid move on their part. I don't think that they need to do that. They don't have the user base, nor do they have the games to have a need for a powerful Switch device. And it's not a knock at Nintendo, at the fan base. It's a knock at like I'm not saying this to be, to trash Nintendo fans. This is directed towards Nintendo in general, and it's simply they never, like I said, they did not recover. They lost a good chunk of fans for certain types of games from these developers that used to make games for the Wii and for even going further back, the GameCube era. Stuff like that. All of these games that they had that were catered to every genre of game. And then when the Switch came out, well, how come you don't have the same games? You're telling me that the Wii was more powerful than the Nintendo Switch? The GameCube was more powerful than the Switch because they could have all the games that everybody played. You had wrestling, you had Call of Duty, you had Battlefield, you had all these games that worked on the GameCube, that worked on the Wii. But the Switch can't handle those. So what something obviously must have happened to cause Nintendo to lose out on the people making the games for the system, that they were making them prior to that. And I think it's very easy to determine it was the Wii U, how bad that did, and they limited the hardware. They did this to themselves. Like I said, they made a killing. They did a great job catering to a specific group, but they did not cater to everybody. And if they had, I think they could have made the Switch as successful as the GameCube and as successful as the Wii in terms of having, and then when you come out with a new console, you can continue. You could have very easily then done two consoles and it would have made sense. You could have catered to a younger demographic and you could have catered to those that want more power, and that would have been able to have specific games for the higher end tier. But because they don't have that base anymore because they lost it, I think if they do that and they make 2 systems, they're going to lose a ton of money on that, and that's stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, we still need something official, but Switch 2 and GTA 6, Jesus Christ. Holding us up.
Wait, Jesus is going to be in GTA 6? Hell yeah. I mean, if Jesus is in it, I'm buying it. Day one, I will pay for it. If I can create my character to be that. No, it's not, Maker. No, it's not. Not unless if it has the power to cover everything, every type of game, and it has the power to handle it, then it will. If it doesn't, and it's basically just a little bit of an upgrade from the Switch to the Switch 2, it's not going to. Third party doesn't mean anything if you don't get all of the third party games. Why don't you join the podcast and explain to me why they don't have the same third party games that they did for the Switch or for the Wii and for the GameCube then? If Nintendo is so great.
Well,
so that, and what you guys are like politicians right now. You're skating around the question. You keep saying that they're going to sell tons of third party to boost software sales. Phoenix, I agree with Maker that it'll be sold. I don't disagree with that.
I don't think people have enough to assume a Switch 2 is even releasing. Like, it's kind of crazy.
I just don't understand how you can sit there and tell me it's so great. How is the Switch so great when it doesn't even have the same games that the Wii had or the GameCube had? Because you haven't given me a valid reason what makes the Switch outperform those 2 devices.
This will be the real test, because if people are only switching over to a new version of Switch for Mario and a new Mario Kart, it'll really tell how many people, because so much of the Switch population is just people buying this for Fortnite, Minecraft, and Roblox. And if people don't need to switch over, they will not. So it's going to be a massive test, and we'll see what they do with it.
Oh wow, somebody got Doom to run on a PDF.
Hey, I got. This is different from the usual FCAT show. Hold on, wait. What
Urban
is
in the building.
what is? Oh, that was Mr. Urban. I thought that was Maker saying that stuff. That was like, I was like, oh wait, Mr. Urban. Have I met him before? Is that guy that thinks he could play video games and always said he was good at arcade games
Yep,
like the
that's
Mortal?
him.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I
everyone likes
think
to
what
talk.
Phoenix said is kind of cool though. She said, "But you're viewing the Switch as a console. What if it's supposed to be a handheld?" The
Oh,
only problem
okay,
is once it was able to hook up to a TV, then it's too late. You know what I mean? You're gonna
No,
get both.
I don't know about that though, because I mean, if you think about some of the other Nintendo handhelds that they've had in the past, a lot of the newer ones have had the ability to hook up to the TV as well. The 3DS, you could get an attachment, hook that to the TV. The DS could hook up to the TV. Hell, even the Game Boy Advance and the Game Boy Color could hook up to the GameCube to be able to be used on the TV. So technically, that one, those weren't really consoles either. Those were just handheld attachments. They didn't turn them into consoles.
I think the price point is going to dictate a lot. I think it was Cubini who said it earlier in the show in chat that the Switch sells well because it's a $200 gaming console. So gets you onto the TV, gets a handheld, gets a travel. It gets that all for $200. And I just don't see so much of the population switching over if they can still play Fortnite, Roblox, and Minecraft. They're going to have to do something, or it's not even coming out. Like
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. To go along with what Phoenix said, is this is a handheld. Couldn't you just say that the attachment, the part that hooks up to the TV, is just a glorified accessory? That's all it is. It's an accessory. Because when they came out with the Switch OLED, all it was the handheld device, wasn't it? Or did it have the device to hook up to the TV? Because that piece there is literally just an accessory.
The dock?
So, yeah, the docking station is just an accessory, though. So it essentially is not a console; it's a handheld. They just came out with a new version of an updated handheld device, and it's a hub. It's an accessory.
So what if like if handheld mode it's a PS4, but when you put it in the dock, it's a Series S.
I could see them doing that. That would actually make more sense. If they were to come out like that, that would make sense. Because let's be real, when you're in handheld mode versus dock mode now, isn't it? There's a difference, right? Like the original, not the OLED, but the Switch when it first came out, it was what 720. I don't know what the graphics were, but I think the difference was there was a difference with the graphics for in handheld versus the docked mode, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like
I believe so.
That would make sense. Well, I get that it came with the base Switch, but the docking station is still The docking station is a USB hub, and it's still an accessory. It's not needed for the device to work. It is an add-on. So that to me that tells me that the Switch, when it came out, all this is it's just a new handheld device that they came out with.
And I'm heading off to dinner.
All right,
thanks for having me on your premiere show, FCAT. Take care.
No problem.
Anthony, take care, Vet.
See you, buddy.
Take care, chat.
All right.
And remember, Rudix is always right. All right, guys.
Jesus.
And now your mama knows. All right. Have a good one.
God.
So
But the thing is, Maker, it's not though. It was advertised to play on the TV, but it's not necessary. That's the thing. It's an add-on. They could have easily sold the Switch without the docking station and be like, oh, here's another thing. Guess what? You want to buy that and play that on the TV? Get the docking station. They were nice enough to include it, but they did not have to include the USB-C hub. All they had to do was sell that thing as an accessory, and you would have been able to. People would have bought it anyways, though. That's the thing. And given where the handhelds are now taking over. Let's be real. Handhelds are a big thing right now. Baker, I will argue this till I'm blue in the face. It is a handheld device with a console add-on. It's like trying to say the Sega 32X wasn't a real console.
Speaking of console, do y'all believe the next Xbox console is coming next year?
No. Nope.
The rumor of the
Project Jupiter.
Xbox Prime.
Oh, the Prime. Yeah, no. That's all hearsay. I don't buy it.
So the thing is, the PC hybrid stuff they're talking about they're talking about it with the handheld. So whatever this next console is, if there is one, isn't gonna have the PC stuff.
I think though, but here's the thing: all they'd have to do for it really to take off is if there's another console coming out, we'll know well in advance, because we all know anything Microsoft gets leaked out within, as soon as they start working on it, everything is leaked out. So we would see it there. But I also think that if it's an operating system, because if it's going to use this new Xbox OS, that will be there'll be word on that before there'll be word on a console.
Right. And Phil Spencer already came out and said that the handheld is ways away.
Yeah, because they're gonna want the operating system done before they worry about. They're gonna want the operating system done before they focus on the handheld. And this is the other thing, that if they are working on an Xbox geared OS, that could theoretically be what replaces Windows 11. Instead of coming out with a Windows 12 like everybody thinks, it could very easily just be this Xbox OS that could be the next iteration of Windows where it does both things. They just combine the two.
Right. So this article just came up. SteamOS developer says Valve isn't trying to push players away from Windows.
Oh yeah, I read that one already. Why? They don't need to, though. People can make up their own decisions on Windows, and really all it takes is use Windows for a week, and you will decide whether you like Windows or not. You're either going to use it or you're not. And if you're a gamer, 9 times out of 10, you're already invested in that ecosystem. To be fair, as much as I love Linux and I love the Linux gaming community, it's a 2% of the gaming population. And the operating system as a whole, it holds about 2% of the market share. That's a very small market share when it comes to Microsoft, because Microsoft has about 90% of the market share when it comes to operating systems. And as a whole, I'm putting it at Microsoft at 90% as a whole, not because the whole the versions that are of Windows that are utilized, it is fragmented beyond belief.
Rumor PlayStation State of Play coming. That's not. That's not funny. Hey, you still there, AWL? Or you disappeared? He disappeared.
Step.
Think of what Urban said. Urban says, I like Vit, but I'm holding up the L to my head. Only he'll understand why.
Oh. Is it because he lost at Mortal Kombat? Because now I have an action. Because I have this thing. Hold on. Is it because he's just jealous that he can't be a real arcade gamer unless he has one of these controllers like this? Oh, this just means that I'm better at every arcade game like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Killer Instinct, old school games. Doesn't matter. That wins automatically with this. I can't help that companies recognize excellence.
Obi Rose needs one of those. Is that for your phone?
No, this actually works with this is an attachment that you can hook a Nintendo Switch up to, or your phone, and it just locks in like that. But this also has Bluetooth, so it actually works with PC, Mac, PS3, PS4, Xbox, PS5, and the Series X and S with a an attachment you can get.
Cronus.
I'll be tagging you.
It is.
Hold on. It's a QRD Maestro S3. I did a live stream unboxing of it earlier. QRD Maestro S3. Oh, I just gave somebody some ad revenue. The PS5 Xbox controller. I always wanted me one of those things. I heard they were super cool.
Yeah, I got the PS5 Xbox controller. It's the sticks are the Xbox way.
Okay. There we go. Oh shit.
Yeah, we gotta get Obi Rose one of those. He likes them.
$170 for it. Like I said, there's a converter that you have to get if you want it to work with the PS5. So with the PS5 converter, it's $200.
Is that a Cronus? Cronus?
No, it's my QRD. I don't know. It says free local delivery in the U.S. It comes from China. It's made in China, and I believe it gets shipped initially from Wuhan, China. I don't know. I've never heard of Wuhan before. I did hear it in the politics thing a couple of years back, like 5 years ago. I think it made headlines. I don't remember what for though. I don't want to go into that. Wrong show. I mean, maybe I'll do a political show. We can discuss, things of Wuhan's and things of that nature. But
yeah,
no, it does Windows, the Steam Deck, the Switch, the PS3, the Xbox Series, and the PS5 with a converter, PS4, Android, iOS, and Mac OS.
Jesus.
I always blame, but see, I always blame not Xbox. I blame Microsoft for everything because Microsoft and I have this wonderful love-hate relationship because I love to hate them because they took Satya Nadella and that fucking devil of a CEO destroyed my hopes and dreams of my Windows phone. So until they do something to salvage that, they're never going to get my forgiveness for that one.
So here we go. We got some leaked specs for the Switch 2.
Guangdong? Wait, Guangdong?
So handheld power modes are CPU at 1100.8 megahertz, GPU at 561 megahertz, 1.72 T-flops, RAMs at 2133 megahertz, 28.26 gigabyte per second. Docked is a little more. Did somebody unplug?
No, I'm yelling at my dog. I muted myself so I could yell at my dog.
I don't know if Cowboy's around to pull up my screen, but I'm trying to share this specs here. Oh, I'm sorry. A double taking the L's. That'll be his new name now. It's A double taking the L's. There we go. Can you see that, Vet? I don't know if y'all can make anything out of these numbers, but here they are.
Oh, I mean, I can see it. Yeah, I was muted. Okay, so hold on. Let me see the power profile. CPU and handheld, 11 gigahertz. GPU, 561. Holy shit, that's... RAM is 2133. Okay, I don't know what that would be. Docked. So the docked is It's not even a gigahertz. Wow. So it's actually, they lower the CPU when it's docked. The GPU goes up. Okay. And the RAM, they increase the performance of the RAM. Interesting. And then the CPU is it's ARM based. Okay. It's using a cell phone. That doesn't mean anything. You could get him excited with the meds. Hey, that's ad revenue for Anthony. Come on now.
Hang on, I gotta go get my food, so hold up for me.
All right, so let's see. So the CPU is an ARM Cortex 8. Hold on here. I want to see something. ARM. What is the ARM Cortex A78C compared to? Let's see. So if that's the unofficial specs, the ARM Cortex A78C is essentially a variant of the standard Cortex A78 CPU. It's specifically designed for higher performance applications like laptops, with key differences being its ability to support more big CPU cores, up to 8, for better multi-threaded performance, larger cache sizes, and optimizations aimed at sustained workloads. So that makes sense then as to why they would use that. Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at, is those specs look like laptop specs, like old. But I'm trying to see, okay, that spec.
You need me to go up or down?
No, we're going over the specs, but those specs are like from an article I came up with the CPU. That the specs in that came out 5 years ago. I don't know if that's accurate, but I mean it could be. But the memory is clearly laptop, 48 Gen 3 tensor cores, and I don't know any. So it's on It's basically an RTX 20 series GPU. Jesus. I mean, they're only three generations behind on GPU now. So what's the quality for what would like the PS4 or PS4 Pro be considered if you were trying to compare? I wonder, hold on. Because that's RTX 20 series. What? All right, let's see. Okay, so the PS4 Pro graphics card is essentially the closest thing to the PlayStation 4's GPU is a Radeon HD 7850. That has an ARM. See, and I don't know much about the ARM chipsets because the PS4 Pro had a CPU. It was an AMD CPU. GTX 750 in the PS4. Yeah, and the PS4 Pro was an AMD Radeon HD 7850, which is still not. I mean, it's good, but I don't know if it would be, how close you're going to be compared. But that would make sense to getting the ray tracing then. It seems odd that they would choose something. Actually, no, it doesn't. It's Nintendo, so they always downscale it. So that if they're going something that old, that out of date for a 20 series, comparability wise, it would make sense to on price wise to save.
Right.
Appreciates it. Yeah, I don't know. The memory, I'm not really keen with the memory. It's still like if that comes out to be the choice and those tech specs are legit, it's definitely valid. Like it's a good upgrade. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like the memory is good. The memory in this thing is good. I would have said I don't know. The CPU is the only thing that I have a concern with, and possibly the GPU, but that's still a hell of an upgrade on the GPU. All right, let's see. When
did they announce what kind of storage chips it takes?
I haven't seen it. Right? No, that's okay. So it's 2.6 gig chips. That's not bad. I didn't see anything.
I know that everybody's been asking that question.
I haven't heard anything. So the ARM CPU, the chip that this is alleging that they're using, is 5 years old. It came out in May of 2020. So I don't. It's the key, and the whole thing that chip is designed for was it's the A78C is specifically designed for high performance, always on devices like laptops. So it makes sense that it would be in a Switch type device and a handheld device. Then that makes sense that would be what it would be designed for, because that's going to be an always on type thing. So that makes sense. The only thing I would be interested in is going to be, like I said, the 8 cores, 8 meg cache. No, that is accurate. Then I'm surprised they went with an unknown L cache sizes, because that chip, that CPU has 8 meg of L3 cache. But yeah, I haven't heard anything on. I would definitely be interested to know the storage size, because that's going to be a big thing. To just with where games are heading towards. Right.
If there's 2 different versions of it, I'm sure they'll do the light again for the second one.
Right. That could be a thing as well.
That way it's cheaper, but it's still the same thing.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we got tonight.
Nice.
Oh my god. I can't wait till March. I mean, we gotta have Splitgate 2, Fragpunk in March. It's be hectic.
Portable PS4 sound Pro, yeah. I'd take it.
When's this developer direct?
The Microsoft developer direct is
Xbox. Thursday?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Microsoft has one, but that's because I think they're getting ready. They're looking at discussing a new.
No, Xbox.
Oh, Xbox Direct. I have no idea. I haven't heard.
Yeah, they said something about a legendary Japanese studios.
Let me see. January 23rd at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific. So that'd be what, 11. 12.
Oh, which they said it isn't going to be exclusive. It's going to be a
so
third
the
party.
Xbox Developer Direct is going to be January 23rd at 1 p.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I'll probably go live and live. Actually, I think I got a thing from Microsoft on that, so I'll probably just broadcast that one. And then I know I'll be doing the Microsoft Direct as well to live stream that.
Get the Queen of Console War up here.
I mean, I can send an invite, but she also told me she was going to invite me last November for a Veterans Day thing, and I got the shaft on that one. So I don't know. She might have to just give up the title of Queen of Console Wars, and I'll just take over the mantle as ruler of Console Wars. So, I mean, I'll post a thing and scheduled stuff for that. I would if people want to tune in and bring up some controversial things like related to gaming controversy when I'm streaming that stuff. I say let's go for it. I mean, Cowboy is already, he's already retired as the king of content and the king of controversy, and it's okay. I mean, when you get old, that's what happens. That's why me being like half his age, essentially, I took up the mantle. I was already that guy. So now
I'm the king of controversy.
Yeah, you essentially took over. You were his protege, and I was the guy that was competing with him on it. Purple Haze.
So.
Oh, look, there she is. Right after I call her out. She ain't gonna do nothing. Come on now.
No,
Look,
I was saying purple to your video, the PlayStation PC one that said that the PC.
Yeah, see
I
that
think the PC launcher's coming. I think the
you.
PlayStation PC launcher is coming.
Hey, did you talk about the game mode, the Razer Cortex game mode? Because I actually tested that out. That thing is actually legit. Like,
It
dude,
works out pretty good.
holy shit! I didn't even have to download drivers for my PlayStation 5 controller like I do with Steam to get games to work. That thing runs so much more smooth and it integrates all the stores, including Steam. And I can download and launch them directly from the Razer app, the Cortex, the game mode app, instead of having, and I don't even have to mess with the storefronts. I actually showed it. I pulled it up on my live stream towards the end, right before I ended my stream earlier. I showed that I pulled it up. That thing, if I can find a way to incorporate the cloud stuff into it, like other apps, I would have that thing load up on Windows all the time. It looked so nice.
Right.
Hold on, let me try. I'm going to try something here real quick because I also got to schedule a stream. But hold on, let me see. Can I share and entire screen? I don't know if this will work, but I clicked share to share my screen. I don't know.
I mean, you can come in here, Purple. We're already on what, double, triple overtime?
God damn it!
And
I go to share my screen and he leaves. What the hell?
A double taking the L's dipped out.
Yeah, do that because I was trying to show my screen and showcase something here. But I mean, damn, if that's the case, I guess I'll just go get my show set up.
I don't know. He's got all kind of issues today.
Y'all guys trying to get me?
Yeah, I was trying to share my screen.
Yeah.
See, I don't know if it'll work.
He's trying to share his screen. Purple. We got Purple Haze in chat.
Purple Haze probably wants to join so she could try to.
All right, there we go. I can hear you now. What's up?
Yeah,
You guys trying to get me?
Yeah, let me share my screen for a minute. Before I got
all you gotta do is put your thing on. I've been looking. You didn't pop it in the corner.
I swear it said share. I hit share. Did it not work?
Yeah, I'm sitting down eating dinner, but yeah,
All
whatever y'all put up, I'll pop it on the screen.
That's my desk. I'm just kidding. I wish that was my desk. I can't afford that shit.
That was cool as hell.
Yeah, that's part of the Razer application stuff. But this is their game mode. Hang on.
Yeah, the console mode.
Yep.
I was telling Cowboy about this.
Hold on. Let me turn the camera on. Because then I'll show. This is the only controller that needs to be used. None of that Xbox BS that has to have stupid batteries because Xbox thinks it's like old school. But yeah, well, maybe if I click the screen right, there we go. I can't load these because I don't have them installed, but it probably wouldn't take me that long. But all I did have to do was go to settings, and I can have it's going to show the handheld stuff, so I can sync it directly to my computer, right, or my phone. And then just go on that, and it would connect everything here. But they've got an in-game overlay, so it'll show all that stuff. I can change the font color, the hardware stuff. I've got my three main. This is the three main ones it has connected is Steam, GOG, and Ubisoft. I'm hoping that they add some more or a way to add third-party games. But I think the way around that is to add specific games into the Steam library, right? Like you can add. I can add GFN. I can add PlayStation.
You were talking about the remote play thing, the new remote play thing.
Oh, I have that. That is where is that one at?
The Kishi, I think it's called.
Oh, I got that installed on the phone as well. Hold on. This is something similar.
Nexus.
Yeah, I've got that installed on my phone. Where is my? Oh, hold on. Let me see. It should be on my phone. I don't know. I might have uninstalled it because I'm retarded. Oh, let me turn my camera off. I know I'm not allowed to say that out loud. I might have just offended somebody. God, man, I'm gonna really get canceled before this show's over. Let's see. What else? They've got.
Don't worry, TPG was here earlier.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if Yeah, but this will pulls everything from your library, from all three of those main libraries, and just loads it up here, which is fantastic. If I had something I could install quick, I would, just to give it a test. You know, that's not retarded or stupid looking. But I can't. GTA 5 will take too long.
I think there's an option you can remote play to another device.
Probably
your phone too.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to see. Okay, let me open this up.
I wonder if you can sideload this on Shield TV. And it'll work.
Oh, the Nexus app?
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be interesting to see. Hold on, I just got to log in to the app. All right, signed into the Nexus app. Okay, so turn on cloud gaming, turn on controller detect, live streaming, Razer ID, streaming options. So they've got in the streaming. Oh, you know what? I don't know how well this will show on my camera, but let me see. Yeah, it's not. It's okay. So they've got a new tab on there that says PC Remote Play. And then your display mode is going to basically be device optimized or duplicate your PC display. So if I do device optimized, it will basically, my PC will create a virtual display matching my phone's resolution. So it would do 2780 by 1264 at 120 hertz. And then I can crank up the bit rate from 30 all the way up to 150 megabits per second. And then touchscreen, direct touch or virtual trackpad. And then I can limit it to 60 hertz or a bunch of this crap, frame pacing, and then it'll have my computer, and then it just searches for it. And then to pair the computer, it must be on the same network as your mobile device, which means I have to have. I'm hardwired in. So essentially, all I'd have to do is just turn Wi-Fi on, connect my Wi-Fi network, and then I could add my PC manually that way, right?
Right.
And then I could just connect that as well, and then I should have no problem playing this stuff. How the hell do I get out of
Is all this going over your head, brother?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, what?
All this stuff going over your head, or you understand what he's
saying?
No. Okay.
He's doing the remote play for Razer Cortex.
Yeah, it's the handheld stuff. That their new handheld mode.
It's kind of like Moonlight, or what used to be the GeForce thing.
It's like Steam mode, basically.
Yeah, Steam Link.
Yep, Steam Link, Steam mode, or whatever. All right, hold on. Let me stop sharing my screen. Oh, there we go. Oh, Jesus. Whoa. That's better. Hold on a sec.
So yeah, no Fable for the Direct.
Yeah, so I'm thinking with Fable, I think it's gonna get a showcase thing at the end of the show this summer, just like Starfield did, probably.
Yeah, but Starfield was the only one that got that.
I think Fable will get its own standalone thing, but I don't think it's coming out this year. I think they're going to push it to early January, February. I'm thinking. I think they want to get E-Day. They want to get Gears out, and they don't know about GTA date, so
I don't think that's ready either.
Yeah, Gears is still slated for this year. That's what they're saying.
Really?
That's what the insiders are saying. Yeah, that's what Jazz and them are saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he said he thinks Fable's going to slip, but Gears will make it.
I don't know, man.
Which one would you prefer to have first, or does it even matter?
No, it's just I don't want to fall for the stay on Game Pass and hope these games show up kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
They're going to show up either way. You're paying for a service that has 500 games on it, so
right.
Play games so they show up. Who cares?
It's gotten to a point to where you can literally sub in December and play everything.
Mm-hmm. But I think,
just wait till December and sub the Game Pass play everything.
well, they dropped what 5 games at the end of the year, so I mean, it's not, they're getting there. Remember, they promised 1 game per quarter. I think they're going to definitely pull that off. I think now they are anyway. It's amazing that we've come. You remember the days of Xbox has no games? Now they have too many fucking games. It's amazing how much has changed in like 2 years.
It's
Good or
weird.
bad? That's not the debate. The debate is they actually have games now. And 2026 is already looking stacked. I mean,
Indiana's out there winning DICE awards.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I think that's good because it would have never made Game Awards 25. There's too much coming out this year. But it's good. Digital Foundry said it's the best looking game of the year, so that's good.
It is. It's just the gameplay. Like, it's typical Bethesda.
Well, it's typical whatever the studio is. Yeah, that made it. It plays like
that's
Wolfenstein,
not
but yeah.
typical. Well, that brings it back to Riddick, Butcher Bay times. Yeah.
I mean, hey, it is what it is. I know everybody wanted it to be more than what it was, but if you look at it for what it is, it's a good game, and it looks really good on PC, which is one reason why Digital Foundry picked it. With the path tracing and all that shit.
I don't know. Something's going on with my PC. It keeps restarting.
Xbox out here DDoSing you. No, and then the other, let's see. So what do we got this year? So let's talk about that. What games do we have this year from both sides that we know about? Let's talk about that real quick. We'll start on Sony side
PlayStation,
real quick.
Ghosts of Yoti, and that's about it.
Well,
they're trying to count Death Stranding too.
Do you think that'll be PS only, or is that going to go everywhere?
It'll come to Xbox eventually.
But PS first, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And then
I don't know about Wolverine.
Dude, with GTA maybe this year, I think Wolverine's going to slip another year. It kind of has to, right? I don't know. Could we really get Wolverine, GTA, and a Gears E-Day all in like the same 2-month window? I don't know.
Hey, FCAT, I got to hop though. I got a show to get ready for in like 20 minutes. I totally forgot about scheduling it and everything.
We'll probably close up, get Cowboy back up here, and close it out. Do you think Death Stranding 2 is gonna have problems with GTA competing against for GTA 6?
Nah, it'll be fine. Oh my god! All right, I gotta hop. I'll catch you guys on the next one.
All right,
later. Well, the question of GTA is, so what's the big scare of GTA? Why is everybody so scared?
I don't know.
I don't either.
That's my question. Like, what the fuck?
It's a single player open world game that's not going to have online day of release.
Is that official?
Dude, they didn't last time. Remember, GTA 5 online was broken when it came out, and it didn't even come out day of release. Remember, GTA 5 was trash when it came out online. But I'm saying it's just a big single player game. Like, why can't Sony and Xbox drop their shit too?
Purple said, when is Gears? I'm wondering where's Contraband?
I was listening to, was it Jez? Yeah, I was listening to Jez and Rand. I think Jez said Contraband is next year also, 26. You got to listen to those guys when they talk. So they're saying 10 games this year on the Xbox side. And then there's at least 4 or 5 next year that we know about.
That's a bold promise.
They had 10 last year. They dropped 10 last year.
What? No.
Yeah, count them up.
You got Hellblade 2.
Yep.
Okay, Forza.
We're not talking first party. We're just talking
No, was Forza
platform
last year?
exclusives. No, Forza was the year before.
No, you got Microsoft's Flight Simulator.
Yep.
Then you got Indy. You can't count Soccer 2 because that's third party.
Doesn't matter. It's console exclusive for now.
You can't count. Well, you can count Age of Mythology, but that was on PC.
There was Age of Mythology, then there was another one too, right? That was kind of like that one.
Ava.
Yeah, and then well, Towerborn is this year, so that's not Towerborn. I was trying to think what was the other one. I had that picture of it where they had all the releases.
33 Immortals is coming next year.
That's coming this year. Yeah, that's going to be at the Direct, right?
No. That's
the other game. 33 whatever.
33 Immortals.
Yeah, that's at the Dev Direct. That's one of the games that we know about.
No, that the Dev Direct is Southern the Night, Doom, Claire, Obscure Expedition 20.
Oh yeah, Expedition,
and
whatever. That's
the
that
Secret Game, which is some famous Japanese company. Game.
Well, and then we're gonna get Final Fantasy and stuff on Xbox this year, right? I would assume.
Oh, Forspoken.
Yeah.
Should be or did we pass the Forspoken exclusivity date?
I don't remember how long that game was. I would imagine they'd get it eventually.
Yeah, the exclusivity contract for supposed to run out like sometime in January, end of January. I think January 28th is when Forspoken can come to Xbox.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna do that or not. Okay, here I got the list right here. So let me see. Okay, so we had Call of Duty 6, Indiana Jones, Stalker 2, Flight Sim. Let's see, the Starfield Shattered Space, Diablo 4, Vessels of Hatred.
Can't count it. DLC.
All that stuff is first party releases. Adam Fall is coming out
DLC.
soon. Doesn't matter. It's a first party release. It doesn't matter. But
it's
they had 10 major
count
releases.
Shadow of the Erd Tree.
Well, yeah. They had 10 major releases, regardless of their DLCs or not. The Starfield DLC. You know. Yeah, Age of Mythology and Aura were the other two. And then this year is Avowed, South of Midnight, Doom, Fable, Towerborn is this year. So that's 5 right there. And then another Call of Duty, that's 6.
Yeah,
So that's 6
I wanted to say, we all saw what happened with Indy and that dev, and everybody turned around and they apologize. I think the same thing's gonna happen with South of Midnight.
Oh, Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 is this year, so that's 7. So that's seven games from Xbox right out the gate that we know about. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Sony's got 1, Xbox has got 7 plus. But my point is, do you remember the days when we talked about Xbox having no games? Now we're like, which 10 are they releasing this year? It's amazing how far they've changed. How far we've come, you know?
I don't know.
Got Adam Fall this year, Expedition 33.
Can't count Adam Fall.
Why not? Who makes Adam Fall?
That's coming on on all platforms.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let me check.
It's on the PlayStation Store.
Oh my God! It's on PS4 and Xbox One. Well,
yeah, it's on
last. Dude, 2K25 is on PS4 and Xbox One. Like, God damn it! Can't we get a next gen wrestling game?
I don't see what people see in that game. Adam Fall.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a list as well.
It's like another Fallout.
I don't know much about it. I saw the trailer for it, but I don't know much about it.
I guess they're right. Everybody's likes that Fallout kind of vibe thing, and kind of like Atomic Heart.
Oh, the Oblivion remake is the other rumored one this year too. So that'd be 8 games. So yeah, they got plenty.
What if the secret Japanese game is OD, and it's
Uh,
just like Kojima comes out and either he announces that OD's ready, or
yeah,
it gets delayed, or it's delayed.
but we know about OD already, right? That's not a secret.
Right. But what if it's like it's already ready, and
Oh,
then he got it, his studio got it ready to ship before the SAG-AFTRA strike thing hit his studio.
I mean, maybe. I'm
'Cause they
looking
said
for.
it's supposed to make everybody happy or something.
Are they going to release Ark? Is that going to make it this year? The one with Vin Diesel?
They,
You know,
they
the new
that's
one?
on the list. That's on the list.
So that'd be
That's
9.
on the dream list.
Yeah, I don't know if that game's actually going to ever show up. I don't
All
know.
these Xbox lists are like dream lists. It's like you're dreaming. It's like we
Well,
don't know if Clockwork's showing up. We don't know if
well,
yeah.
we know it exists, so it'll show up eventually, right? I mean, that's Wolverine is still just a rumor at this point, and they announced that game 4 years ago.
Till due time. It said at the end of the
Yeah,
trailer.
well, that was back when they revealed the game. Yeah. What do you think about Outer Worlds 2? Do you think that'll be good?
It's coming to PlayStation.
I don't care. It's on Game Pass day one, bro. But that's not the debate. The debate is, do you think the game's going to be good?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you like the first one?
First one's it's like Starfield. It's like
Is it? I've never played it. That's why I'm
it's like
asking.
it's like Starfield where you
What, like a kiddie
the,
version of Starfield or something?
like the dialogue choosing thing stuff. It's gonna be Avowed's gonna have the same thing in that.
I mean, I've seen the early reviews for Avowed. People seem pretty happy with it. I don't know. I haven't watched enough videos, but I've seen some people online that said they went and they got to play it directly, and they seem pretty happy.
I think
with
if Avowed's gonna be the next Redfall.
No. It'll be fine. It'll get its audience, and that's what it'll get. Redfall died because it was fundamentally trash before it even came out. You know, like the studio was in shambles. I don't see this being the same way. I wouldn't think so.
I was interested in Redfall. I was like, yo, this looks like Doom.
The
gunplay looked like
premise was
Doom.
there.
Like the
Yeah.
in the trailers, the gunplay looked like Doomish and stuff, and I was like, yeah, maybe I can mess with it. Then when the actual game came out, I was like, oh no, this is a garbage fire.
Did you play it after they did all the patches and updates? It did get a little bit better.
Yeah, I played the 60 version.
It got better. They added the AI and stuff got a little better, and I always thought the shooting was pretty good in that game. Like, I didn't complain about the shooting on there, but it was just it was a fundamentally broken game.
Sony's trying to resolve PlayStation lag issues in online games.
Oh,
Good
boy.
luck. Good luck.
But the thing I was saying about Starfield earlier is the rumor I saw was that they're going to go back and redo the entire game code for it. Basically, they would eliminate all the loading screens and all that shit would get fixed. Like, it'd be more cohesive and all that, you know?
Yeah, but doesn't Reforge have an insider that said that's the PlayStation 5 port?
Well, fine, but it's got to come out on the Xbox first, and then they can have it, you know? I don't care about Starfield going to PS. I really don't. Now, it's been, what, 2 years already? Like, by the time it comes to
No, like I said earlier, if Halo goes to PlayStation, Starfield's the last face of the Xbox brand.
Yeah, let me ask you that. Purple, I don't know if she's still in here. Do you really think that 13 to 25-year-old Halo games coming to PlayStation is a big deal? Because I don't. I don't care if Xbox OG games are going to PlayStation. Who cares? I mean, think about it.
It's the face of the brand.
Good. And you know what? The PlayStation guys are going to buy it, fall in love, and they're going to go buy an Xbox for the next Halo. And that'll be it. That's. Yeah.
Let's see it.
I just don't think it's a big deal.
Cowboy sees me trying to share my screen.
No. Flight Sim, same thing. Flight Sim is second party, but that's also been on PC from day one.
No, like I mentioned earlier, the only time in gaming history we had something like this happen was when Crash Bandicoot, left PlayStation, went multiplat, and now Xbox owns Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, but can you really put Crash on a level that Halo was? I mean, I know Crash was a big game for Sony, but it wasn't like
now they claim Astrobot as their mascot. A tech demo is your mascot. Okay.
Yes, a 1.5 million sales Game of the Year winning tech demo. Yeah, I don't know. Let them have their kids' games, man, if that's what they want to do. I didn't play it. I saw somebody play it. It looked fine. But it reminded me of the Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, pretty much. Felt like that.
They should just make Kratos the face of their brand and just get it over with. Forget about Astrobot.
Well, the problem that I heard about that game is they had a lot of references to old IP that they don't even make games anymore. Like, why would you even do that? You're just going to stress out everybody.
So that's what I heard. The pushback for Astro going to PC is because of all the third party characters.
Oh.
And
well,
that would cause like a legal storm of, can you put it somewhere else? That on top of the DualSense features.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't mind Astro being on PC. I'd play it for
Whoa, Baker. Whoa. What
do you say? What do you say?
What has he been smoking? Thinks Nintendo games will come to PC?
They're already
eventually?
on PC. Hey. I think if they want to have a high-end experience for Nintendo, yes, they'll put their games on PC. That'll be their high-end experience.
That'll never happen. Nintendo's never gonna budge on their.
Same as I said, Halo's never coming to anywhere else, and look at it now. It's a rumor. I mean, like, I stand on the Forza thing. I don't think Forza will ever go to PlayStation.
I think eventually PlayStation will budge and start putting stuff over, in time, but Nintendo will never do it. I don't think
you think we'll get PS games on Xbox eventually? Not day and date, but like 2 years apart, something like that.
Yeah, didn't they say FF16 and Rebirth might be coming?
Yeah, but those are third party, so that don't count.
Or was it Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Yeah, but those are third party though, so that doesn't count.
No, they said Final Fantasy VII Remake on the Switch 2 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I think Xbox is going to put a lot of games on Switch 2. I mean, why not? That could technically be their handheld for the time being. You want to play Xbox on the go, you buy a Switch.
I guess Cowboy's not around to share my screen.
Oh,
but it was the thing about the 4K streaming support finally coming to xCloud.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that. Tell me about that.
Whoopee.
Well, is it going to still be in beta?
Right.
Does it still say beta on it?
It's still going to say beta on
it. Why not?
It's improvements such as 4K streaming. Okay, is it a Series X now.
Purple,
Instead of
Purple, are you saying no to PlayStation games ever going to Xbox? Is that what you're saying? Or are you talking about Nintendo?
I mean, PlayStation is way more than a PC. Certifications.
Well, here's the thing: is PlayStation talks
PlayStation
about
more than a console.
console sales, right? I looked, and last generation PS4, Xbox One, there was 117 million to 63 million. So Xbox was exactly half, basically. And right now they're sitting at half. So I don't know where this big stretch is. Like, it's been the same for every generation. They're half the amount of sales as Sony. I don't know how that makes her a bad generation for them, being their games are absolutely everywhere. They still sold 30 million consoles in 4 years. Like, that's a flex. That's not a bad thing. Right? Because if you put your games everywhere, wouldn't you think you'd sell 0 Xboxes? Right? Because you don't need it, right? But then all of a sudden they sold 500,000 of them in November. So which is it? Do you need it or do you not need it? Oh, the argument's stupid.
I guess Cowboy's not around to press anything.
I texted him.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see that either. I don't see Nintendo budgeting.
When I say PlayStation games to Xbox, I mean like a Helldivers type situation would make sense. I don't mean like God of War on Xbox, but anything live service or third party type deal, I could see that happening.
Oh, there he goes.
Which part, Purple? Sorry. I know I'm going off like 3 directions. Okay. It says they're working on it? I thought you said it came out already.
So it's supposed to be coming. This is a rumor.
I did.
Now I thought they said something about increasing the bandwidth or the bit rate. I thought they already did that.
Well, I thought they said, hey, Cowboy. I thought they said they swapped out all the server blades for PCs last year. That they're not console server blades anymore.
So listen, y'all want me to show you something? Speaking of tech, this is crazy. I forgot. I actually bought this.
You got a Fold 5? Hell yeah, Fold 6.
It's been in my closet for
a
little minute right now.
Oh, the Pro.
I totally forgot I bought this. Bam!
Damn, it's so awesome. It's been in your closet for a while.
Yeah, man. You know the thing is, I said
I
I
got no game for it.
But I said I would buy one once I put my workout set together, so you can see in the background. I started to put my thing together with my daughter because she was visiting. And then I get barely halfway through it. Come to find out, they were supposed to send me 4 boxes and send me 3. So I was like, we couldn't finish it. So now I'm waiting for them to come. So I was like, okay, I wanted to put this together first because I feel like instead of me playing video games, I got other stuff I could do around the house just because we just moved here. But now everything is pretty much done. This is the last thing I need to get done. So I was like, okay, I got to wait on this. So I might as well buy the Pro. But then it don't come with a disc drive. And it's like, you can't find them. So I bought one, but it doesn't come to like February 11th. So I'm like, I don't know. So I'm not enthusiastic, but again, if people bought this to be like, oh, it's more powerful. I bought this just so my wife could have my old PlayStation 5 so we play games together. So no, I don't have nothing here to like set it up no time soon. But I will say this, just so you guys know, I'm going to do the unthinkable because I feel like there's too many fake people out there. So you know what I'm going to do? When I do set this up, and I always say, like, what's the point of people buying one and then complain? You're not going to know unless you do side by side. I got 2 brand new 50-inch TVs. I'm going to put them both in the same room. I'm going to hook up my PlayStation 5 Pro and my PlayStation 5 next to each other, and I'm going to do a side-by-side comparison. And that I haven't seen done anywhere. Maybe it has, but I haven't.
Yeah, Cowboy.
Wait.
Once you're done doing that, Cowboy, why don't you show me quick resume, please?
Zoom.
Show me how quick resume works on the PlayStation, please.
Man,
I
I
wanna
don't
see a
even know
video.
what Quick Resume is.
So real quick, Purple
Oh,
says
poor
PC. Purple says PC isn't the growth engine a lot make it out to be. I don't know. I think the PC user base is actually getting pretty large right now, even more so than the consoles, especially with a little thing called GeForce now out there that allows people to be in PC land. You know,
I mean, there's a lot of people on PC, but I don't know what the percentage is PC owners versus PC people actually buying console games from either side. I don't feel
Whoa,
like it's that
whoa,
big of a
whoa!
number.
Hold on, boys, because coming in the building is none other than Purple Haze.
I'm gonna max out my internet.
Oh,
What's up, Purple?
is
what's
she?
on Purple?
Oh,
She might. It might
give
be
us-
a new
give us
thing.
a-
Holt said, "Could I just smash the PlayStation 5?" Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be doing that.
Holtz, man, I'm telling you, man, he needs to demonstrate quick resume. I'm telling you. End this beef right now. Let's get it over with.
Hold on, quick resume is when you play a game and then you just go back to it, right?
You can
Well,
explain, FCAT. Go ahead.
Well, that's what
that
they call it. right?
it's that, but also you can stack up to like 5 games at one time. The online games don't work with
Right.
that.
Right.
Well, what it does do is if you unplug your console for 2 months and put it in the closet and come back out and turn it on, your games are still where you left off. Even with it unplugged.
Okay.
Try
cool,
hopping
you
out
know.
and coming
I
back.
mean,
in
that
Purple
can
and
come in
fixing
handy, but I think if you didn't play something in 2 months and came back 2 months later, you, I mean,
Well, and can you imagine coming back 2 months later, like, oh shit, I forgot it was on quick resume. That's
right.
cool.
But I think so.
know.
Historically, when you play video games, right? Typically, you say at the save point,
Sure.
you come back. You're not that far off. Now, I think quick resume would be perfect for like these soul games where when you die, like you go, it take you so far back, like you lose so much.
Right.
That
Yeah,
would be really good.
You could quick resume anytime you want in a game like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, but for a regular game, I don't think it's that necessary. Because I feel like save points usually do a good job.
Well, on the PlayStation side, you can, freeze one game, but if you even turn off the console, you'll lose that state. Like,
okay, you mean
like
turn off as in?
If you just hit the power button and shut it off, and then turn it back on, you won't resume. You have to start over again.
Yeah, but I mean, so I always put stuff in rest mode, right? So
right,
what's
that's
cool
what I'm
is
talking
I'll
about.
have the game and I'll just put it in rest mode and come back in the game and be there. But I guess so. I don't know why would I turn off my system.
Well,
I mean,
right, because rest mode, you're not turning off the console, right? You're just right.
Yeah, just a rest mode.
But if you turn it off completely, then you'll lose your.
Well, why would you turn off your console completely?
It's a comparison between the other. It's not a why you should.
I mean, I apologize. I just play video
No,
games.
no.
So usually people are like saying this does this and that, but I kind of want to know what's the logical reason behind it that makes sense, and not just because it's better.
Can we hear Purple now?
Purple.
Yeah, Purple, you there?
Oh man, what?
No, still not.
Damn, I finally shut Purple up.
Does she not have privileges or something?
Yeah, Purple. See if you give it. Yeah, go to the top of your browser and click on it to see if it gives you permission. Like you should be able to click on the little picture of the camera, and it'll say camera, microphone, sound. Just go there and reset permission.
She's been console warring so much she lost her voice.
She's gonna switch computers. She'll be right back. She said. No, the reason why I brought up quick resume is that new Xbox guy that's been running around, and him and Reforge have been going back and forth about it.
Okay.
It's a pretty funny situation. He put out a video today showing some more side by sides, and I only mentioned it because you brought up that you were doing a side by side.
Maker
Right.
said he'll definitely buy Nintendo games on PC.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! You kidding me? If it was legit, you could just straight up buy them. Hell yeah!
I mean, I would buy Mario Kart on PlayStation if I could. Right.
Holt said he tried to join, but it asked him for permission, and he gave up. What's going on?
Quick Resume is amazing, especially when we talk about blue times pies. I tried to join, but once I asked permission, I like too much effort. It did too much effort. Well, hold on. Let me go back. My neighbor is over, so we were just kind of eating and talking. But
Yeah.
I listened. And I am.
Yeah, I mean, Quick Resume is nice just for loading in general. I agree. The PlayStation, you know, if you got to load the same game, it takes 3-4 minutes to get to the same spot where you could just bam and you're there. But I don't play games at that high of a rate where I would need it.
Takes 3 or 4 minutes. What do you mean? The
Yeah, from power off to starting in
3 to 4 minutes. What are you playing on?
For any game to load all the
3 to
loading
4
screens.
minutes.
Yeah, to load all the loading screens, get in the menu, start the game.
Listen.
Choose your profile. Oh yeah.
We play. What are you talking about on PC?
No, on PS5 from power off.
Bro, I play every week wrestling. Right, we play wrestling every week, and every now and then, because the servers are trash on a 2K servers, right? The game will close down, or the guys we'd be like, so you'll watch it every single week. I try not to restart it because it killed the stream. I literally say, all right, guys, we're just gonna do a reset. I'm talking about less than a minute. You just watch the guys literally log off and come back on. That means they shut their system off, they came back on, and we jump right back in and we have a match. It's quick. 3 to 4 minutes is crazy.
But they shut the game off. They didn't shut the system off.
No, shut the system off. Watch. We'll have times we say, okay, let's everybody shut their system off. Not me, because I don't want to kill the stream. I'm talking about shut the system off and then wait.
I was watching that Couple of Fools video today. You turned it on. It did the PS5 logo. It did the OG PlayStation thing, which is nice. All that. It took them forever to get into the game and start moving around. That
sounds crazy.
Yeah.
That sounds crazy.
But Quick Resume, it's just bam and you're in.
Purple, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, there she is.
Oh, there we go. All right. I don't know what happened.
You got to get out that Mac, Purple.
I'm not. I don't use Mac.
No, really? You seem like a Mac girl. How you doing?
Nah, I'm doing all right, Kavini. Nah, I used to way back, like 2007. I had one, but I haven't had one in a while.
Yeah, I've got a G5 or whatever at home still, but it barely does anything when I turn it on. It's so slow. Old school, like all-in-one G5. You know the all-in-ones. Screen and old school.
I can't remember them.
It had like a neon color. It was like green or blue, I think.
The one that was on Zoolander.
Yeah, it was an all-in-one PC.
Yeah. I remember that thing on Zoolander.
Like see-through. Yeah.
Like it was like a monitor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. It makes some noises. That's about it. Yeah. It's too slow to run anything anymore.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
It's funny.
All right. No, I was just going to hop on. I forget what I was even...
we were talking about cross-platform stuff, maybe?
Maybe... Let me see. Let me go look up.
Something about PlayStation never going to Xbox, Nintendo maybe going to PC, stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could see. I think what you were saying about Helldivers. Yeah, I could see that. I could see.
That's what I meant. Right.
Yeah, I could see a third-party multiplayer that's exclusive to PlayStation now going to Xbox. Yeah.
Sure, like Helldivers or. So what else? I mean, obviously Marathon's going to be on Xbox. So stuff like that is kind of what I'm saying. And then, maybe they'll throw something in there one day, single player that's like an older game, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I just think, I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of people have a lot of feelings about Xbox, but
I'm back.
I just feel like Xbox is it's almost like, what's the point in the next generation? Right. This generation, I I don't see why they would do that. In the next generation, it seems like even Xbox is moving away from putting things on Xbox. Not that they wouldn't put something on Xbox, but I just don't think that's their.
Well, the way it looks now, like if you look at the way it is now today, the console is still the priority. And the reason why I say that is like Indiana. The reason why I say it is like Indiana Jones or Starfield or any of the game, like they're saying our focus on giving the Xbox players the best version of this game, fixing the bugs, fixing the patches, and then we will port it to other places. So to me, that says they still care about
You're beta testing.
Okay.
You're beta testing.
And I'm paying $20 a month. I'm saving a ton of money. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like they didn't give up on the consoles. There's still 30 million plus out there they have to support.
Yeah,
Game Pass is still day one, you know.
I'm not saying they gave up on it, but I would say that if you look at the trend line for Xbox particularly, right? You can pull up the numbers of what Xbox 360. How many did those sell? Like 70 to 80 million ballpark. Then you pull up Xbox One, you drop down to like a low 50, 49.
Xbox One was 63 million.
Okay, so 63.
Yep.
You're now behind that number currently.
No, I don't think so.
No, that's everything would tell you. Every stat would show that they're behind that growth rate.
Well, but I'm not comparing last gen to now. I'm comparing one versus the other. They're almost exactly halfway behind PlayStation, just like they were last generation. PlayStation's down too. PlayStation did 117 million PS4s.
No, PlayStation's actually ahead of where they were at last generation.
No, but that doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. What matters is the numbers at the end. Like, I know you're saying rate, right? Like, we did go through COVID. Everybody remembers that, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
A lot of stuff, you know.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, PlayStation, if you look at from just a standpoint, right?
Oh, sure.
Right. PlayStations really weren't on the market for a whole year that Xboxes were. And the fact that Xbox still, once all things evened out, still could not make a dent. And if anything, their rate is slower than it was in last gen, and PlayStation is a little bit ahead. And that's including a mid-gen refresh on the Xbox side, which they don't have this time. You almost have to say, like, they're most likely not going to reach 63 million, right? And from a business perspective, that number keeps dwindling. Like, console players in general have almost flatlined across the board. Means that there's not a lot of growth. And so if you're hemorrhaging in a market that's basically flatlined or declining, what is the real reason to keep investing there? Like, that's not this gen, this gen.
Maker has a point.
Which is what?
Most of the PS users are still on PS4.
Yeah, and 25% of PS5s are not even activated that were sold. So it's, you know,
but
it is, man.
GTA 6 will boost console sales.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, no one's denying that. No, but at the same time, when we look at right now, the most recent year, PlayStation they haven't told everything. They have Q4, but there's still some numbers that they have to do to see what is like actually bought, actually sold, accounts activated, and so forth. When you're looking at Xbox being outsold about 4-1, which is about 80% to 20%, that's not a good trend. Like, even with the Grand Theft Auto 6, you can almost assume that number is going to either hold the same and or increase in PlayStation's favor.
Well, I would say with GTA 6, that's different, only because it's not on Game Pass. So that'd be interesting to see how many people buy it on the Xbox side.
Yeah, it'll be a great proof.
Because they'll have no choice, right?
It'll be a great proof point. I mean, right. I'm not saying, like, I think we're like, I'm not saying like Xbox is gonna abandon or Microsoft's gonna abandon Xbox, or Xbox gonna abandon a console player. What I am saying is, from like a pretty simple business case, like okay, you need to raise your profit margins, which that is well known within the Xbox like business community. Their profit margins have to raise. You look across the board, like where can you cut costs? Where can you raise revenue? And the biggest cost you have is on your console side, right? And the biggest revenue you have is like, hey, you're handicapping yourself, by only being within your own ecosystem, knowing that that console or that ecosystem has flatlined. So where do you grow? Well, the two places you're going to most likely grow are mobile, which is somewhat still growing. That's starting to flatline. In PC, which again, we have to talk about what PC market is actually growing, because PC is actually several different segments.
Right.
That's the answer right there.
I mean, they've been on PC day and date since 2018. So,
yeah. And so, like I said, if you look at where games are, where the market is growing, it's growing. Like Call of Duty has a gateway into stuff because it has season passes. It has, what do you call it? Like when you buy like a new skin? I forget what they call that. It's an add-on. I don't know.
It's like Sea of Thieves where you buy skins and shit.
Yeah, that's like, if you look at the game companies that are making a lot of money, on average, obviously there's exceptions to that. That's where they're doing it. And so especially at a company like Microsoft, where you have to get so many stakeholders on board on a decision, it always leans towards like, well, what is the other companies doing? What is that company doing? And that's why I say where they're going to move is towards really amplifying the winners they have, and the things that aren't making money as much, or the things that don't have the same profit margin, they're going to start lowering that. I don't think that's like everybody always talks about Windows and how much Microsoft owns all of Windows, but go look at the investment that they're putting into Windows. It's not a huge investment. Windows doesn't even make them the most money anymore. So to think Xbox wouldn't follow the same trend.
AI.
Well, AI is the sexy one. Their business growth is with cloud, right? Cloud, and that includes the Office suite. The thing that the biggest investment that has paid the most off of, where people come daily, like the property Microsoft owns, where people come and it's kind of like a very much set and it just makes you money, is LinkedIn. When you compare those three things, like LinkedIn is a powerhouse where daily users come in and businesses invest quite a bit. You look at cloud, and that is just humming and still growing at close to like 30 to 40%. And then you look at AI, which is sexy. You just say AI and it grows until like that bubble pops. Then you look at the other businesses within Microsoft, which is Windows, which isn't growing. Like you don't hear anything about Windows. Sure, there may be a new version coming, but that used to be Microsoft Windows, and then it has fallen down. Just look at the investment.
Yeah, Maker's right. Xbox passed Windows in revenue a couple years ago, I think, like a year ago.
Yeah, maybe. No, a lot of them did. A lot of Windows, but my thing is like Windows used to be the driving force behind all of them, and eventually it got usurped by cloud, LinkedIn, Xbox, and AI. And eventually, like, that's just businesses. They just evolve. And to me, it's like, where's the growth? Gaming's not growing nearly as much as those other three. So to say, and then if it's not growing, it's like, well, how do you increase the profit margin within gaming if the entire industry isn't necessarily growing? And that's kind of where my perspective on the console is. It's like, well, Microsoft has winners. Microsoft has things that print money.
I was just looking at Call of Duty numbers from when it came out, and they said 52% of all Xbox Series console players activated the game day one. 34% of PS5 players activated the game day one. That's a good metric,
But the thing with Call of Duty, the player base is falling
out. Yeah, it's dead now. I see that. Yeah, I saw that.
But Call of Duty it's a great example to say like
Well, those
you're
are
gonna have Call of Duty's going to print like if you think about the three platform, if we think about PC as its own platform, if you think of PlayStation as its own platform, and you think of Xbox as its own platform, who is the least bit of that pie? Like if we were just saying revenue, where is the revenue being generated? Which of those three is the least?
But Call of Duty's Call of Duty's always been biggest on PlayStation. We know that.
So if it's the biggest on PlayStation, and so now it's between PC and Xbox, you're gonna probably go with PC. Like I've seen the numbers, so it's kind of a rhetorical.
I'd say PC is the least, maybe. Yeah.
No, well, PC's actually the second.
PC's getting up there.
They had what,
PC's the second one, and then
300,000 concurrent, something like that.
Yeah, PC's getting bigger.
And so you have to like that's what you're when they're dealing like with those numbers. Like if it was 80 to 90% of other companies, like sure, you make a profit, you're happy, you go home. But it's Microsoft, and they're under like the mantra isn't let's make a profit. Oh, we made 10% profit. We're good guys. The mantra is like we made 10% profit. Everybody else is making 25 to 30%. Why aren't you up there? Like that's the game. So how do you get it there?
Well, you put your biggest games elsewhere to
that helps
supplement the money, right?
That gives you more revenue, but you still have to cut costs. Like that's how you have to do it on both ends. It's not just we
well
get
then
more revenue.
Next gen you have one box instead of two. That's a big
that may help.
But now developers have to make games for the Xbox, both Xboxes, the PS5, the Pro, the Switch 2, and all the PCs.
Yep. So that means the narrative of Xbox having two SKUs is not a big deal anymore because everybody has two SKUs. Like literally everybody has two different levels of performance in their boxes. It is what it is. Developers better figure it out.
And I'll just like I said, it's just the only things I talk on is just like from a simple when the data you have it points into a certain direction.
Right. So I guess when it comes to that, what I'm saying is even if they're at 34 million now, their games have been everywhere for 8 years, right?
Correct.
So their games are everywhere and they're still selling 30 million plus. So I don't see that as a bad thing. I see that as they're still making money. They got no reason to not keep selling 30 million every time. Because they're making money elsewhere.
But I think you said something really important there. You don't.
You think they're not happy with 34 or 35 million? You think that's a problem for them when their games are everywhere?
Yeah, because everything's always everything is always compared to what you did last time. And are you improving on it or are you not improving on it?
Well, we'll see. We still got 2 years ago? Maybe all these games coming out the next 2 years are gonna
maybe like who knows? Like I hear the optimism, and so like what I bring in is like there are and I said this to I don't think it was you, I think it was Sever, it was someone, maybe it was you, could be in my chat.
Yeah.
And what I said it was essentially when we think about like there are people within Microsoft who want to kill Xbox. Like that is there's no question of that. Like I think no, it wasn't you. Who was it? It was Rune, I think. There are people like I think that sounds crazy, right? But you have to think in 2013, if it wasn't for Satya Nadella, Xbox would have been died, right?
Well, it wasn't for Phil. Yeah, Phil saved Xbox. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So do you think it was just like, oh, this is some random thought happening at the corporation, and Phil's the only one that says something? No, there are other arguments within the company. That's why profit margins are so important. There are people who literally say, you gave 50 million to Xbox, who has a profit margin of 10. So what that looks like is, I gave Xbox 50, profit margin of 10 means they make 55. There are other parts of the company that have profit margins of 30 to 40. So you give them 50 and they're going to argue we would have made 70 to 75.
Was I the guy in your comments that said Ford has been outselling Toyota like 10 to 1 forever and Toyota's doing just fine? Like, I don't think it's, it's that simple to me. Like,
no, Ford is
they can be third place. Why not? I mean, there's a place for third place.
Let me jump in here as a gamer.
Yeah,
right?
go ahead.
Besides the you guys like to go on how much money they make and this and that. Let me just jump in here as far as somebody who plays video games. So this is my perspective, right? And I call myself a gamer, just meaning I want to play the latest, the greatest, the biggest stuff. All right, so here's my perspective with Xbox in 2025, right? I have yet to buy an Xbox console. I just bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, right? Now, granted, I didn't buy that for the whole, if the game looks better, I just bought that so my wife can, get my PlayStation 5, so now we can play games together. But why not spend the money on, the better hardware if it gave you a little bit of something, right? Now, this is why. Because Sony still makes certain games that and even if I haven't seen those games in a while, right? Like Spider-Man, I wasn't a fan of Spider-Man, but the Spider-Man game I played, I gave it a 10 out of 10, right? And I didn't care to play it, but it was great. Now, I say that to say this. The thing as a gamer, Xbox, I do believe, and me and Purple had these conversations, I do think Xbox in the end will succeed with their strategy, just because I feel like, in my opinion, I think what we don't want to hear and what we don't like tends to be what end up taking over, right? Like, meaning Xbox, the way they do gaming, right? They're looking more as a subscription. I think that is the future. And unfortunately, we don't want to hear it, but I think that's the future. Now, not saying Sony can't pivot and get in and jump on, but I think Xbox is doing a great job with the ABK deal as far as giving consumers titles that they may want. Because then, let's say 5 years from now, right now you might be like, well, Call of Duty isn't really an Xbox game. 5 years from now, it will be an Xbox game. But let me switch it, though. I think the issue is, remember about a year ago, I was like, oh, I'm buying an Xbox. They showed volume, so many games. But the problem is, none of those games stood out enough to make me follow through with me talking about I'm going to buy an Xbox. And I think that's Xbox issue. These games, that's their games. And you get so many games on Game Pass, they're all very mediocre. They don't like even, granted, I know Purple, you like South of Midnight, but for me as a gamer, that's mediocre. It's just a lot of games that's like Xbox isn't showing these like hardcore games that make you say, I'm spending money. Now, I don't think nothing's wrong with that, but I just think from the optics, and again, I'm not getting into business and how much Game Pass makes, but just as a person, what's making me want to spend money with Xbox or PlayStation? And I just think Xbox Game Pass is great as far as you just saying, hey, I got a bunch of games I could play for $20 a month. Great. But the issue is, if you're a specific gamer and if I walk up to the lemonade stand and I look you in the eye and say, my lemonade is better than everybody else's lemonade, take a sip and you're going to buy it. Xbox issue is they're like, we got pretty decent lemonade. It's not the best lemonade, but you get a lot. And it's kind of like you're not getting me, my type of gamer, I'm speaking for myself, to get into that ecosystem because I don't care for.
I mean, that's a personal preference on that.
Yeah, and I want to speak. I don't like to go out there and speak for other people. I'm speaking for me.
Yeah, and that's fine. We're not mad at you for feeling that way, but when Starfield sells, 3 million copies in one day, you can't tell me it's not a successful game. It may not be for you, and I understand that. Like, I've never played Fortnite, and I never will, but I know it's a successful game.
Yeah. Like, so there's a 3 million in one day, or did they have 3 million players?
The 3 million sold in early access. Yeah. The early access launch. Yeah, they had 3 million combined between Xbox and PC. Yeah. Yeah, because I was in that. I paid for the early access.
I'm gonna have to see that. I don't doubt it. I haven't seen that.
But I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm not.
I mean, 2 years ago, Xbox had no games. Now they have games, but they're just mediocre.
No,
like,
so-
come on, man.
No, I'm not. So my thing is,
You know?
so I'm gonna say this about South of Midnight. I like South of Midnight. I
Oh,
think South of Midnight is gonna end up like Hi-Fi Rush. Like no one can explain, despite whatever. Hi-Fi Rush was probably the most critically acclaimed game for Xbox that year, right?
It reminds me a lot of Psychonauts. Remember that? It reminds me a lot of that too.
But
that indie game that's going to really be cool, you know.
But why did they sell it? Right? Like you have to understand these are strategic decisions. Like what it wasn't like they were a publisher and they had to sell. Why did they sell it? Like South of Midnight's going to go down that same path. South of Midnight's not going to sell millions upon millions of copies. I already know that.
I don't think it's supposed to.
It initially, yeah, it wasn't supposed to because Xbox's strategy has changed. Like I think when you buy ABK and you see the volumes that ABK is doing for the relative investment, there's no reason why you then go down and say like, why you start to ask yourself, why do we have South of Midnight? Why do we have these people on payroll? Like, why are we developing? We're paying a whole studio for 5 to 6 years to develop a game that's not going to give us what Call of Duty can do. Right.
Because South of Midnight is another notch in the Game Pass chain.
Correct.
They want to have a little bit of everything in there. You know, the
but
big
why
stuff,
do you have
the medium stuff, the little stuff, right?
But why do you have to? Like, this is my thing. When you when you advise like a company, you can do 3 things to do the exact same. You can either buy something, right? Like Microsoft always says, they buy things. You can do like the Nintendo way. They build things. Like Nintendo spends years, generations building their IP. They very rarely do they.
Well,
and
Xbox had to. They had 4 studios forever.
Or one more. Okay. Or you can do PlayStation. You can partner and do it. Like those are now PlayStation
take over, right?
Right. Those are the 3 things, right? Or you could do a timed exclusive or like PlayStation never bought or invested in who made the scary game that they're making a movie about right now. I forget what it's called. They partner and they license with them, right? You can do those 3 things. Like that's I think Xbox has a lot of expenses, and you're gonna start seeing them sell off some of these studios that just doesn't make sense for their portfolio.
Or shut them down.
Liquidate.
Well, they're not going to shut down anything. They'll sell it first.
If they can sell it down. If they can, right? You had someone pick up Tango Gamer.
My only issue, Virgo, is that my issue with actually what you brought up, not issue, but my what I want to say. I don't want to use the term issue, but Nintendo, right? You said Nintendo spent years building their IPs. I'm like, they put up the same damn IP years later. Like it ain't that hard to, like you might as well say Nintendo remasters their IPs because
I think but that was my whole but there's a thing. So we're talking about entertainment, right? And so I made that whole video about Nintendo, right? Or it's getting launched today. I don't think it actually released. There's a whole video I did, or if you remember, you saw it, right? There's the Nintendo one. And I said Nintendo's secret sauce is their IP. So if you want to think of Nintendo, you have to think of Nintendo in the same lens you think about Disney in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. If you want to think about Disney became the largest media company by a factor of 10. There's no other media company close to Disney at the early 2000s. Why? Because Disney had certain IP. Now, you say what you want to say about Mickey Mouse, but Mickey Mouse, there's no story to Mickey Mouse. No one can tell me the story of Mickey Mouse. No one can tell me the story of Goofy. No one can tell me the story of Donald Duck. These are just IP characters that over decades, they just brought up further and further with technology, right? There's Steamboat Willie, and Steamboat Willie becomes something else, and then that thing comes something else, and and then they eventually have this character that's iconic through generations, to which all you have to do is just update the character in the story. Unfortunately for Disney, the technology to update Mickey, you just couldn't go anywhere. Like, where'd you go to put Mickey in 3D? Well, 3D movies didn't really do well unless it's Avatar, right? Like, it just didn't. With games, you almost have that exact same trajectory, but instead of it being a visual upgrade, which games can also do, it's also a gameplay upgrade where people want to then experience not only the character in more visibility, but they want to experience the character with more gameplay. Can they do more things? Hence the reason, if we look at the whole franchise of Zelda, what we can say is Zelda back in 1988 is different than Zelda 2023. We can say Mario back with Donkey Kong in 78 is different. It has seen variations from that to what we saw Mario in 2023. If you look at most of their IP, they evolve that IP with visually. That's what we always talk about the hardware. Oh, we want to see this, do this, this, and that. But I don't think that gets talked about as much is the gameplay involves. So when I say Nintendo has evolved that IP or grow to tell me like they haven't done that. Yes, does it? Is it the same thing? Sure. But what we've known, Doctor Who, what does Doctor Who change? Right? But that is some IP that has evolved with different characters, with slightly different personalities, and then we see them with slightly different, whether it's like humor or planets they go to, it evolves, and yet it still has a following. Same thing can be said for James Bond. Like when you're dealing with IP, it's not about trying to reinvent the wheel. What it is about evolving. And that's what I would say, like Microsoft, if you want to look at their IP has never really evolved from a gaming standpoint. Never a hard word. But if you compare God of War, look at the God of Wars from PS3 era, look at the God of Wars today. That at least evolved. If you told me to look at the Gears of War of the same era and the Gears of War today, it's not evolved the same. That's what you have to do in gaming. All right.
Well, and I give them credit that they are doing a lot of new IPs. That's something that Xbox has been doing a lot lately. You know, and like Starfield and stuff. Maybe they can build on that stuff in the future, possibly, because it has always been Forza, Halo, and Gears forever. Now, as far as Forza goes, and Horizon came out, they definitely evolved that IP. And now Horizon, like the fundamental Forza changed when Horizon 1 came out. And now they're 5 games in, and it's the best racing game on the planet.
Yeah, but
because
not to be funny, but it's just a racing game. Like,
it doesn't matter. It's the best racing game. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the best tennis game or the best football game. I'm saying that the IP has changed a lot.
Are you sure it's the original best racing game? Because there's a lot.
Oh yeah, Horizon 5 is the best commercial racing game.
Who said that?
Yeah, oh yeah. It is. It has 45 million plus players. I mean, the franchise is huge.
The best or the most popular?
The best racing game.
If you put Horizon 5 on PS5, Gran Turismo 7 would be dead.
Mario
That's how good that game is.
Mario Kart's the best racing game.
Mario Kart's the same game, rinse and repeat for the last 30 years.
But they evolve the gameplay. They add you new things. Like my thing is,
it makes the most money.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you're gonna sell the same thing over and over, sure. I give Nintendo credit; their IPs are strong enough to do that. I give them credit.
No, that's what Call of Duty is, though.
Mario Kart, on N64.
The thing that's hard is when we say what's the best. So what's the best? The most popular, that makes the most money, got the best graphics, best game. Like, what makes the game the best?
5 out of 5 right there, brother.
Dodge Man just donated $10. He said Gran Turismo 7, Cubini.
I mean, you could say Gran. But or if you have Murder Man would come up. I've been watching his posts for the last 2 to 3 days talk about what the Ubisoft racer is the best one.
Yeah, it's not even close to Horizon.
I don't know.
I'm not about the Crew something.
I don't know. They're all the same to me.
Yeah, it's not even close to Horizon. Horizon is.
But when you say not close to Horizon, can you at least explain it?
Everything. I mean, just the fundamentals of the game.
Wow, that's great.
Visually,
Thanks.
like everything. Like
Thanks for
until you
explaining
played
that. We all get it.
Go play Horizon. That's all I'm saying. There's a reason why that game is so popular. Oh yeah, there's the video right there.
Yeah,
yeah,
so this guy was forever PlayStation. He just moved over to Xbox and he's having a jolly old time over on that.
And to clarify, in this video, he says he is still a diehard PlayStation guy. He grew up on it. He still loves PlayStation. He's just trying something new. And people are giving him a hard time for liking his new thing, especially Reforged.
Yeah, but he's all up into the salt.
Well, why not, man? He's going to make money doing that shit.
I never seen this guy, but I'm willing to bet he realized if he was a PlayStation guy and say he switched over to Xbox, how many view and make videos about it, he'll probably be
actually
doing pretty good.
You would think that, but his wife bought him an Xbox because he told her he wanted Elder Scrolls 6. And so he decided to try the Xbox out, being she bought it for him, and
that's what you heard on his video. That's what
he said.
Video,
yes,
right?
That's what he said. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and him and Phil Spencer are buddy. They've been talking and stuff on Xbox already. Him and Phil.
I don't understand. So I saw this. I don't know how this guy came up. My only question is what I don't quite understand. Quick resume. Like why is that such a?
Because he made a video showing the PS5 versus the Xbox and the quick resume system setup, and basically took it all in his feels about it. So
same thing.
It was pretty sad.
Yeah, so Reforged was like, oh, PS5's got quick resume from rest mode or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh no, that's not the same thing.
And then they've been going back and forth ever since. They've been making response videos.
Well, not Reforged. Reforged ain't. He
responded. Did you see his response?
One time.
Yeah.
But
bro,
that's gonna be it.
The thing is for some reason it's odd that somebody can like Xbox. So all the other side is just really mad at him, basically. That's all it is. And he's taking advantage of it. He's making the money off of it.
Okay.
He got he got 5,000 subs in freaking 2 weeks. So
hey, if it works for him.
Yeah, he's riding that train. He's talking to Phil Spencer on the daily. So he actually showed their Xbox chat of them two talking. And of course, Phil's going to talk to him because that's easy PR, right? So, I mean, why not?
He's the new reverse Tim Dog.
Yeah, exactly. He's the opposite Tim Dog. So Phil's like, hell yeah, I'll talk to this guy. He's probably going to fly him out to E3 this year.
Is there even an E3?
Or whatever Xbox calls their summer show. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, if it were, his video came up for me when he was like at maybe a 1,200 subs, and he was saying how he was a PlayStation fan, and then he went to Xbox, and he said like something like I was a moron, and then he had his kid on. For some reason, it was popping up for me. And
you saw the one with him and his son?
Yeah,
where his son was making him pledge allegiance to Xbox.
I didn't quite see it. I just know it was like it just came up.
He made him raise his right hand. He's like starts making him quote all these promises about Xbox. His kid, I guess, he said his kid's been on Xbox forever, and he would always make fun of it and talk trash about it. And now that he has one, he realizes it's pretty good. And the problem is, Purple, is Reforged is telling him, if you were around 5 years ago, you would think differently.
Exactly.
Because we had to wait 5 years of the bullshit for Xbox to get to where they are now. And I hate Xbox, basically.
No, they were better before, like 360 days. Like
yeah, but we're not talking about 20 years ago, bud.
I don't understand.
Xbox is good.
So I guess my curious and thank you to Maker for telling me how they changed Gears. So as long as they evolved it, like I said, as long as you're evolving the game, the franchises.
Gears is semi-open world now too. Yeah, it's changed a lot.
But I mean, if you gave me, it's a cover. Like, I like cover shooters, third-person shooters, and I would say out of the 3 I've played over the last 3 years, right? There's one each year. I would say Gears is third, but Remnant would be first, and the other one I like, Outriders would be second. Then Gears. But as long as it evolved and it's going in that direction, I'm fine with it. I would say the others are.
And I think when E-Day comes out, I think we're going to see some more evolution. I'm hoping, because that's a prequel, so it like goes back to the very beginning of the whole story.
So we'll see. But as far as the Xbox conversation versus PlayStation, like I would not. I mean, me personally, I don't understand what you just pulled up there, the quick resume versus the rest mode. To me, I feel like I get into the games fast. So.
It was literally just him showing how new he was to Xbox. It was just him showing all the new features that he was learning, and some people on the other side are giving him a hard time about it.
That's fair. I mean, he's
taking advantage of it, basically.
Yeah, 100%. Then as long as he's gaming, he's having fun, he's making money. I'm happy for him.
As long as Quick Resume's been around on Xbox, I don't think I've ever used it.
I've inadvertently used it where I turned it back on. I'm like, oh shit, that's right.
When a game pops up and it says Quick Resume, I usually have to quit it out because it messes up the whole thing.
I don't have that problem. But I had my Xbox unplugged for like 6 months, and I plugged it back in, and the game was right where I left off after 6 months of being unplugged. I was like, holy shit, I forgot.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's just pretty cool that it can do it. It's not a flex, I guess. It's just kind of a feature that he was excited about, and they're just mad at him for being excited. That's terrible, But I was going to ask you, Purple. Well, I was going to tell you, my laptop, I bought this one in 2020. I bought it 2019 when I first started truck driving, because I wanted a computer for the truck. It's an i5 9th gen. Makes sense?
Yeah.
With a 1050, not a TI, just a regular 1050, a 3 gigabyte 1050. The damn thing runs 2K24 WWE at max settings, 60 FPS all day long. And the reason why I say that is because some people were talking earlier about PC gaming is expensive. But it's expensive if you want 4K 200 million frames per second, sure. But I can play current day wrestling game on my 6-year-old laptop, and it runs it just fine.
What does it run Black Myth Wukong?
Oh, it won't, because it's only got 3 gigs of RAM.
That's the thing I wanted to hit back on you, Purple, about this whole PC's expensive, unattainable
I just don't think it's as expensive
thing. When you have like GeForce Now sitting there,
I consider GeForce Now different. GeForce Now is if you're open to subscription services,
but it's free.
GeForce, if you get the free tier, you don't always.
You're waiting 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where but I would also say the person who is potentially trying to game for free, finding the hacks, doing that stuff is also probably not the type of person who's going to spend a considerable amount of money on games, right? Like that's my thing. My thing is the person who is willing to spend $1,500, and that's on an average mid PC rig.
Well, Purple, this laptop was $800.
Oh,
yeah, you're a laptop. But that's even that, I would say though, Kubini is you're still not in that mark. If you're at the market of I'm trying to game on a laptop, and look, as long as you're gaming, you're good with me, right? I'm just,
and I know what you're saying, but to be fair, it was just a PC for the truck, and it was good enough to play some games, and that's where
you're at.
My desktop at home will play a lot more.
Yeah. So they're not. So again, they're not targeting you. I continue to say, we're in that video.
Yeah.
What they're targeting are those PC gamers who will spend more on a component than an actual PlayStation, right? That is not hard to do depending on your build, right? Everybody talks about GPUs. I talk about CPUs. Some people, if you really want to get elaborate, you could talk about cooling systems, right? It's not that hard to get to how much a PlayStation is. And so PlayStation is targeting those gamers who have that willingness to spend really on hardware and gadgets and tech. That's one group. The other group they're targeting are the people where consoles are actually more expensive than PCs. Like to think that they're going to try to go into a PC market, which you have a lot, and I think is a great conversation. You have a lot of players who are trying to game at the cheapest the way they can. So they'll emulate games like Maker said of Nintendo. Well, guess what? If you're someone who's emulating games for Nintendo, just because Nintendo opens a storefront on PC, do you think those players are more or less likely to buy to stop emulating?
I wouldn't change anything. I'd keep emulating.
Exactly.
I'm not paying full price for those. No.
That's the thing, right? Like there is a certain segment of people, and we saw this with Stadia. Everybody was like, "Oh, Stadia, it's free," blah blah blah. But then it's like, yeah, but you needed a certain type of internet connection, and if you could pay for high-speed internet, most likely you could pay for a console or a PC. Like there's like this myth that just because there's a lot of people, that all those people are gonna just pay top dollar. And then there's this myth that the people who pay top dollar won't also pay top dollar to buy the hardware somewhere else. Like Maker said, he made it perfectly great example. He said, hey, I would love Nintendo to have a store on PC so I could play the Nintendo games on PC. But I promise you, Maker also has a Nintendo Switch. So if you're Nintendo and you make money off of the Switch, and you're also Nintendo, and you know that most likely Maker has bought games on the Switch that he probably hasn't even played, but they were there and he saw a good deal and he bought it, you're going to be like, why then am I going to lose money by putting money on PC? Like it doesn't make sense.
But isn't that the opposite of what Sony said, where they want to expand their games to PC? But are they doing it for a different reason? I guess is my question. I think
that Sony sees, for one, I think Sony's doing it for one of a few reasons. One, there are gamers they can't reach because a PlayStation's more expensive than a PC. There are numerous countries where that's true. So for one, it makes sense to like, hey, the PC is the cheaper. Like these are players that potentially would play our games. This is what we're gonna like. Let's put it there. And if you look at the distribution of where PC game sales for PlayStation are at, it's actually disproportionately in a lot of these places where PlayStations aren't selling as much.
Sure, because everybody in those countries have PCs already.
Yeah, correct. So it makes sense you're reaching those. The other reason they would do it, and this is what I was trying to argue. I guess I didn't do it effectively in the video. What I was also trying to argue was, hey, potentially there are PC players that have not been exposed to their IP. Now they're exposed to their IP, and so potentially those players will like the game so much that they're willing to come to buy a PlayStation. And once they're within PlayStation, potentially there's enough there for them to spend on more. Those are the two things.
I saw that statement that was quoted where they were hoping that putting games on PC would get people to buy a PS5. I disagree with that. I don't think that's not going to work. I am an Xbox guy, but I'm a PC guy, and I will never own a PlayStation. But I'll buy their games on PC because some of their games are good.
Yeah, I
Spider-Man 2,
agree. If
you
you're
know.
if you're I agree. If you're already PC, you're not.
You're not buying
not-
them.
No,
Right.
well, no. But I think
You're willing to wait, or
yeah,
Exactly.
but y'all aren't the,
Pirate it, yeah.
pirate it.
so again,
Right.
but that's my thing. Like we talk about PC gamers as if if all PC gamers are a monolith. In reality, there are several different tribes of PC gamers. There are PC gamers who don't have a gaming PC. They just have a regular PC that they use for school and work, and they use that to game. There are PC gamers who they have a PC and all they do is play HTML games on the internet. That is the majority of PC gamers, actually. There are PC gamers who spend a ton of money on their rigs, right? There are PC gamers who have a PC and have every single system no matter what. Then there are PC gamers who have a PC and potentially one other system, right? Could be a Nintendo, could be an Xbox, and so forth. It all comes down to what all of those PC gamers, if you had to measure them, line them up and say like, hey, how could I determine one PC gamer from the other, right? The way you can do it without asking each and every one of them is you segment them based upon how much are they willing to spend on hardware. That is how you can that right there alone tells it. So Kubini, you being PC, you're a PC gamer, right? You have an Xbox, right?
Yep.
Do you have a Nintendo?
Yeah, I have an OLED Switch. Yeah.
So you have an OLED Switch. So you're kind of right on the cusp right there, right? You have PC wherever you game primarily,
It's PC,
right?
Yeah.
But now to add another thing to it potentially doesn't even make sense, because then if you were to buy another system, because I feel like you're the type of person who's very conscious of your spending. So if you were to buy another system, it's like, well, what are you gonna play less? There's nothing you would really like. Potentially, there's some games on PlayStation you would want, but you can wait for those, as you said.
Right, and I would take the money the PS5 costs and make the PC that much better.
Exactly. So, perfect. So right. So you've made that's your thing. But there's other people who would say, you know what? Like, I'll make the PC better. Plus, I want to play this game over there, regardless of the PlayStation, because the cost is nominal. Like they're upgrading their PC already several $100s every year, or $1,000, or $1,000+ every year. There are gamers like that. Like for me, no matter what,
I've upgraded my PC once since 2020. That's crazy. $1,000, damn.
But yeah, but I guarantee you, there's literally, you'll see them, you'll hear them talk about it. They always have the newest graphics card, the newest generation within the same generation of graphics card, right? They'll be the ones who have the Founders Edition, the ones who then have the Legendary Edition. You're like, why the hell do you have that?
Now, I will say this. I've been on a 3050 since 2023, early 2023. Before that, I had a 1080, big GTX 1080. But I am getting the new 5070 next month.
Go for
it. I'm absolutely getting it. And my thought process is the games that I have right now that I play every day are going to be that much better. You know, for less than the price of a new console.
I would actually get the new Intel card.
No, I'm gonna get a 5070 Ti.
Yeah. So, but that's
I like the Intel cards.
So you're not. So that's the thing. Like they know right now that you're willing to wait, right? So you're not.
We just bought Spider-Man 2. Yeah. Absolutely.
So you're not potentially one of those customers. I think like that's the thing. They're not trying to target every PC gamer. Like that's not a great strategy, because as I explained before, some PC gamers aren't even going to buy it, even if it came day and date. They would emulate it somehow. Like they would pirate it somehow.
So what's the metric then for them? Like, I mean, because they used to go like a couple years, right, between releases. Now Spider-Man's barely a year. So what if they knock it down to 6 months? Like, what is that going to do? Are they thinking they're going to sell more if they can?
I think to tell you the truth, I think the entire move to PC is they're piloting the move. They're seeing how much can they make the most money off of, because when those games come to PC, guess what? You're paying top dollar for the game, right? Like the game is full
price. Yeah.
Full price. So what they're trying to look at is what is the longevity of that? If you buy the game day and date on PlayStation, you're paying full price, right? If you release the game 2 years later on PC, well, most likely you would have seen it on sale on PlayStation for a 75% discount. Okay? So and if someone really wanted to play the game, there is a metric. There is like you could make the argument depending on how much PlayStation games you buy, you actually make better off buying a PlayStation and just getting all those games at 75% off.
But then the other PC guys will come back and say, but when they do release it on PC, it's the ultimate version. It has extra this, extra that, more 4K this, more, like you notice all the PS5 games that come out on PC are like, the ultimate versions, So that's why they want to wait. That's their argument. They'd rather wait for a better.
Well, sure. I mean, these are different,
version,
but they're different. Like I continue to say, these are different game. Like they're gamers, but they're different parts of this gaming segment. And I said in the video, you have a PC gamer who's willing to spend $3,000 on a PC. Not hard to do, but are willing to spend $3,000 on a PC. That consumer, that gamer, values something different than the gamer who's willing to spend $500. They value totally different things, right? It's like the same thing as like having a movie room versus having a big screen TV versus having a regular TV. They value things differently. And so go ahead.
Let me say one thing. If Sony did, I'm gonna challenge you, and then I'll tell you the answer. If Sony did one thing different than what they're doing now, I would buy a PS5 today, and I'd buy the 30th anniversary, probably the slim model, probably. But what do you think that one thing would be that I would want Sony to change to convince me to buy a PS5 today?
Is it something?
It's very simple.
Is it something Xbox is doing?
Yes, and they've been doing it for about 10 years. Yes.
Cross save?
Well, I'd love to have all that stuff, the cloud saves and stuff like Xbox, but no, you're close, but no.
Okay, go ahead.
You give up?
Yep.
The day and day on PC also. So like if I could play on my PS5, play God of War, whatever on my PS5, and then my son needs a TV, I can go over to the computer like I can an Xbox and keep playing it. The save games go, all that stuff goes. I'd buy a PS5 tomorrow.
But you understand why that?
Because then I would use it more, because I know I could go back and forth.
But you understand why that doesn't make sense for them, right?
That's why I have my Series S, because I can jump back and forth whenever I need to.
But you just highlighted why that doesn't make sense for them. Because
I'm just saying that I would need them to do that to get me to buy one.
Yeah, but you just explained why it doesn't make sense, why they wouldn't do that. Like you explained why it makes sense for you, right, but it doesn't make sense for them, because when the game comes out on PC, you're going to pay full price for it day and date when it drops on PC, like you did with Spider-Man. So no matter
that Game Pass PC, I guess that's the secret there. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
You're going to pay for Spider-Man. We're saying for Spider-Man, right?
Yeah, we're buying Spider-Man.
Yeah, so you're buying Spider-Man day and date. You're paying full price. So for PlayStation, it doesn't make that sense then for them to put more things over there, because there are gamers who will get the PlayStation, right? And when they come into the PlayStation store, they will stay around and buy something. We hear this all the time, that I have a backlog on all these consoles. Like gamers, for the most part, buy more games than they actually play.
Oh yeah, we talk games more than we play.
Yeah, so that's a phenomenon. That is like a phenomenon. Like there are like, if you only bought Switch like I did for Zelda and Pikmin, I have like 22 games on Switch. Am I going to play 22 games? No, because there's a phenomenon of like.
I think we have like 6 games.
Well,
but I have the online thing, so I do all the old school consoles and stuff. I do that a lot, and 64, Super Nintendo,
Yeah, but I could be again.
That's what I use that for,
Yeah, I continue to say, like, you are someone who is very conscious of your gaming spend, and you have like a preference, and you kind of have like, here's the majority of places where I play.
Is that why I won't buy a PS5 unless that happens? Because I'm trying to fundamentally find a way to save money and make it make sense for me.
It's not just save money, but I think I think you also realize, like, here's a question for you. Do you think if they did that and you got a PlayStation 5, would you game less? Would you game the same overall across all platforms? Would you game less? Would you game the same, or would you game more?
On the PS5 or just in general?
General, across all your platforms. Like, if let's say you in your job, you are normally gaming 20 hours a week now. PlayStation says we are dropping our games day and date on PC. You then say, all right, they're doing that, I'm going to buy a PlayStation.
If my purchase transfers, so my purchase is good on PC and PlayStation. That's what Xbox does. You buy it once, you can play it on both places.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Like let's say it's all that. Are you gaming? Okay. Are you gaming? How much are you gaming more? Are you gaming less? Are you gaming the same?
And nothing would change. It'd be the same.
Nothing would change. Okay, so actuality is then that doesn't make sense for you.
It's like, it's just if I'm going to invest in a PS5, I'd like to have those games available elsewhere also. I don't want them to be locked to the box if I'm going to do that. Because the way I live my lifestyle, I play my games everywhere, which is why Xbox works. I
would push back to say, like, then that doesn't, buying a PlayStation, if that were to happen, does not make sense for you. Because the majority of the places where you play right now is PC. If they were to drop day and date, and you're like, well, let me go get a PlayStation, and now your gaming doesn't change.
Actually, you just said that. You know what I would do, Purple? I'd put the PS5 in my truck, and I'd leave the laptop at home. That's what I would do. And for the 3 days a week I'm in my truck, that's when I'd use it. As long as I could go home, jump on the PC, and still play all my PlayStation games. I know, I'm picky. I understand.
So we only got 4 people watching.
But I would love a 30th anniversary PS5.
Go ahead, FCAT.
Yeah, we only got 4 people watching. It's getting
4 slackers.
late. We'll try to pick up next week. Hopefully, more news next week.
I think we're going to get a lot of news this week on the Switch side and the Xbox side. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a lot to talk about a couple days before the direct. You know, I think so.
Where's Cowboy? Did he disappear again?
He's disappearing.
No, but listen, I don't know if Cowboy. I know FCAT. You know this. I know Purple knows this. I grew up PlayStation. I was on PlayStation all the way to the PS4, PS1, PS2, PS3. Trust me, I had hours. I was in leagues on Gran Turismo 5 with my boys. I was on PlayStation for a long time. And then I went to Xbox One pretty late into the generation, right about 2017 probably, I would say. Right about when that whole Game Pass cross-platform thing started working. You know, but I've always been a PC guy that had a PlayStation, if that makes sense. I've been building PCs for 20 years. I built old Dell PCs with Voodoo graphics cards in them. I don't know if you remember those, Purple. The old
I do remember them.
Voodoo cards. Yeah, those things are awesome. So I've always been a PC guy that had a PlayStation. And then I went into Xbox One, I'd say 2017, Game Pass and, you know, cross-platform.
What's going on with my PC? What's going on with my PC? Why it keeps restarting?
Well, you got to send me the deets, bro, and I can look at it.
No, it could be like that.
I'm just being honest with you. That's where I was, you know.
No, I get it, but I think you've evolved, like just like everybody else. Just like I pointed out with Doc, like people evolve in where they are or where they're at, and I think for gamers, even me, like I would love to game a certain way, but the way I want to game, I understand isn't the best for the company and when I talk, all I do is bring up like, here's a strategy, here's from a business perspective, here's like psychology, like the market psychology around the thing. And when I look at it, it makes sense for PlayStation in that video at least to double. They have a competitive advantage in that their segment of the console market. It doesn't make sense for them to just abandon that and go into the PC market. It doesn't. It actually weakens the value of the PlayStation ecosystem, which lowers the value for their customers there. And then you're going into waters which you don't really have any competitive advantages. You don't have a competitive advantage on hardware. You don't have a competitive advantage on store. You are now going up against a store, if it's on Steam and or Epic, where it has more games than just your game. It just doesn't make sense. So
I mean, yeah. So they're like, if they launch a PlayStation PC store, they're going against Epic, and EA, and Steam.
You saw that?
Xbox,
Y'all saw the new Epic terms of service?
for increased revenue margins. What does that even mean? Do you mean profit margins, Maker? What does revenue margins mean? But what are you saying, FCAT?
Did y'all see the new terms of service for Epic Store?
No.
Is that what you were talking about last week?
I have no idea what that is.
Discord, you were talking about that?
No, Vet actually found it and put it out there. Says something about like if you talk negative about Epic Games, like they can lose your account. They can make you lose your account.
Yeah, yes, I did hear about that.
Something about developers, if they create their game in their engine, it's all of a sudden Epic Games property or something like that.
I think it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. But I haven't. I don't really follow Epic that much.
But yeah, you're right. You were saying before, if they did drop a launcher, they'd be last place on PC for a while.
No,
it took them a few years to.
I don't think they would ever. I don't think there's just any advantages to it. Like I think and I don't think I made a video, but I kind of hinted at it. If there's 3 console makers, right? At least in the Western world. If you go to Asia, there's actually other console makers, but here there's 3. And there's Nintendo, there's Sony, there's PlayStation, and then there's Xbox. If you're PlayStation, you're a hardware company. Are you going to follow the software company who did not do well with hardware, or are you going to try to emulate the hardware company who's actually the number 1 in hardware?
Well, did they not do well in hardware, or did they not do as well as them in hardware? So
they didn't do as well as them. You context, fine. They didn't.
I'm just saying, like, if it was 5 million difference versus 30 million, where's the line at?
Okay, fine. They didn't do as well.
Purple. PlayStation is a casual box. PlayStation is, I need a gaming console. First word comes out is PlayStation. Everybody knows that name. It's the household name. It sells on its name alone. It's not outselling Xbox by double because it's double better. It's outselling because the name is.
Yeah, it's outselling.
Right?
Well, no, right? I don't know. I have no reason why I am not. To me, it's irrelevant whether it's selling because of the name, whether it's selling because Sony has some voodoo curse on Xbox. It cares less to me. Because at the end of the day, it's the same. You're in the same position, like, right? Which is Xbox isn't selling as much, given that they had some serious competitive advantages due to supply constraints from Sony, and they had a lower priced machine. In my opinion, the best value in gaming, the Series S, a lower priced machine. Given that they had the more powerful machine, they're still not like, I don't care why.
Well, because their games are everywhere. That's why. Well, actually, they didn't really have any games, but that's a big thing. People.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. It could be. I'm not saying it's bad. All I'm saying is that comparatively, like, where they're at, their strategy looks very different than PlayStation's strategy.
Well, that's why I brought up the Ford Toyota thing. 'Cause I know it's off topic, but the reason why I brought that up is Ford just announced 48 years best-selling truck. Okay, so the reason why I say that is, they've been the best-selling truck for 48 years. But it doesn't mean that Toyota and GM and Nissan, everybody else who make trucks, doesn't mean they're screwed. There's a place for everybody, from the top all the way to the bottom to the middle.
Yeah,
And I don't understand why it's so bad that Xbox can't just be in third place doing their own thing. Why is that a bad thing? I don't understand.
It's not like what I kind of said this probably 15 minutes into when I started talking. If it was another company, if Xbox was its own company, if Xbox was like doing its own thing, not a publicly traded company, not Microsoft, you're exactly right. Why is it bad? They're making money. They're covering their expenses. They're keeping the lights on. They're keeping the people employed. 100%. No one's saying that. What I'm saying is that given who they are, right? And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of other companies that have this problem with certain divisions within their company. Given who they are, that doesn't look good, right?
So Daddy Microsoft wants them held to a higher standard than what they are.
Yeah, 100%. Just like Uncle Google wants their Uncle Google's hardware division is under immense pressure because they can't take on Samsung, they can't take on Apple.
Me and Viv were saying earlier, pretty much Microsoft is turning Xbox into what Bill Gates wanted to be in the first place.
Yes. I think that was my thing when I said there are people who are at Microsoft who don't want Xbox to be what Phil Spencer wants it to be.
Well, right. I agree with that. Phil wants it totally different.
Yeah, and I think, and in my opinion, and I'll probably make a video about this sometime, my opinion, those people have more leverage now than they did before.
But Phil's the one that gave him the idea to buy up studios.
Yeah, but I think the reason they went and bought, when did Phil start buying studios?
It's been a little while.
It's been a little while, right? So what we've had in that amount of time, right? You had subscriptions were on the rise. Everybody created their own subscription service. That was the way they went into it. Then what you also had during that time, you had the pandemic, in which all of a sudden every at-home subscription service just like blew up. And so it makes total sense. It doesn't make sense until it doesn't make sense. And now what do you see? Unless you're like Netflix, your subscription service isn't doing too well, right?
Well, I think part of it too is, if you look at it from the business side, after they bought all these studios, right? Now Microsoft expects money from that, right? So now they're cranking out all these games that they've got the next 3-4 years stacked full of games. The problem is what they had before that isn't going to support those games on their own. That's why they're looking to put them elsewhere to offset.
100, I 100% agree with you.
So I saw a stat earlier. I heard a stat earlier, Purple, about Candy Crush and Call of Duty actually isn't making enough to overtake PlayStation or something like that.
I mean, what I would say is Candy Crush and Call of Duty are not living up to the initial expectations when Microsoft bought ABK. But I would say that deal, and I said this on Cowboys Channel about a year and a half ago, when people said, "Why are you against the deal?" And I said I was against the deal because I think that deal was going to drastically change Xbox. And everybody said, no, it's not. Everybody said, look, they're getting APK. They're going to have all these games. And I said, no. What that deal looked like to me was someone was setting Xbox up. Meaning, someone gave Xbox a point. Like, when you say, it's just like, just think about it when y'all all have significant others or something, you've dated someone. And you're like, please give me this. If you do this, I will do all of this. Right? and then they give in to whatever it is that you want or whatever. They go with your side, right? But then the minute you do not live up to the expectation, what happens? They come back with a vengeance to say, not only did you go back on your word, but now we're gonna do it my way. That happened. That happens all the time. Xbox, when they sold that, when Phil Spencer sold the idea that we are going to have 100 million players on our subscription service, if we get this game, if we do all this, Phil Spencer really believed, like he really wanted that. He's like, I need this to go through. There were people who knew that wasn't going to happen. And so now that every single time Xbox misses, we don't see the subscription numbers. The reason why we don't see it, because that will put more pressure on them than they currently already are on.
Last official was 34.
Right, but it's not growing at a rate to reach 100 million by 2020.
I've heard it's over 40 already. Post Call of Duty and stuff like that.
There's reports saying Indy didn't even sell great.
Yeah, so when you're in
on Game Pass, why would it?
But the thing is, like, you're in order to have that number, like, you needed like a lot of things to go right. That's all I'm saying. And I continue to think Xbox probably started having Microsoft probably started having a lot of reservations about Xbox after Bethesda. And then at the time the pandemic hit, everybody was like, we're going to be at home forever. No more office. Everybody's going to be home. Phil saw a very opportune time to get some properties that are wash, rinse, and repeat. It's habit to buy it. They make a lot of money with ABK.
Right.
They spent top dollar for it, but there's just no way. There's just no way for them to really justify that. And so now, and I could probably tell you exactly who it is, right? It's Amy Hood. Now, Amy Hood, CFO, is coming for her pound of flesh. And her pound of flesh is going to look like, okay, it's going to look like Hi-Fi Rush. Oh, that's cute. You won a lot of stuff. You got a lot of accolades. But how does that even get you remotely close to selling millions upon millions of games? How does that get you to get people to stay on the service? And then Phil's going to be like, well, you want to know what? Sarah's going to be like, you know what? It doesn't. It was a success in its own right, but it's not a Microsoft success.
And that's why they punted it, basically.
Yeah, and I think the same thing's going to happen to South of Midnight. I think the same thing's going to happen to that medieval game that Doc always talks about that I think it looks stupid. It's like no.
Clockwork? No, not Clockwork.
No, it came out like 3 years ago. He always talks about this game. He's like, oh, this game was like he talked. But regardless,
let me ask you a question.
What game is it?
Let me ask you a question. As a gamer, right? Let's say you were going to be interested in Game Pass, right? Now I know some people might have Game Pass, don't use Game Pass, whatever. But as a gamer, right? And everybody's going to be different because we have different gaming habits. As a gamer, what would make you say I would pay for Game Pass as a subscription to supplement me playing video games for a year, right? So for me, I'll give you examples. I just speak for myself. So me personally, I need those like AAA games. So it's like, how often are you going to bring a AAA game? But then again, it depends on what games you like. Now, Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm a big fan of Doom. 2020, my game of the year in 2020 was Doom Eternal. So the question is, right, for me, is like, okay, one is, is Doom: The Dark Ages going to be on Game Pass?
Yeah, everything is, yeah.
All right, cool. So for me, it's like, okay, Doom: The Dark Ages. Okay, so Doom: The Dark Ages is going to be on Game Pass. And then I would have to look at their portfolio and say, okay, what games are coming out this year that I would say okay, for me, it would have to be what games I would have purchased, right? So can you save me from, purchasing a game? Like, oh, that game's going to be on the service. I was going to buy that game. So my question for you guys are, what would make you your gaming habits, what would make you subscribe to Game Pass for a year, for a calendar year? Yeah, purple.
Well, to kind of back up what you were saying.
Pentiment, by the way, that's the game. Pentiment.
ALL. Yeah, Doom will be coming to Game Pass, but I'll probably also get a PS5 Pro patch.
Oh wow, 2% better.
Yeah, do
I am paying full price for 2%.
I didn't even hook it up.
So I will say that. So this is what I will say to answer your question, Cowboy. So to subscribe to Game Pass for a year, right? Not just like a one and done. You mean to be fully like Cal Gubini is fully invested in Game Pass, right? Right. So
I have two answers to that, but yeah, go ahead.
So it's $240 roughly, and for me, I don't think there is anything that I would subscribe for a year, because I know the games I like, and even when it comes to PlayStation, you never hear me talking about PlayStation exclusives, right? Because I'm not an exclusive person. Like I like, well, I am an exclusive person. Do not clip that. But you know what I'm saying is, but yeah, I like a lot of different third-party games. So it never makes sense for me to spend $240 when there may be only one game out of the entire Xbox day, and maybe two that I would buy throughout that year. So it's cheaper for me to buy day and date full price than to continue to subscribe to Game Pass.
No, I'm going to answer my two parts. In fact, I'm with you on one, but I'm different on the other. The first part is I pay yearly for Game Pass as is. I'm not buying it hoping for a major release. I'm happy with Game Pass the way it is. Mm-hmm. If I get the perk of having 5 big games come out this year, then fine. But if I don't, it's still worth the money already. One, it's the cloud stuff, and that helps for me when I'm on the road with my truck. 2 is the cross-platform, going from the console to the PC. Like, there's a lot of things that are tied into that. But at the same time, $240 a year to EA Play is included in that. Like, there's more to it than just what is Xbox releasing this year. But yes, there's 4 or 5 games that I don't have to buy this year. So yes, Game Pass, I'm good for the year. Yeah, I mean it's a no-brainer. It's Game Pass is the best subscription service in gaming, hands down. Even if they release nothing this year, it's still worth having for the whole year.
Really?
That's my answer. Yep.
Yeah,
but that's for me as a parent trying to save money.
Yeah, I think we're totally different. I think we're totally different gamers, and I think that's the whole thing. Like, it works for because. For one, you have not only do you have a pretty eclectic taste, Kubini, based upon what you've said, like, right, but like, which that's not like you just have a very broad taste. You also are playing. You have your son, right? He probably, when you combine both of your gaming habits, it stretches numerous types of games, and it makes total sense. I think for someone like me, I kind of know what games I like. Even with makers saying, "Hey, indies release on Game Pass," yeah, but most indies that I'm buying are between $20 and $30. Again, that's 1 month of Game Pass.
Yeah, EA plays on there too. So
I don't. What game on EA do I play?
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
I mean, I got Madden for free. So
yeah, no, you're a Madden player.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying all those EA games are included.
I said indie. Oh, okay. Yeah, not EA. I did. Yeah, Miss.
Yeah, I'm an EA play. Yeah.
Cocoon, yeah. So Cocoon was $20. Immortality, I didn't like. Chance of Sinar, didn't play. Signalis, those are totally. Cocoon was the only one you said there, and Cocoon was the cost of a month of Game Pass. Maybe.
So games we know for sure that's coming this year to Game Pass: Eternal Strands, Expedition 33.
And there's a ton they've got. The list is massive.
Yeah, well, y'all can go down my entire. Like, I did my top. I listed my top 19, right? And I can tell you for a fact, number 2 is going to Game Pass day and date, right? Which is South of Midnight. Right. After that, the next 18, those are not going to Game Pass. Right now, granted, throughout the year, that's going to change. Which one is my favorite? Which am I actually going to buy? But that's what I mean. Like I did this 3 years in a row, and it's always comes up the same. Game Pass doesn't have the games I play.
Herbal, I know I got the games that you play.
What's that?
GameFly.
Oh my goodness! But see here, if I was a GameFly, but I already told you this, Cowboy. If I was like you, where it's like you buy it, you get the game. You get the game and then you don't play it again. I have the library, right? My library gets like every game day and date. It's crazy. I just can't beat the games within a week. So
Yeah, you know what? It's the same thing. So me personally, I like the library tactic and I like a GameFly tactic. Those things allow you to be a specific gamer. You walk in there and say, "This is what I want to play." And then you grab it and you go. Or same thing with me. This is what I want to play. This is what I get in the mail. My issue with Game Pass is like what Ubini said for him. He said, so when you listen to him, he's not saying a specific game. He's just like, it's the benefits of having it to have it.
100%.
And it's a plus if I get games I want to play. But where me, and like you sound like, I kind of want to play that game, and so that's what I'm going to get.
It's a plus if I get a big banger like Fable or something. That's a plus. Not what I want to play. It's a plus. I don't have to go out and spend $70 on that game because I know it's in my $20 month service. You know, I spend more money at McDonald's in a week than I do on Game Pass. Come on.
That's crazy.
$20 is nothing. $20 is
I don't even want to
nothing.
bring up how much money I spend on food. That's
what I'm saying.
I would be curious because Cowboy did this like almost 3 years ago, I think. I would be curious if you had a PS5 and you had an Xbox, which of those subscription services would you buy both, or which one would you have?
The PlayStation one is a joke. I wouldn't even touch it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. What they released Most Wanted Need for Speed this month. That game's like 7 years old.
I don't know, Cowboy. Did you not do this like comparison side by side?
I did. Yeah.
For me, I would choose Game Pass because PlayStation Plus is pretty.
And Game Pass is massively.
What we did was, and I had a bunch of gamers, and what we did is we compared. We went through the whole Game Pass at the time and the whole PlayStation Plus, and what we did was RPG versus RPGs, right? We did action games versus action games. We did, every genre you could think of, sports, and in the end, PlayStation had more. The genres that was voted on was more for PlayStation. It's just because when you lined up the game. Now, granted, trust me, I always say Game Pass is better. But when you looked at it side by side, it ended up like Game Pass. I give Game Pass the nods because they get day and date games. Yeah. But again, I don't even pay for I haven't paid for Game Pass for almost, I guess, 2 years now. And so, but I still give them credit. But again, if you actually look at the day and date games, when you get a big hit, that's a big hit, but you're waiting far in between. So when we did line them both up, PlayStation did beat them because they had more like hard-hitting games in that genre, in more categories. We did it by categories.
I would choose PlayStation 5's cloud thing over xCloud any day.
Well,
But
no, let me say it again though. I don't buy Game Pass because of what could come out. I don't buy it hoping to get the next big release. I buy it because it's already great the way it is.
Yeah, that's why I
think on there already that if I get a new release, cool.
But that's why I asked the question, because based upon what Cowboy would say, because you're saying it's a bonus for a day and date.
Day and date is a bonus. I would have it even if it did not have day and date. I'd still have it. Yes.
You're the perfect person for subscriptions, right? So you're purchasing a prescription. You're the person that they want. Someone who gets it. It's like Netflix and chill is what they say. You have Netflix not for what's on Netflix, just because one day you're going to sit back and chill. You're going to just find something. Like the other day, me and my wife, my daughter was here. We didn't know what to do, so we don't go to any other service. We go to Netflix and we just scroll through and be like, that looks cool. we would have never watched that movie ever. But guess what? We found something. So you're the perfect person for subscriptions, for gaming. You don't really care what games is on there. You just are happy to say they have a bunch of games. And if a game you like comes as a plus. So, and that's fine for you. Just on my side, I feel like, what am I paying for? So when I ask what am I paying for, you kind of have to show me what I'm paying for. If you just say, what you mean you will get 400 plus games? Then my question is, what games? And if you stutter and be like, well, and then like Purple did. Purple said, look at my list and what games are on the list, right? So if you can't say my games are on the, and that was ultimately what my issue was with Stadia in the end. Because once they didn't get WWE, I was like, okay, at first Stadia had the bangers. They had me covered, right? And then eventually they didn't. And then we found out that's because they was going out of business. But at the end of the day, like for me, I'm a specific gamer. You kind of got to tell me what you're going to give me, right? Am I going to get excited?
One thing I would say is if we come back to this topic in 2 years, I think it's going to be different. And the reason why I say that is because the games coming out in the next 2 years are going to be in Game Pass. And then you're going to ask me again, hey, what makes Game Pass good? Right. Not excluding data. Oh, okay, well, Fable, Stalker, all this stuff, right? South of Midnight, all that's in there. Right now, they're still adding to that library. But honestly, it's $20 a month. I mean, are we seriously arguing about $20 a month?
No. Listen.
I'll give you $20.
I think that's $20 a month.
It's less than $1 a day. It's less than $1 a day.
No, it's definitely a steal, but I will still say some people, it seems like it's like if, it's again, so the greatest part a company can do with a subscription is like a gym membership, meaning something I could give you that you're not going to use, then they're making money for nothing, right? Because one, they have to worry about the servers and how many people are using it. If you're just paying and not using it, that's a plus for them. So for instance, if I got a gym membership and I'm never going and I'm not helping the gym be crowded, they're just making free money. Now, granted, hey, that's a great strategy to have, right? If you could get people just to get it and don't actually utilize it, But at the end of the day, if you like it just because it might have games that you like, cool. You know what I mean?
Right, but what I'm saying is every time someone says, what's so good about Game Pass, what's coming to it? I'm like, I don't care about what's coming to it. It's already great.
Yeah, no,
I'm just going to add more to it because that's the thing is it's always what's coming to Game Pass. Well, it's already got 500 games, EA Play, cloud streaming.
Yeah, but you know the only bad thing? I will have to check you on this. When you was explaining is great, if you notice, you barely said any games, right? You didn't say what games make it great. You just said, well, I got 500 games, got EA game. Even when you say EA game, EA Pass, you didn't say any games. Then you was like, well, Madden. You said one game. So you're really not.
Yeah, I use. Okay, fine. UFC 25 is on Game Pass this month.
Okay.
I mean, UFC 5, Diablo's on there. Like they have. Let's see, here's 8 games announced for this month. Road 96, Robin Hood, Diablo, Lightyear Frontier. There's always something, but I don't subscribe to Game Pass hoping for something new.
Yeah.
I subscribe to it because it's already good.
Yeah.
I don't need to name games because it has every Xbox game all the way back to OG. That alone makes it worth $20 a month. So for me to just go back and play Halo Master Chief Collection, right?
It has value to you. I would say,
and the bonus is the new stuff. That's all bonus.
Game Pass has value to you, and the value to you is greater than what the price is of Game Pass, and that's why you pay for it because you're like you the value is greater.
And games a year,
real quick, guys. Right? Rain is jumping in. FJ, let's start with you. What's up, Rain? I don't know how long, and just to let you know, Rain.
No.
Show he's doing on Tuesdays. So I even canceled my show, and FCAT is killing it, man. Just having fun. A lot of people are jumping on. So, but when FCAT's ready to call it quits, we're gonna call it quits.
I've been ready. It's just
I just got off of work, so I don't know what was happening.
No, that's why I just wanted to
see what he has to say, bud. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, it's been late and.
But let Rain go.
Yeah, give Rain a minute. He came in. Go ahead, buddy.
What's even the conversation?
Just they're kind of all over the place, really.
Yeah, well, we can ask them the same question Cowboy asked us, which was, Rain, are you? Well, first of all, Rain, are you currently subscribed to Game Pass?
No.
Okay, so
Well, which
strict-
Game Pass? Because are you talking about like PlayStation's version or Xbox's version?
Xbox. Well, so Xbox's version.
Game Pass Ultimate. Yes.
So what would Game Pass have to do if there's anything? And it's okay if you say there's nothing they can do, but what would they have to do for you to subscribe to them for a year?
Different diversity in their games, because I've not really seen there's probably a lot more than I know, but I haven't seen a lot of games I really like inside of Game Pass.
There it is.
Okay, so that's fair, right?
Because like the reason I got PlayStation's Pass is because there's games in there that I like to play.
Okay, what games? It's good. It's a good segue. Can you name any of them specifically?
The Assassin's Creed franchise, Far Cry franchise.
Okay.
They got a few like Shadow of Mordor's in there and stuff like that.
Yeah, so because PlayStation has Ubisoft.
Yeah, so Xbox has EA games, so Madden, UFC, all that stuff on Game Pass. PlayStation has Ubisoft stuff, I guess, is how that works. So that, I guess that'd be the difference. No, I mean Far Cry 5 is on Game Pass, so I mean,
but
how much do you pay for the PlayStation side?
I have the extra one so every month I'm paying like $17.
Do you use it all the time or just randomly?
All the time, actually. Okay. Most of the games I have downloaded are mostly from there.
Do you know about Xbox Game Pass, what it is and all that stuff?
I just know it's kind of Xbox's version of the PlayStation Premium stuff.
I've never heard it backwards like that. That's no offense. I've just never heard.
Kavini, you gotta get out your bubble.
Well,
Kavini,
you gotta realize I'm a PlayStation player. I'm a PlayStation player, so
that's fine. Game Pass is on PC. You don't even need an Xbox. So, but I've never heard it said that Game Pass is the other copied version of the PlayStation.
Kubini,
I'm sorry, he's throwing me off.
I'm imagining your face when he said that, Kubini. Like, just like you're being like, what? Like, it's not computing.
My brain is like confused. Like,
but that's the cool thing about gamers. Different.
One thing I will say about Xbox Game Pass, a lot of people don't know what the hell it is. It blows me away how many people I randomly talk to and I don't know what it is. Like, it's been out for 10 years. You don't know what it is? No, I don't know what it is.
Well, from what I've seen, they're pretty much the same thing. It might not be. It might not be.
There's. I would say this. I think that for
a lot of old games.
Yeah, I think there are features that are different. Like, I will give Kubini, like, that's what he's going to bring up. But I also think it really just depends on what is what type of games you like. Like, right. I think Rain has a type of game he likes. He's already has an affinity to PlayStation, so it makes perfect sense. Kubini, you like that PC, Xbox.
Oh, my Sims? Are you making fun of my Sims?
No, Rubalica on my channel. She's a Sims streamer.
Hold on, Stardew Valley is a good one.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean Sims game. I mean playing simulator games on PC.
No,
I don't. Hours in those games, you know.
As long as, but I think y'all are just different types, and I would say for me there are more types of people who are not Game Pass that library versus the PlayStation library.
Okay, well let me ask real quick, Rain. I'm not trying to pick on him, really not. What would you see? You don't know a lot about Game Pass. That's fair, but what would entice you to try it? Like, do you have an Xbox at all?
No, I don't own the Xbox.
Okay. Do you have a PC that can play games?
No.
Okay, well,
about the only thing that I have that I can use besides a PlayStation, is my laptop, and I have to use GeForce Now.
Okay, that has Xbox on it.
Yeah, so you could pay for Game Pass and it would run on GeForce Now. You could do that. I was going to ask, like, what would it take for you to consider getting it. But if you have limited access to it as it is, then I guess it really doesn't matter.
But what value would he have? But my whole thing is even if he could get to it, like it's still one of two things has to happen. Either A, it means he no longer values his PlayStation catalog as much, which it sounds like he values it quite a bit. Or
well, he named a bunch of Ubisoft games, so
but that's still part of the subscription. So he has to either
you can get Ubisoft Plus and solve that problem too. So you don't need Sony's thing to do that. You know what I mean?
But for
and
17,
you get the Dan dates.
Right? Yeah, you get all the Ubisoft games day one, right? Yeah, you can just do that. I'm just asking.
You're exactly right. But I think Rain, I don't know, Rain's it's his preference, and it sounds like he made like more than just Ubisoft. He just named the Ubisoft. We threw him like he hasn't had time to think about it.
Well, okay. What were the last two games you played, Rain, on PlayStation? Last two games, let's say, that you can think of. You put some time into.
You went mute.
Oh, Suicide Squad and WWE.
Played that.
Kubini's just like, I already know Kubini. You're like, dang it.
I have 2K. I was playing it 30 minutes ago, so 2K.
It's all right. It's all right. Kubini,
that game's old. Unfortunately, they need to do better. No, it's just those two games don't stand out as I need to buy PS Plus. It's just
but also another thing is you got to think is all the people that I play WWE with are on PlayStation.
Ooh, that's fine. And the answer to that is that game needs to be cross play, and you wouldn't have to worry about that problem. But I agree with that for every game. All these damn multiplayer games need to be cross play.
But it's not going to ever happen because PlayStation has a stick somewhere.
They have a what?
I can't say expression on stream, but PlayStation doesn't like the fact that we can mingle with Xbox.
No, I think isn't WWE crossplay?
Yeah, there's plenty of PlayStation, Xbox crossplay games. Yeah, I can play you right now in Rocket League, all that stuff. Yeah, it's funny. But I'm just saying, I think 2K should be cross-platform. I wish it was. That'd be great.
Last I checked, it was.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to put you out. I'm just asking.
Let me ask you guys this.
Because I don't have it, so that's why I'm asking.
Is WWE crossplay?
It should be. It freaking should be.
Should be. But their servers are so terrible, the game probably wouldn't play.
Oh.
Yeah. When you play online, it feels like you're moving at like 14 FPS. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I tried it. I can't play it. It's too hard.
It's not bad now because I guess the new game is coming out. So if you play it now, it runs really smooth.
Because 25 is coming out.
Yeah, that's why.
25 is still on the PS4 and Xbox One. Like, goddamn.
Well,
which is very.
WWE is such a big company. They're not going to lose that game. Think that money. Think about it.
Oh, sure.
And again, that's what sucks because we can't get a really good product. But again, I can't expect them to lose out on that money. Like because they're such a massive company, has such a big following. Just imagine if they say, "Oh, we're only doing next gen." Man, the amount of money they would lose.
Well, they're going to do next gen at the next gen, I guess. I don't
think they're ever going to do only next gen.
Well, the same with Madden and all that. Madden's still on PS4.
Yeah, those companies are so big that at this point, it's the numbers game. You're just not gonna lose that much money. It's just like you wouldn't.
See, here's the thing, Cowboy. Though we complain about the game, but we're still gonna buy it.
I'm buying it.
Yeah,
I could buy it because I get great enjoyment out of it because it's social for me. I'm playing with my friends. But I will say that we're pretty much their testers every week. Every single Wednesday, we're testing the game.
They need to start watching your show more.
Which is not a lot.
And shit. Yeah. Damn.
But let's go ahead and close this up and come back next week.
I just I got a message that says Switch 2 is expected to suffer major stocking issues I just
No, they said that they were ready. They
No,
said
I
they,
just got
they
it.
were ready to
Got
go.
it
I'm
now.
telling
Let me
you,
see what
Switch
it
2
says.
will be a success no matter what. Like I said, it will be. That's my most recent.
Yeah,
game.
what's the trade-in value at GameStop for the current one?
They have to be ready because they have to avoid the scalpers.
I just got the message. Let me see what it says real quick. Let me see. Oh shit! I just got the message.
Well, Gunman was saying the same thing about the Switch.
PS5 Pro is still attainable.
Okay, so it says
I would lose money on that.
So this article says PS5 is still set to dominate hardware sales this year, despite Switch 2 being released, predicts analyst. PS5 will continue to roll over units like hotcakes because GTA 6 is coming. That's not just a third-party box. I keep saying that shit.
How many people in here? It's 5 of us. How many of you guys are getting a Switch 2? If it is real.
Like day one or ever?
For real. It's real. It's real. I can 100% assure you it's real.
It's coming. We've seen the leaks at CES.
How many of you guys will get one though? How many of you guys will get one?
Day one or period?
I mean, do you got to answer that? Are you getting it or not, man?
First year or second year?
Could be. Will you eventually get one?
If I have the money laying around, I'll upgrade my Switch. Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I'll get one.
Now
I'm not going to go out of my way to get it, but I'll upgrade it if I have the money.
What about you, Rain?
No.
No, that's
and,
no.
All right, now Purple. Let me ask you and Cubini, or mainly you, Purple. You actually answered the question. Is there a certain something you feel, or a certain bar you feel it needs to hit for you to purchase it, or are you just going to buy it regardless?
So actually, what I am going to be interested in seeing is the leaks that matter the most to me, and no one's actually gotten that leak. Like I don't care anything about hardware or the
we saw the specs. Yeah.
I don't care anything about the specs. The one leak that actually matters that no one can show, and I've actually seen the mock-up, like actually have seen the mock-up of
the CES one, right?
No.
The CES mock-up.
Go ahead, Purple. What's the one thing you hold up?
Gameplay.
Okay.
That's the one. Like to me, everything.
Yeah.
That's what actually will tell it.
No. When you say gameplay, are you meaning that? What are you referring to? Like what the games are going to look like graphically? No, you said you don't care about that. What do you mean when you say gameplay?
So, like, if you heard me, I said, like, remember when I was talking about the IP and evolving the IP? Evolving the IP is two things when it comes to gaming. In movies, it's one thing. In games, it's visually, which more power means visually it should be upgraded. Okay, great. That's a given. Each Nintendo has done that. The other one, though, is gameplay. Like, what is it that we should be able to do in this new Switch that we can't do in the current Switch? Perfect example of this is like
nothing.
No, but if you think about it, each of the iterations of Nintendo have always improved gameplay like that. There are certain games you cannot play in the current generation. There are certain games you can play in the current generation of a Nintendo that you couldn't do in the previous one. Each Nintendo has that. And so what is that? Like and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Unfortunately, I feel like the answer is nothing.
You know what's crazy? I feel like Mario 64, that was such a big deal because it took Mario from 2D to 3D. And I feel like it was such a huge game, right? As far as like how much you could do in the game and go all over. And I feel like then every iteration of Mario was kind of built off of that game. It was 3D, but I don't know what did they do in the Wii Mario and the Wii 2 and the Switch that I felt like they couldn't have done in that one besides make the graphics better.
So Mario's one of them, but like let's think about N64 is actually an interesting one. Right? So N64, you're exactly right. Mario made a giant leap. Okay. But to your point, the gameplay did not change that much into the next generation of Nintendo after that, which was the GameCube. It is not a surprise to me that GameCube sold much worse than 64. And it's because of this, even though you did have new IP come in that you couldn't play on 64, such as Pikmin. Pikmin, you don't have Pikmin 64. Why? Because it's computational. So then, guess what happens with the Wii? The Wii, there are certain games, because of the form factor, it changed. We have the nunchucks, right? That then sold quite a bit because you evolved gameplay. Then what happens with Wii U? Wii U also evolved the gameplay, but if you ask the people, TK9 always talks about this. If you ask people, well, what was the Wii U? Nintendo did a poor job of explaining how the Wii U was different from the Wii. And therefore, guess what? The Wii U didn't sell as well as the Wii. So then you get to Switch. Switch again is an evolution, not only in form factor because you now have a handheld as well as a console, but you also have computational power. There's games you can play on the Switch that you couldn't do on the Wii U. So it has to do that. And if it doesn't, it'll fail.
I think Purple hit it on the head. I think Switch 2 is just a more badass Wii U. I mean, it's the same system.
If it does not,
it's just going to be a Pro. That's all it's going to be.
If all it does is do similar to a marginal upgrade, similar to what the GameCube did, then it will not be as much of a success. But if it does bring some other element of whatever gameplay due to computational power or due to form factor, it'll be a success. So no one's been able to say that.
Let me ask you this. I think the scary thing is in this day and age, it's more scrutiny than ever. We could all agree.
Oh,
so
sure.
the Switch 2, unfortunately, the world is way more negative now, and they're going to pick everything apart. You can have a Digital Foundry video and the console wars stuff. So I think Nintendo's approach has always been smart to not compete in power. Once they decide to step back in that, they're kind of always been in their own little lane. And so I don't think it's going to be that bad. But in today's day and age, people are going to wonder, like, okay, what can this thing do? And what's the graphical fidelity and this and that? So I think still being something that's handheld, if that it will be its thing, it's still going to blow it out. It's going to be amazing that it's handheld and it still do that. But then you're going to be like, well, now we got Steam Decks and Lenovo's that do the same thing. So
I don't think I don't think it matters. Like I'm talking. So Cowboy, you yourself are like Nintendo. My very first channel I came on with you, or the very first one. You can go listen to it. You say, well, then Purple, what is it? I said, well, Nintendo's a great. You're like, Nintendo, that's a kid's system. You're not a Nintendo player. Rain's not a Nintendo player. FCat's not a Nintendo player. Kubini plays Nintendo as potentially a third option.
I mean, I grew up on Nintendo until PS1.
But today,
the only games I play on there are Pokemon.
Right. So I would say y'all are not typical Nintendo players. However, Nintendo has sold more Switches to adults than any other console.
Yeah, because kids ain't buying them themselves. Their parents are.
No, but you have grown up gamers who are on the Switch. I'm not just talking they're buying the
Switch. They can't grow up.
Yeah, they're playing their kids' Switches.
No, so what I would say is that this isn't like. That's the thing. You're using the framework, and that's what I said in that comment, Cowboy. You're using the framework that what you like, but there's already a PlayStation for you.
Right.
You like that's your game. But for a Switch gamer, power has not been has never been about the narrative.
No, yeah,
right?
I did say that. Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, it's never been. So power's never been the narrative. Right. All these other PC games, what's been able to do that has not been the narrative. Whether or not there is another handheld that can play PC games, if that is not what Switch players care about, right? Switch is still selling in its 7th generation. This last year sold 12 million consoles.
Purple, can I just say something?
Yeah.
You're not gonna sit here and act like parents aren't buying these for their kids. Please
No, they
don't.
are, but you're also
the
not.
default. Yeah,
But you're also not going to convince me that there aren't adults who are buying the Switch for themselves.
Listen, look at TK9. Look at TK9. Now, granted, he just liked Nintendo because he hated PlayStation and he started hating Xbox. But anyway, listen, there are definitely adults that purchase Nintendo consoles. I will never say that, but I feel that in the average household, there's more kids than adults, and so there's the number.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying by the sheer number of Switches that have been sold, right, and the sheer number of PlayStations or Xboxes, whichever one you want to use, have been sold. The breakout is literally like 40% of Switch players are adults.
What do they say in Japan? Like what? 4 out of 5 people have a Switch.
1 in 4 is what Reforge said.
Or was that PC? I'm thinking. I don't know.
No, he's 1 in 4 people have a Nintendo Switch. I haven't seen that number. That's what he said. But when you look at it, and they've sold 140 million of them, they just sold 12 million of them in their 7th year. I can guarantee you, Steam Decks did not sell 12 million last year.
No.
Okay, Steam Decks.
Steam. So here again, now this is what helps Nintendo. They're exclusive IPs because.
If Nintendo had no IPs that were exclusive, they'd be dead.
No, but that's so
at least the hardware would be dead.
So what did I say? What was the whole video? The whole video I just did, right, was saying exactly what y'all are saying. Nintendo's secret weapon is their IP, right? And so the whole thing is it's not just nostalgia, right? Because if it was nostalgia, Sonic the Hedgehog would be selling amazing, but it doesn't. If it was nostalgia, any franchise over the last 30 years that survived would be selling amazing. They don't. So it can't just be nostalgia. It has to be something else.
Well, and let me flip it around. PlayStation, if they had no exclusive IPs, would still be the top console.
If PlayStation did not have any exclusive IPs, they would not have made it here.
No, I mean right now, if they went day and date everywhere else, they'd still be the number 1 console.
PlayStation isn't so much.
It's like the go-to third-party console, you know.
I will say this about PlayStation. If you go back, PlayStation strategy, and it's funny because people don't like it today, unless you're a PlayStation fan, but PlayStation strategy, if you remember, it wasn't that long ago I played a video in the Discord of Philosopher. So if anybody remember that from PlayStation 1, it was a spaceship game, but the intro was like 7 minutes long and it was like a movie. PlayStation strategy when they came on the scene, because it was Sony, was everything was movie and artsy and it's full motion videos, right? That's when we start throwing that around. So I think if PlayStation have exclusive, if they kept that model of full motion videos, movie kind of games, like it still would have carved its niche, because again, Philosopher, like companies was making those movie style games because it became a thing on PlayStation. So I think PlayStation would have became something. It wouldn't have been, again, exclusives does help. Again, we talk about Nintendo, right? And exclusives. Look at you mentioned Sonic. Well, Sonic is now just being passed around all over. It loses something, right? It's like Crash Bandicoot. Crash Bandicoot isn't the Crash you think of because it's no longer an exclusive property. But I think PlayStation, not saying they would have been as big, but I still think PlayStation would have kind of carved a niche because it was that movie style console.
Yeah.
Right. And what I'm saying is PlayStation, just like Xbox and PC, all their top selling games are all third party stuff. So like I'm saying, if they dropped all that stuff, they'd be just fine. They'd still sell 100 million consoles.
Oh, I don't think they've been the same, because I think the exclusive games was what made people look at them.
I agree.
Yeah, because there's some third party.
It got them there.
I'll buy that on Xbox.
Yeah, you're saying now if they didn't have exclusive games,
I'm saying now,
if they didn't have exclusive franchises, I don't know. That would be an interesting. That's an interesting case study.
Because look at
you're saying if all of a sudden they stop making exclusives.
I'm saying, if they start putting all their games everywhere, I don't think it would change anything. They'd still kick Xbox's ass. It wouldn't matter. PlayStation is the go-to home console.
So what he's saying is, if they
Yeah,
dropped
man.
exclusives, they would survive. But if Nintendo dropped exclusives, they would die.
Oh,
And-
Nintendo hardware would be dead in a heartbeat.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I think Nintendo's hardware lives because of their IP.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
As where PlayStation hardware lives for a different reason.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you take Switch
Yeah.
games and put them on Steam Deck tomorrow, then Switch is dead.
I agree.
There's no reason to have a Switch because there's a million other handhelds that can do it better.
I agree.
So, and that's all I mean by that. And same with the PlayStation.
No, I totally disagree.
Well, but Purple, I feel like your statement is what he's saying. You said Switch is doing great because of their exclusives, right? But he just said if they didn't have exclusives, then it wouldn't be doing great.
No, there's a different. They're different. There's a difference between IP and exclusive.
If Mario was on everything tomorrow, then there'd be no reason to have a Switch because you could get a better version of Mario.
If Mario was on everything, there would be So I would say this
is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if Mario was on everything, there would be no. But I still think more people know Nintendo than know Steam.
I agree.
Right, like that's where.
But Purple, those adults you talk about that buy the Switch, they would probably buy a Steam Deck.
No, they wouldn't. No,
they only buy a Switch because they don't have a choice.
Correct.
No. I think y'all are drastically don't know Nintendo fans and players. And I think that if anything, that's the one thing I don't show on my channel as much because they're much more like they stick to themselves. But you kind of saw a little bit of it with this last person I interviewed, Lens of Truth. Ask him that exact same question. Yeah, I guarantee you he'll say, no, I would still get a Nintendo over a Steam.
So if you saw Mario running on a Switch and then you saw Mario running on whatever the new handheld is, side by side, and they're the same price, no, I wouldn't buy the Switch because I could play all their games and then play everything.
For
else.
one, they're not the same price, right? So that's one thing.
Well,
But
the new
two,
Switch is supposed to be $500, so
hypothetically,
we'll see.
okay, hypothetically, let's say they're $500. You're talking about a game like Nintendo gamer. Like, I think that's the misconception y'all have. There's this misconception that Nintendo gamer, y'all continue to confuse these two things, which is a Nintendo gamer from a gamer who understands power narratives. Yeah, that's where y'all live. So of course you're like, oh, they would never like it because it's not the same power.
Well, let me. Okay, I feel you. Let me rephrase it. A non-Nintendo gamer that's looking to play Nintendo IP are forced to buy a Switch as
there
it's
you go. There you go. No,
so
100%.
If they weren't forced to, the Switch would not sell like it is. It would be like
that's
Xbox.
exactly
It'd be $2 million a year. Yeah.
And that's what Maker said, right? That was Maker's whole thing. I would rather have it on PC, and Nintendo wouldn't do that. But what I'm saying though is that even if y'all are saying, "Oh, Nintendo would die," and I'm saying
they'd be a shell themselves for sure.
No, 100% no.
Console wise, yes.
No.
They'd be the greatest third party publisher ever.
No, I think no. you're still like I don't think y'all quite get it. Like that's the whole thing. The Nintendo players, like adults who are Nintendo, like more games are bought by adults for Nintendo than for kids. Y'all don't believe me on this.
And I understand that, but they're doing it because they have to buy a Switch.
They don't.
You don't think those same people wouldn't play their Mario on PC tomorrow or
no
on their laptop? You don't think they do that as that option?
No. They're
buying a Switch because they have no choice.
They're buying a Switch because these are also convenient gamers. Y'all, that's the whole thing. An actual someone who's primarily on the Nintendo is not primarily just on the Nintendo because they have to play it because of the first party. Yeah,
we're talking about two different people though. You're talking about the 500 million Nintendo guys. I'm talking about the 1 billion other people that want to play those games but don't want to buy a Switch.
Then they're not buying a Switch. What I'm saying is, I'm saying more Nintendo Switch who are primary Nintendo Switch fans are not the gamers you're talking. There is an overlap.
No, I agree. I'm not talking about the dedicated guys that don't.
Yeah, so then you're saying it's a shell of itself, and I'm saying the number of people who are primary Nintendo fans who buy Nintendo and are all about Nintendo is a greater number than the people who are on PC who want to play Nintendo.
I would say any device that's not a Switch that wants to play Nintendo, not even so much PC, just anything. My Fold, if I can play Mario on my Fold, I would.
Here's a demographic you're totally missing, and you should see. You didn't ask me who these people are who buy Switches, right? Who are these adult gamers who buy Nintendo stuff? You never asked that. And when you ask that question, you'll then understand what I'm talking about.
Those are people that grew up in Nintendo and never.
No, not just that.
Away from it.
It's the same thing about mobile gamers.
Oh, fuck that. I don't, and I have a nice phone.
It's women and older people.
Right.
Oh, yes. I remember when the Wii came out.
When you start to see who the people are that I'm talking about, women and older people, they can still play some of these games on PC that they prefer to play on Switch. They can still play some of these other aerobic games. Like, go look at how much those games sell. Those aren't kid games. Kids aren't doing aerobic exercises and stuff, but yet that thing sells over 2 million copies. Go look at who Nintendo gamers actually are, who are spending the most on that console. And you'll see, like, no.
But bottom line, I do think if Nintendo took the requirement of their console away to play their games, that would hurt them very bad.
They would hurt them.
Not kill them, but it'd hurt them really bad.
Yeah, it would hurt them. Yeah, no one's going to say it's not going to hurt them, and that's why I said earlier, like when someone said, Maker said they would eventually look at putting it on PC, and then I think hopefully y'all heard me defend that pretty well, why that does not make sense. Y'all are elaborating on it, why it doesn't make sense.
Well, couldn't they do that a couple years down the road? Then it wouldn't matter.
Say that again, why?
Couldn't they release those games on PC a couple years later?
No.
Like Sony does? I mean, it's not hurting PlayStation any. They're doing just fine.
Those are totally different. Those are totally different. No.
You think that would that hurt them, or you think it'd be a waste of money? Is what I'm asking.
It's both.
I can name 5 people right now on PC that would love to be able to play Switch games that won't touch a Switch.
Okay, so let's understand.
I'm just saying, like, there's a market of people that want those games but aren't going to buy a Switch. And you're telling me that it's better for Nintendo to ignore that market?
Yes.
And say, piss off.
Yes.
Than
Yes.
To join that market and get them in.
Okay, so here's a better example. You used cars earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you know cars. So why doesn't Mercedes-Benz sell you a car at $20,000?
Because it's premium product. It's not
It's a premium product, right? So if you want a Mercedes-Benz, you go over there. Even though there's more people at 20,000, right? But Mercedes-Benz isn't worried about those people at 20,000, are they? Why? Because it devalues the people who are willing to spend 60 to 70 entry for a Mercedes-Benz, right? Okay, so when you start to look at things from that, now this is different because that's a price range thing. But now start to like kind of maybe turn that thinking a little bit to think about it from a platform standpoint. When you start, and this is the person who can explain this way better than me is TK9, if he ever makes content again. But he understood this very early on. And that's when he started turning on Xbox. When you start devaluing your platform by putting it other places, what you're actually doing, yes, to your point, you're providing value to other customers. 100%. But you're decreasing the value for your current customers.
You know what that reminds me of, Purple?
What?
Pretty much anything. My internet company, new customers get a 2-year lock price and a hell of a good deal. Existing customers, you're screwed and have to pay full price.
Yeah, but the reason why
only catering to the new customers. Current customers, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, usually they can do that because and that's why this is what people should actually pay attention to in elections is who's actually going to crack down on internet companies. If you notice, there's usually just one or two internet providers in any region. It is a monopoly. That's what monopolies can do. They can say, hey, there's two internet providers. We're going to make sure we get all of these other ones. Go ahead and go to the other one that doesn't offer the high speed that you want. Oh, they don't offer high speed. You have to stay with us. That's what they do.
My comparison is kind of what Doc Dark is saying, how Xbox is devaluing the console because they're so worried about everybody else.
No, Xbox is devaluing the console because they realize and this is why I say trends matter.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox is devaluing the console because they have seen the math somewhere that they have put a lot of investment in the console and it did not grow their player base. So yes, and that's why I think Xbox fans today hold on so much to it. That's why I particularly said in that video, Xbox is tired of subsidizing your gaming because they have been giving you the best value. They have given you day and date on Game Pass. They have given you the most powerful console at a better price. They have given you more features. They have given you more things, but the market, customers and players have not rewarded them. So now they're tired of subsidizing the gaming community and they're saying, okay, you're already going to go play somewhere else and build your own console. Oh, go do it. You're already going to buy every other console, including ours. Okay, so guess what? We're going to stop valuing our console. And because we're going to devalue that because y'all didn't care about it. You care about these other places, so we're going to put the money over there. Nintendo, going back to the original point, does not say that. Nintendo created something different and is now the top selling console of all time. They actually can say that for several generations. Nintendo can say, we actually, for some odd reason, they know exactly why, our IP stays here. We can create a cheap hardware thing that just marginally improves performance, marginally improves everything, but y'all are rewarding us because we're doing something special with our IP. So guess what? As long as you come into our ecosystem, you like our IP, we're going to continue to keep that value here. When they start decreasing that, that's when that changes.
One thing I've noticed as a recent Switch owner, we've only had it for about a year, is I feel like they're kind of doing what Sony's doing. They're doing a lot of remasters and remakes. Like, I'm not seeing a lot of, new stuff popping out. Like, I'm seeing Donkey Kong remake, and that's cool. But I'm a little nervous that they're going down the same path. Like, I don't see new, big, and bold. I just see a lot of remakes.
Because they've been delayed, right? No, you saw 2024. If you remember, the Switch 2 was supposed to come out in 2024.
Yes.
Right. So this is one of the first times we've had a game generation go as long as Nintendo. So remember that plays a role in what we're about to talk about. So had Nintendo actually released Switch 2 in 2024, what would have came out in 2023? You're going to find me hard-pressed to say the Game of the Year contender, one of the top-selling games in 2023, was not something big, bold, and amazing for Nintendo's franchises. What was that? That was Tears of the Kingdom. Right. Not only that, they also had a second Game of the Year contender that also sold up to $12 to $15 million within 1 month. What was that? Mario Wonder. Okay. On top of, then you come into 2024. You're a Nintendo fan. Guess what? Nintendo gave you 2 new franchises last year in 2024. If you're actually watching, one of them, Princess Peach. The other one, Zelda Tales of Wisdom or whatever. Then they added on to some of their other IP that Severin loves, which I hate, Mario Maker. Like, if you're actually following Nintendo, that's why I'm saying y'all aren't Nintendo fans. But if you follow Nintendo, Nintendo is providing just enough value. That's why they continue to They're older.
Brotherhood didn't do that.
I think with the Switch for me, is I'm looking at all the old Nintendo stuff, and I'm excited to see the remakes of that, like Donkey Kong and stuff. Like that to me is exciting. I'm not really like I'm happy to get Luigi's Mansion 2, stuff like that. That's what makes me excited on the Switch side. I guess I'm not seeing this new stuff that. Like we did get Mario Wonder, we bought that. We enjoyed that.
So you just said something really interesting. You just contradicted yourself. You just said initially about 2 minutes ago. You just said that hey, what worries you is you're just seeing a lot of remasters and stuff that's not exciting you. Then you just said right now, hey, Luigi's Mansion remastered, Luigi's Mansion Haunted Mansion remastered. That excited me. So what came out last year?
Well, I'm saying overall, I'm not seeing a lot of new stuff. Maybe I'm not seeing it, and that's all it is. The only thing I'm seeing from a bird's eye view is like the old stuff getting redone. Donkey Kong and Luigi's Mansion, because my son's like, oh, Luigi's Mansion.
Then what do you want to see remastered? That's what I'm kind of curious about.
I don't know if I want a remaster, but that's what's drawing me towards the Switch, is I'm getting those. But I'd like to see something new.
So then the new things, like I said, were like I just named several new.
None of that's like
in the last 18 months. I named Pikmin. There's no game on the market like Pikmin. Not a lot of people are Pikmin fans. I get it. I just named one of the more extensive platformers that's come out in recent times, Mario Wonder.
We bought Wonder. Yeah.
Okay, so you have that one.
You
then have one of the more puzzly open world games that has not the physics in the game surpasses the physics in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Right now, if you want different IP, different franchises that are spinning off, I just told you Princess Peach. I just told you Zelda, the Zelda game. There's also an Animal Crossing game. If you go back 2.5 years, we had Splatoon. Like,
it just kind of sounds like all the same stuff. Like it's more Mario, Zelda.
I think what you're looking for. Like I said, I think you are a Nintendo secondary, if not tertiary fan. Meaning,
I grew up on Super Nintendo. I mean,
but your PC is your primary gaming platform. Secondary gaming platform's Xbox.
Right,
so the third gaming platform, which probably you would only spend 5 to 10% of your time, if that, is a Switch. So theoretically, I don't think you're actually looking. The Nintendo
is that why I'm saying the only ones I'm noticing are the older games?
You're a certain type of gamer. You're a certain type of gamer. Like I think that's totally fine to say. Like you're a certain type of. It's like if we were talking sports, and you're a baseball fan, I'm a basketball fan, and you come to me, and you're like, "Oh, it's always the same thing. It's dunk, 3-point, go up, go down," and then I'm like, "What are you talking about? The plays are the games evolve, blah 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 blah." I'm a basketball fan. I'll notice that. Someone who's not a basketball fan, it looks the same. Same way.
You mean like NASCAR people that always say, "Why do you like NASCAR?" They just drive in circles.
Exactly.
But no, they do not. Are you stupid? No, they don't.
Exactly. But that you get what I'm saying? It's totally okay to be totally different gamers, totally different platform, like totally different sports. You can say this totally different politics. You could say that for like everything, and that's why I would say the one thing that I've not showcased on my channel enough are Nintendo gamers and how they think, and
well, there you go.
And I think that would do a lot because I hear where you're coming from. I'm not saying you're wrong, but when you actually look at who Nintendo gamers are, who mobile gamers are, they think differently than, oh, that's the newest, that's a more powerful hardware. Let me go play it. Like mobile gamers are a perfect example of it.
But I wouldn't say I'm the power hungry PC guy.
No.
I've been on a 3050 for 2 years. Like that's not power.
No, I don't think you are.
I mean, I'd like to be, but I can't afford it. And I don't think I would be stupid enough to waste the money. That's why I want a 5070. Because I think it's going to fit the gap between value for me and getting what I need it to do for $550. Well, $700 cents.
Like I said, Kabir, I think you're a certain type of gamer and you are where it makes the most sense. Like, right, you are on PC, you like Xbox, you like Game Pass, and you like to go back and forth between those two. I think
Well,
you're the gamer where you're at. That's good.
And what's wild is me and FCAT were talking about this in Discord. I showed him my Xbox thing for 2024, and I think I have like 10% of my gaming time is on Xbox. The other 90% is on my PC. And I feel bad about it, but it's just like I default to my Sims and all that stuff, you know. On Steam, every time I go on the Xbox app, like, yeah, I'll do Stalker for an hour. I'll jump on, Starfield for an hour, but then I go right back to Farm Sim and all that other
Goat
shit.
Sim? Do you say you do Goat Sim? Truck Simulator? Truck Simulator?
Yeah, but I'm like, I don't know why I like that other stuff so much, but I've got thousands of hours in those games. Farm Sim came out in November, I think, and I've already got almost 200 hours in that game. But I don't have 200 hours in Xbox for the whole year. I beat Hellblade and put it down.
All right, guys, we gotta call it.
I go to bed, old man.
I'm waiting for you, FCAT. I can go.
I'm the one that's got to leave at 2 a.m. to drive down to Indy.
Yeah,
So.
I got it. Let me get on. I got another call. Someone's waiting on me. So.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you all for showing up.
Well, we gotta go. We had
it was great.
Your first show, FCAT. We had to make it a bang.
We did nothing. No, it was good. 5 hours, bro. Content.
We had to make it a bang, FCAT.
You left out so many topics. You're so used to having pages of topics.
Well, I decided to go not do the article stuff.
Well, but it's tough then because you end up bouncing around trying to figure out what to talk about, and then you forget half the shit you wanted to talk about.
Well, this is like the old school way. This was the way how it was like way before you showed up here.
Well, maybe on your side, keep a list of topics you want to get to, and then just don't have them on here. You know what I mean? That way you can be like, oh, well, we should talk about this.
Right.
And then do timestamps and all that shit too. Come on now.
Yeah.
No, FG. I was just trying to make it. I was just prolonging it, FCAT. I'm gonna be very honest.
I could go to bed or I could talk to people. So I'd rather just talk. So
I'm just gonna be very. I was just prolonging it.
We did great, but we'll come back next week. Hopefully, more to talk about.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Great guy and safe travels, Kubini, and great first show, FCAT, and thanks for the opportunity, Cowboy.
No, I'm gonna get my son on here next week. I'm gonna let him tell you why he likes Xbox so much.
No, we can't beat that. We can't beat a kid. We can't beat a kid.
Because he'd be like, I don't know, because my dad told me to play it. Dude, honestly, real quick, he's on my PC more than Xbox. You know what game he plays on PC? I bet you FCAT knows.
The Starfield?
No, he plays Spider-Man. Miles Morales. Yeah.
You'll be a PlayStation gamer. Watch out there.
He has beaten that game 3 times on PC. 3 times.
All right.
I don't understand why he keeps playing it.
All right. Take care, guys.
Right. Later, boys and girls.
All right.
Later.
And now your mama knows.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Man, gotta give my guy F Cat some credit. This was the F Cat news report show. And I mean, people came out the woodwork, people joined, and F Cat ran this thing all by itself. Sorry that I was barely on here. I had a lot going on today. But I did say this was going to be F Cat's show, and in true fashion, it was. Barely had me on it at all, and I wanted to truly feel like it's his thing. And look, I told him he could go as long as it goes. Originally, I was going to do my stream every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Anthony L. Lewis and you epic people. But I felt, you know what? It was flowing. People was enjoying it. Everybody was commenting. They was a part of it. So why not let it go? But make sure you check out FCAT next week, 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll see what he thinks of his first date and if he still want to do it. And, guys, I put out a daily vlog every day. And then you can see me on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern for Anthony L. Lewis and you epic people. And then on Wednesdays for We Wrestle Wednesdays. And that's the Wrestling League. So with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. And now your mama knows. And with that being said, I'm going to hit Xbox. I said Xbox. Wow. FCAT's music.